Yo, this thing on? Hello? Anyone there? Can let me in? All right, I'm letting myself in. Okay, I got the keys. What's up? Hello, happy Monday to one and all. We've got an EGC logo up because we're doing a mix-up, baby. It's not just KPMM, no, for good reason. Anatan and B played too many games on the weekend. I completely didn't realize they were going to be playing twice. I was like, this is a scam. I've been robbed. We were not able to do the third place matchup, but I also did beat them with stick and say, why the hell were you playing a third place matchup the next day at 9 freaking p.m. Play it when you were going to play the grand finals because you're both lost. You weren't able to get there, so you literally already have the time. So next time, hopefully, we'll have the boys just playing the third place match when grand finals is going on because it makes freaking sense. Like, come on. Like, you know, you booked out the time anyway. So hopefully people, they see that, they realize that, and they go, oh yeah, KP's really smart. This is a great idea. We should do this. And then thumbs up. Why does MarineLord have no skull? Is his name too long? Is his head too big? Oh, his head is too big. Ah, I know it, man. I know it. It's always going to be his head's too big. We all know what that means, right? Wait, is there a way to... I don't think you can, like... Oh. Could we, like... Nah, dude, that's even worse. Alright. Dude, his skull literally is the final letter. Alright. We're just gonna call him MLord. It's his own fault. Actually, it's not. It's Cow's fault? We always blame Cow. That's the good cop out. In fairness, like it is his UIs. I mean, it's a not updated ones, but well, don't blame me. No, you don't blame me. No thanks. I don't want your artwork. Appreciate it though. Dude, like, what is up with the kick scam bots? They're like, oh, you should come and meet me on Discord and we can talk about all the amazing things in the world. Like, But, dude, I'm not to blame, though. All right, this is 100% out of my control. Look at it. Like, do I look like a guy who codes front-end UIs? No, I'm the guy who does the back-end stuff. Actually, I don't even do that anymore. I used to, a long time ago. Maybe I should revitalize that. I'm figuring, like, I might actually need to for some things we're planning. The brain has been ideating. We've been brewing in it. I'm thinking maybe we try to punt out some of these cool ideas I've been cooking next week. Next week would be pretty cool. Oh, dude, don't start. Like, dude, it's like, this is the thing, right? I don't even know. Like, at this point, I wonder why I even hit the go live on Kick. Like, it's literally just like bots and bots and bots. Like, this is literally what you get. But yeah, I've been brewing ideas, man. I'm. You know what? Like, it's weird. It's like actually just thinking outside of just Age of Empires and thinking of other things it's very refreshing. It feels like I'm switched on again, which is great. All right, you guys ready? Let's see. So we're gonna be starting off with MarineLord versus Anatan from the weekend. So this is gonna be a nice EGC recap. Because like, you know, Anatan was like, I wanted to cast Anatan and B, but I couldn't do Anatan and B, so I'm gonna have to do this instead. First of all, though, when it's gonna start in a minute. Calm your tits. Jesus, like what? Like we literally just went live 4 minutes ago. All right, like compared to the pre-show on the weekend for EGC, this is shorter than Gimli. All right, just let man get his Red Bull, let him crack it open in front of a camera because he feels like it. Actually, I'm not sponsored to do this. I just like doing it. Dude, that kind of still looks so. Oh man, the apples. They smell strong today. I don't think they usually that strong, but I like it. Maybe my senses are at all-time high. Maybe I'm like in full switched on mode, right? We're feeling more vibrant than ever. I'm just like, I'm dragging this longer now because Marius is impatient. I'm teaching him patience. No, dude. Like every time someone mentions the games, we're gonna stay here for another minute. All right? Like we're gonna like I don't know. I'm gonna show you my muscles. Look at this muscles. Great. Oh, dude, we done like a 2.5 hour climb with a guy who's not been in 3 years yesterday. That was comical. I actually wasn't the rookie, which is weird. All right, you guys ready? It's rolling in the background. It's time. Master versus the Apprentice. Anatan going up against MarineLord in a best of 5. That's what happened this week in the EGC finals. And this is going to be the true testament to see if Anatan is finally rising or if MarineLord is always going to be his final blocker. Let's get into it. All right, folks, welcome back to the channel. Let me switch over. I just chose the wrong scene. I was thinking about it too much. We have got the EGC Finals 2025 group stage matchup. MarineLord versus Anatan in a best of 5. We kick off here in the best place to be, really. Like, if you've got good taste, you come here. It's Pigeon's View. That's right. The better version. Every other tournament is finally admitting it. We done good. High View, absolute dog trash. Pigeon's View, pog tier. And that's an interesting move from Anno. I like that. So he stops off to gather up the deer after building the Uvu because he hasn't got enough wood to build the racks yet. This is a lot more efficient, guys. So he gets the Uvu straight away, gets the stone sooner. Then he doesn't waste any time idling around or wasting time chopping a tree. He just gets the most resource possible with this villager and then builds the racks and can walk back afterwards. That's a really cool little detail, actually. Gives him a bit more optimization, and it's going to make him about 10 resources better off than he'd otherwise have been. But this is... Actually, this might be a really good spawn to do this with. MLord got the double deer and the gold. Eesh. This could get blocked out really easily. And I'm imagining he's thinking about a fast castle build anyway, because that's what like every single IBID player and his mother is thinking about. I will 2x just for the start of this. Catch into it a bit. But yeah, this is interesting because like Anatan has been training MarineLord a lot. Right? It's always been the master and the apprentice type feeling with these two. The way they've worked off of each other. Anno's just been prepping really well, improving against a lot of players in general. But like MarineLord is always that giant stopgap for many a player, Anno included. Growth Wing is going to be coming in. Interesting he went Growth Wing, so no Dervish. I feel like a lot of people will go Dervish here, but like there are spears in fairness. Divin's going to be a bit ambitious. Anno, what was that? I mean, he's not going to get harassed off this. Because technically MarineLord already, he deleted the mining camp, so he's probably not going to be coming back. That's still kind of an awkward, unnecessary loss there. Forces a little bit of garrison out of time, but whoopty freaking doodah. You let a man die. You let one whole man's life go into nothingness. Something you guys got to realize, when you're a military leader, you have to feel the impact of these losses, okay? I bet Anno didn't even know the name of that man. I bet he just let him die with no idea of what the family at home would have thought of it. Like, you know, how many kids he had waiting. I know the problem is, like, he's a full-time gamer, right? So, like, he's like, huh, kids, what are kids? You can't have kids. That means you're not gaming. If you're getting laid, you're not spending 18 hours a day playing. That doesn't mean you can't get poked. Heyo. This berry's kind of awkward, actually. Because he's doing Growth Wing, he doesn't want to eat through the close ones. So, yeah, but this is the thing. MarineLord, he wanted quicker timing, so he went on the close berries first. So he depleted them, whereas normally, like, if you want to be less risky, you go for the further out berries until the spears arrive. But it gives you a slow attack. KB live streams always hit. I think you need to stop people throwing tablets of my live stream playing on it at your head. Deerstone coming on the other side. Wow. I've not seen them do this before. Come on. Why not trade? Look, I know. Like, dude, this is the guy that traded unintentionally with Sengoku yesterday. Or the day before. Why not do it with a Civ that'd be good at it? Come on. Rax Archery. I feel like I see this most often out of MarineLord. A lot of players shy away from adding in spears. But MLord has been pretty convincing with this. He's really good at actually playing Feudal Age vibes. Most players, if we're being totally real, it's no fault of their own. They just kind of suck at playing the Feudal. Because it's very difficult to play Feudal long. MarineLord has, to this day, been the most impressive player at prolonging Feudal Age with a Civ that is meant to hate it. Double archery? Slang? Whoa. You're speaking at me in slang? Excuse me, I'm British. You're gonna have to be a bit more optic class about this. Get your Oxford dictionaries out. What's the word of the day? Let's have a look. We're gonna find ourselves a random word of the day. Dude, where we go? It's taking forever. Okay, that was all right. I feel like Anatan may need to give an abortion to this strategy because we're not getting more pressure done than this. This is like the maximum. So he's going to stop at 4. There we go. Use the word. Wait, dude, is there a way I can actually add that in as like a variable randomizer for streams? That would be like, you just basically a word comes up and you have to use it in the cast. Don't bother me. I chose a random generator. I had nothing to do with the selection, okay? I'm kind of curious. What other word? Reach. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I feel like in this type of game, the reach is just superior for MarineLord, as you'd expect in these type of fights. With the archers coming out, Anatan just has no reach at all. He simply just got melee to try and blob into this. Guys, can someone come up with a cleaner way for me to, like, do this? I don't want to open a browser every time. I'm going to need some sort of browser source for a random generator every, like, 20 seconds. And if you fail to use the word, there's penalties. Oh, I like this idea. Ah, that's a refreshing twist on casting. You guys know, like, I've actually done that. I've legit done that. Not trying to cram the word abortion into cast. I've had it where I'll be casting with someone and we'll set challenges like your word for the cast is girthy. And by God, we find ways of using it. Kick. Not looking too threatening right now, man. I think it's really just completely caught Anno off guard with this. You just don't expect Archer opening out of Ironmans. Like, well, no, you do, but you don't expect it with spears, right? You expect Archers maybe a horseman or two. You expect it to be like the second thing. But because of the way MarineLord done the spearman timing, he got spears and archers together. You know, really what you could say of a MarineLord strategy is that it was bound to set a memorandum in the mind of Anatan. A worry about what is to come, really. Yeah. Did I use the word correctly? I'm pretty sure I did. Back in on the bump. I mean, he can actually just block out spawns and Keshiks. This will be really important on the timing as well. It's double Keshik. Anno has barely in the archers. Like, is there going to be a point where this game is going to feel competitive? Oh, hold on. Don't speak too quick. Anno does get a grab. Guys, he just eliminated 66% of the growth wing value. That is incredible. And now, MarineLord is going to need to make sure that he umbrellas his villagers from the Mongol rain here. Yeah, because he's so close to the Stealth Forest, it's going to rain down hellfire on him if he's not careful. MarineLord. Now munching in again. Man, I love the countless raids here, right? Like the constant relentlessness of Ibis just to be up in his face. Watching yourself in your second one? No, I'm allowing you guys to participate in it. If you don't like it, you can eat a ham and go watch it somewhere else. You have that option. Okay, double kill. Straight away, man. So just like that, Anatan, it feels like he worked a lot harder for the damage he done. Only to just have it returned at him moments later. This is pretty brutal. Position-wise, like, I'm just not looking the look of it. It almost feels like Anatan is holding out for MarineLord to just greed. And it's just not happening. No, and he's feeling safe now. He's even getting a tiny wall, dude. Talk about the beautiful spawn. Double tree line on the forward. He does need to clear this outpost still at some point. He can do that very easily with his army size. It's just a case of if he has to come home to do that, then Anatan's not under pressure. I think what you could really say of Anatan's position in this game right now is that he is looking to recruit more people to the army. He needs to be quick about it as well. You know what I need? I need to set up a Stream Deck keybind that toggles the visibility of a browser that captures the specific part of the screen that's randomizing the button. The word. That. All right, that's something to cook for next stream. And then what I need to really complete my masterpiece is a way for Twitch chat, maybe YouTube chat if we can multitask as well, to then randomize what they want in terms of the word. I like this direction. This is good. Right now, things not so good for Anno. He's trying to poke in. I think, did he get one worker kill? He did. Okay. The problem is, like, the lead is still 2 here. Oh, this could be a good grab, though. Unfortunately, there's a few swimmen there to hold him back. The scout arrives as well. Muddies things up a bit. And the reinforcements arrive. Anno, what? The greed! He actually hung around for another strike there. Not worth it at all. Damn. MarineLord's just looking so fat on the count. Like, he's pretty much playing this like you'd see out of a Kilyadi type situation, right? Like, Kilyadi's the guy that would do this a lot. But like I said, MarineLord, you know, the fact that we are now, about to be 12 minutes in the game, he hasn't used cavalry once. He's not built a single cavalry unit. This is not your standard Ibid play. Outpost going up as well. That's going to secure the berries. He's still not addressing the outpost. There we go. He's coming across now. And the Spinman did bail. I kind of like this idea. Anatan's never holding that position, so he might as well wait out here and then see if he can raid the enemy economy later. Wait, won't that clear the... I guess the position's okay, because like it can clear Stealth Forest, right? It should be fine, though. Like, he's still going to be smuggled away here. Wait, did these guys just... Like, God, it's free vision, guys. Free vision. Okay? If I knew I could get my eyes checked for free, I would go every single week. There's just something about someone blowing air into my eyeballs that is just deeply mesmerizing me. Not being sarcastic. Anyone had that? Like, I don't know what's... Is it tasting the air pressure in my eye? I don't know what the hell it's meant to do. I'm not a tie here. But, like, when you go... You know when you look at the umbrella and the opticians and they're like... What's the point? Yeah, is it legit... Like, unironically, is it testing the air pressure in my eye? You never keep your eyes open? I think you're, like, not meant to. I think you're meant to just get... basically air poked in the eyeball and then react by closing your eyes. Not air pressure. I was about to say, I was like, dude, please tell me it's not really air pressure. Maybe it's, you know what it is? Maybe it's like the eyeball equivalent of getting the knee test. You know, where they bonk you with a hammer and you're meant to actually react. And if you don't, it's concerning. It's like maybe the fact that you actually blink so fast, it's like you're actually in perfect eye health. But then I'm there holding my eyes open and clearly I've just been deeply contaminated. Alright, MLord. How are we looking here? He's stabilizing his economy now to look for a tech up by the looks of it. We've still got raids coming around the back from Anatan. Let's see if you can actually get an entry point here. You know, really, when you think of the strategies he's looking for, you got to think, damn, this could be a really good game for him if he could just find a way to actually get in with these Keshiks. But it's proving quite problematic. Like, the only upside you're really seeing for Anno is that MarineLord doesn't have any raiding units. Ooh, as soon as I say that, though. How did he... With the amount of vision MarineLord's got, there's no way he should have caught that. Archers? Wait, is he going to body block the archers? That's kind of disgusting if so. Okay, no, he's just going to start step go for the shots. So tech up's on the way, actually. Anatan... I don't think his position is entirely safe here. Like, he's going step readout. If MarineLord realizes what's happening and starts the counter-offensive, there could be some serious damage done because of the way that Anno's playing. He's playing forward on the deer, forward on the boar. Alright, this is the guy that, like, through the supermarket, he just drops a meat patty on the floor. He's like, that's fine. Okay, honey, just go get one of those blow torches. We're going to cook it here in the supermarket. We're not wasting. Step readout was complete. And then I assume... This is just going to be mass cash. Wait, do you mass cash it? Mass cashing against Ibids would be some serious cooking. Sure. Maybe crossbows? Like a quick switch into crossbows would be pretty sick. MarineLord, what's it going to be? What HF are we taking here? Reinforcement wing's pretty good, but your opponent already has a lot of archers. So, Dervish it is. Yeah, no shenanigans here. We've got no Master Smith's play, which would have been pretty sick, actually. No Bazaar, because MarineLord... MarineLord's not a gambler, man. You've heard him talk. He's like, oh, I will get a small percentile advantage and play out the odds. Never takes that risk. March around here. He's fishing for a target. The veterancy's already in. This is actually pretty hard for archers to hold their own. But luckily for him, Anatan, his archers are slow. Dude, like, come on. Just get a skateboard and tailwind on the Keshiks. It's not hard. Why are you guys so slow? This is why you play Japanese, guys. Yumi would have been there. Yumi would have had your back, okay? Mongol archers, they don't. Mongol archers are like, oh, I'm usually on horseback. I don't feel natural here. Dive coming in. Archer Master's pretty damn big for MarineLord. Outpost getting low, but seems like it's holding. This is the weird part. It's like you think that archers just beat people archers, but the count really matters. More better than less crap. And right now it's a 1.5 to 1. It's not being sacked pretty hard though. I'm more worried that MarineLord is going to lose because of Keshiks. Doing a good job pressuring the outpost. Going to be a bit of nuisance here. And Keshik, they're going for the burn again, but they hang around way too long there. What? Yo, Anno, why do we hate our cavalry? What do they ever do to you? Goes to recommit again. Spear count down to 8. It's going to be tight. Anno. Got the 7 Keshiks. The Spearman. Not able to clear them quick enough. There's only 3 left, so it looks like he's starting to break it a bit, but it's coming at a high price because the whole time MarineLord was looking to shoot back on that archer line. Now the heavily injured Keshik just going down, but the workers as well. Anno shrinking MarineLord's lead here. Tech update just complete. MarineLord needs time. The Dervish are available. Camelot has just got queued up, but the Dervish are going to be needed elsewhere to assist against this. Keshiks have started to slip into the economy, while Anatan, you psychopath, he's actually doing it. It's an Imperial build. Okay. Come on. Is this... Is this a bit too greedy? He's only got berries left, right? The deer up here. Okay, you know, he's got deer pretty comfortably. Guys, is that not gonna cook him? Like, the way that fight played out, it's almost like you wouldn't even be thinking about Imperial Age being on the table. He's like, oh yeah, Anno's lost a lot. He's gonna have to remass. But he's hitting this timing. Step Readout needs to find a new gold vein. Yep, already in position. Outposts are coming up. Stone looks good for it as well. And it is, guys. Karganut Palace now on the way. Yes, a bold idea by Anatan. But I guess you could also say of it that, you know, if nothing else, it is to reinforce his army much quicker. Which makes sense considering the Karganut Palace will give him a lot of pumps straight away. Yeah, recently nerfed slightly. Military Academy hasn't been queued, which is a big problem here. Why doesn't he have Military Academy? Oh man, no, the step readout move. His gold was kind of lacking. So he's not going to be that efficient straight away with this. And MarineLord is starting to move up. Relics are being split between them. I know so far picking up one. I think at this point, even if it wasn't the tech noise, you get kind of suspicious. Like, what's going on here? Where's the army? MarineLord. Is there ever a world in which he does this thing? You wouldn't do the same, right? You like winning games. Yeah, he agrees. More cam lances, crossbows on the way. MarineLord just pulling the goodies back now. I know, pulling all the way home. He needs to play defensive now, guys. Like, you have to think of it like this, you know. A lot of people like to think that they are just a bunch of plucked grapes spreading around the bowl. But actually, like, what MarineLord is he's a coconut. Okay? He needs to feel safe. He needs to feel contained. Anatan, rather. Anatan's the coconut, not MarineLord. Don't get confused. So right now, MarineLord, he's just trying to crack a little hammer hole in there and suck out all the beautiful juices. But as we know, sometimes that's very difficult to do. If you're a gamer, you don't have peak arm muscle, so your ability to penetrate a coconut is low. Let's see if MarineLord has been actually working those biceps. Scaling for him. Defense point, how are we looking? Cannon placements are coming in. It's going to be retracted. Ram makes this pretty annoying though, right? Like Anatan, he only has 8 Keshiks to clear a Ram. STBs. Bring the Dervish. Bring the Medicare. He's a self-regenerating bowl full of grapes. I don't know why it's a bowl full of grapes. A bowl full of grapes makes a lot more sense. Ram now trying to move around. Keshi's going to get the body block there. They're protecting the tower. He tries to move deeper. Camel Lancers, they are going to get in. Now it's the STBs that can be a risk here. But the villagers do get pulled onto the Ram to bring it down. MarineLord, he's still offsetting a lot of the damage from the STBs here. The crossbow count, non-existent for Anatan. Up against Camel Lancers, not a great look. But the cannon emplacement is good enough. MarineLord has to walk it off. I know. A bold, brazen, but successful hold. Feels like it's coming at a price somewhere else, though. Like, what's going on the economy scale? MarineLord now up by 7. Has got farms coming through. He's got relics home, 4 relics in total. Anatan's 1 boon is all the 3 units you can get. Step Readout is kind of balancing out the economy again, but then you remember you're up against the Golden Age. You know, this is like you got it right once, winning big on a stock. This guy just logically invested across the board. Right? He's gonna be written in 20 minutes. Cam Lancers. Cam Lancers technically still not directly counted here. Also, wait. Oh wow, wait. Guys, horse archers are worse. Yeah, like the Roost horse archer nerf is actually also a nerf to Mongols. Because the recruited horse archers don't have as much penetration anymore. They've got lower base damage. The Camel Lancers actually are able to weather the storm a bit better there. Hence why not too many of them actually go down. Now the Dervishes can top them off. We've got siege workshops coming in. MarineLord probably thinking about going for Krebs. He needs to deal with the cannon placement. He's diving down. He can get free. Why don't you protect your people, MarineLord? They come out here in the middle of this weird forest created by this weird man, and you don't offer them protection. No, he's just kind of cowering in the stealth forest. Feels like he's trying to bait Anatan to an overextension. Who's ahead right now? I mean, it should be Anno. He's got elite archers. And Trebs are kind of slow here to achieving their real win con. Almost loses it straight away. Anno is about to be out of gold, guys. And that's where this could get dangerous. He hasn't got it set up on the flank gold. Left coming in. One exchange. Might be a lot more dying than that, though. The villagers on the front line need to get away. Camel Lancers are on top of the target. Anno! He's not breaking off from this. STB's now coming in, but the Dervish is there. It's not good enough. He goes in for the snipe. He gets one. But there's a second Dervish, and there's no front line. Anno, with just raw archers, will not be able to do it. He will get raw spanked by the camels. And now that trebuchet is ready to line up this target on that outpost. The cannon placement has been the one thing he can keep retreating to stay alive in this game. And this is crazy, guys. Like, this felt like a perfectly snug Imperial rush from Anatan. Like, MarineLord had no clue it was happening. And yet, he solves the puzzle on the go. It's one of those spontaneous cookers. You know, he doesn't have all the ingredients lined up on the side ahead of time. He's just like, okay, let's just cram a little bit of this, a little bit of that in. Sprinkle some of this, and ooh la la. Classic French maneuver. Actually, aren't French meant to be more the orderly cooks? They don't really do chaotic cooking, to my knowledge. Come on, they did find the gold. I know, I mean, he's trying to get into hand cannoneers here, but, like, you're seeing the same problem. He doesn't have a front line. He legit is losing this game because he doesn't have anything to tank this army. This village is constantly in repair duty. If MarineLord wanted it dead, he could just go triple Treb and it's done. Now, villagers will keep preparing for outlets and STBs on the front line. Archers have to hug it. Oh, that's not a hug of victory, though. That's a grieving hug. That's a sorry for your losses hug. Okay, so I'm just going to write rule number 1 of playing Age of Empires 4. Do not frontline with your archers. I think that's a good place to start if you're learning the game. Because it doesn't end well. Ay, ay, ay. Game 1 goes to MarineLord. But that's freaking wild, actually. Completely unpredictable. I feel like it's a completely unpredictable Mongol switch onto Imperial. What's this? It's a stream. We are known to do them occasionally. Alright, Ayabets versus Mungals. Win for Marine Chad. Next up, Frisian Marshes. House of Lanka. You gave him House of Lanka. Are you drunk, man? I mean, he banned out what? Yeah, Tuk had to be banned, and then Japan. Interesting. I don't know, like, House of Els is such a strong pick. What was the first pick? MarineLord chose China. I am not convinced that China is a better pick than House of Lancaster right now. Everything I'm seeing suggests it's the other way around. And MarineLord would have had first pick in the draft, which makes this very surprising. How big would Anno's army be if he had the production speed boost? At that point, probably like he gets what, two extra groupings, maybe 3. I'd say 2 is a safe bet. He just lacked front line the whole time though. All right, so let's head in and let's see what the boys are going to be cooking with. I need to flip the score, don't I? You have to be crazy if you're letting House of Lancaster through the draft right now. It's incredible. The fact that the split was China and Lancaster. Anno had second pick, and yet Lancaster was sitting there for him. Of course he's going to pick it here to try and get back in. Welcome back, folks, for another caster game. We're here in the EGC Finals 2025 group stage. Anatan with the House of Lancaster to try to get things back to even. MarineLord has opted for the Malians here, and I just realized I've flipped these the wrong way. There you go. Mali on this map can be a bit tricky sometimes. Especially if you're worried about Dark Age Rush, which we are going to be seeing out of Anatan. Yeah, it's a super effective move on this map. Ever since they changed this map, the new version of Frisian Marshes always spawns your golds exposed. Like, even this one further back, it's definitely exposed. Used to be, a long time ago, you could get them to spawn back here, which would have made the play by Anatan super RNG. Just a completely unreliable thing to do. Those days are long gone, and honestly, it's all the better for it. It was pretty bad, the way that it used to function. I was not a fan at all. Question is, am I going to be a Anatan? Oh, he said the words. Of why is he here? China can still pro scout and make it count, so China's absolutely a great pick. Yeah, but the argument wasn't, is China a great pick? The argument was, is China a better pick than House of Lancaster? And that is where I branch off, you know? You know, MarineLord's #1, so he's got someone in mind. There's a reason he must conceive that China's better value. But from everything I've seen, House of Lancaster looks like the more friendly pick. Albeit, the one thing you could give China in their favor is they probably have more flexibility in the draft. But situationally, like, depending on the map, I would 100% rank the Lancastrians above the Chinese. And this is one of those maps, by the way. This can be a really good map for them. They're setting up the fish as well behind this, the Dark Age Rush. It's just a very hard civ to Dark Age against. You know, you spam spears, they spam spears, but they have better foods, so they spam more spears. Something about, you know, cultural equality and being born in England a good thing, XD. I mean, maybe not at this point in history. You know what's kind of ironic is that in 2025, they released like a Civ variant of English that makes us seem very rich. Oh, you can tell this is made, you can tell this game's made by Americans and Canadians that aren't clocking the British economy. The draw system had Anno pick 2 civs, and yet MarineLord chose to not snipe Hull. Well, the thing is, like, in terms of picks, he could have been picking Ottomans, Knights Templar. I reckon it was probably Ottomans or Lancaster. And MarineLord felt that, like, the Lancastrians was less threatening. Because at least if Lancaster tries to do an all-in with the Yeoman strat, you can just try to spam up Javs. And if they try to go for the Lords, you can try to use your Mustafadis. It's not optimal. I don't think it's not ideal. I'm curious what MarineLord's other pick was, though. He probably here would have picked maybe China or Mali. Could have also been like an H or IB pick from his draft. Because remember, guys, with the main event of this event, you pick 2 and 1 gets sniped each side. I still don't know how I feel about the pick snipe, because the problem with pick snipe actually is, like, if you think about it, it is creating a weird form of RNG on top of the RNG of, like, not being 100% sure they're picking. The idea seems cool, but it's always tricky. So I remember we were thinking about implementing this before in KPMM. And, like, the kind of feedback was like, I don't know. It just feels like we're trying to be quirky for the sake of being quirky. Oh, I know. Nice micro. And MarineLord, like, why did he not just build an outpost? It's a little bit weird, right? He went for Dontos instead. Which should eventually push this away. Should. So far failed to. Villager is going to be pulled for the repair. The Spears are now going to go for the dive in. Chase the Donzo away first. And... Wait, no, MarineLord, no. Like, no. That's not a hammer. That's a pickaxe. Was this intent? No, this was not intentional, right? Like, he 100% meant to repair. Come on, no. Come back now, but one final torch. I know, this is the moment. He doesn't get it. Pushes the Donzos back. Torches again. We're way too late there. Oh, what? No. The blunder goes unpunished. I know, just trying to sneak away with injured, but good snipe there. Still, it's a lot of injured parties that can be healed by the Abbey of Kings that is now coming up from Anatan. I can't believe that. The fact he got away, it's crazy that he didn't realize the whole time that he was actually just harvesting. I mean, it is weird. Like, when you look at it, the pickaxe they use does look quite a lot like just a big hammer. But the animation should be a dead giveaway. Oh my god. Full retreat up, I know. Destroyed value-wise. I mean, he forced idle time. He forced a repair. He got something out of it. And the thing is, because he's setting up fishing behind this, it's not terrible what happened. This feels pretty brutal having to rush 10 on the Abbey of Kings. But if he doesn't, the Donzo's going to push him off his own goal. In fact, whoa. Chill. I know. Getting 1 HP? Good lord. Like this, though. This is the beautiful thing about Abbey of Kings. Just supplements all the damage. Topped off on all the bars. What's the best way to support a small tourney like this? Oh, you can always, like, donate to us. You can join our Patreon if you want to be a consistent person there. Subs, etc. Obviously, if you're talking about outside of financial things, tuning in every day helps a lot. Letting other people know that these tournaments are going on goes a long way as well. But yeah, it's there's loads of ways. Like, you know, in an ideal world, if every person who watches you, like, subs, like Swite just did, you're a legend. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Then, like, you're at a point where, like, oh, actually, you know, that helps a lot. But I know not everyone can afford subs. For those people, I always recommend sharing the stream around. And watching, of course, always helps. But thank you very much, Swite. Appreciate you, bud. So Spear's now on the counter charging. Javelin's follow-up here. But he hasn't actually seen anything yet. He hasn't seen Yeoman. So, what's to stop Anno just going hobbies? What's up, Johan? I see you, bud. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad, continue those subs. Goes in for the bone again. Okay. He gets the blazers as well. Goes in for the poke. And if you want to microscopically micro this, you can clash with the front line and burn with the back. But this is tricky now for MarineLord. Like, he doesn't have a counter unit for spears. And these spears are just better. Like, the health. The health is scaling upwards now. Like, we're almost at equalized health, although he does have the more melee armor. Where I think this better, though, like, in terms of cost efficiency, and now with more lords on the way, this gets harder and harder. So MarineLord, he is now pivoting Musafadi. I think this was his thought process is, there will be lords, and I will need Musafadi to beat them. But that means I need javelins, so he can't go young. That's kind of an interesting dynamic. And if it was equal economy, I could like nod my head and say, okay, that makes sense. But remember, Anno is starting to just add in more fish. So you're not going to be equal economy. I think for the moment, actually, MarineLord has the edge because of the passive gold. Yeah, you can see in the numbers, just slightly. But as the fishing starts to get added into the equation, it will lean towards Anno. One thing that does suck about this for Lancaster, by the way, is that if your opponent is lobbing up Musafadi, you can't really go for a fast passive build and feel great about it, because the dagger throwers can get locked out by Mass Mansa, or Mass Musafadi, rather. What about yet another EU4 DLC? What are you on about? We've got to make EU5 DLC now. I mean, I hope they make some soon. I'm hoping that we're gonna see some rapid updates at EU5. I've played, so I think I put like 40 hours, 40 hours into a Milan campaign, and I had some fun with it. But then I realized I'm like, there needs to be more things to do in this world. They've created like a really cool baseline. It's kind of like it is the true sandbox experience, and now we just need to fill it with toys. They'll get there though. I have confidence. This is always like the challenging thing, by the way, is like when you make a new game in an ongoing franchise, it is so hard to live up to the standard of the previous one straight away. You know, like it's not just a Europa thing. It's not just any game thing. Like you have this with, I remember Destiny was a great example. Destiny had this in a big way, a big problem. Like a lot of the quality of life improvements they implemented into Destiny 1 wasn't there at the start of Destiny 2 because of the way you develop games. There'll be any Midweek Master games today? There will. We're just opening up with a good old MarineLord Anatan series. Because EGC robbed me of my third place match. MarineLord. We have got a healthy dose of Javelin plus Sunset here. He has not really been cowing though. No. This is very un-French of him. Not enjoying the cheese. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say someone to truly offend MarineLord. He's acting very British here. He's eating all the beef. I know, now the Yeoman plus the Spearman. Second pond set up as well. Doesn't this just snowball now? Wait, you're not that Johan? Oh, God, I don't care anymore, mate. EU4 holds up pretty well. Agreed. It's just had so much stuff added to it. It makes sense. The problem with when you have a game like that, though, is like it's very hard to keep adding and not feel like you alienate people in the past. That's why it was really smart when they introduced the subscription model. Because obviously, like, some people would not play for years, come back and be like, I don't want to spend $150 on DLC. Also, there's other things that I love that they do. Like, for example, you join a multiplayer match, the host dictates what DLC is enabled. As long as you keep playing with them, you can play without the DLC yourself. But Flash coming in here. Hate to play here. House of Lancaster. House of W's. Musafadi count is non-existent. These Lords are the big problem again. Like, at the end of this, it's just going to be Lords and Yeoman poking from afar, and that's the real big problem here. In Javelins, they have the exact same range. They can't just snipe you while avoiding the threat of melee. They're going to be stuck up in the face. I know a bit of a deep dive there, though. Weird positioning from his Yo. He was looking to cycle towards the tree line. He's going to pull back now, and look who's left alive, guys. Wow. Look at that. 4 men-at-arms. Imagine losing an entire game to 4 men-at-arms. What kind of noob would do... Oh, that's right. These guys have 270 HP! And 16 damage. Like, why? Why is this unit still a thing? Oh, look, a sofa that costs more. Let's kill that too, boys. Well, at least they're almost dead. Finally! Oh my god, this unit. I remember behind this, like the reason Anno hadn't got more pump is because he's been scaling more economy. Now I'm going to be able to go up to 9 fishing boats. Oh, freaking silly. And keep in mind, he didn't throw away everything. He kept his yeoman alive. He actually kept the valuable thing alive. Yeah, he lost his very expensive lords, but they traded alive as well. Weak lords are not more accurate. That's true. Like, how you're a lord if you haven't got the best armor in the feudal age? What a noob. Like, we're just being historically accurate here, okay? Technically, if we want to be historically accurate, shouldn't it be the yeoman that destroyed the feudal? Like, actually, no, feudal's before Agincourt, isn't it? When was the feudal timeline? 9th to 15th. Actually, so yeah, no, technically, yeoman should be completely broken in feudal. Because it fits the timeline for Agincourt. I'm a British person. If we don't talk about Agincourt, World War II, or having the biggest empire at least 3 times a day, we start to actually degrade. Okay, so MarineLord, is he gonna end up going? I think he's gonna go for Rimba. Colonialism? No, because colonialism is like a touchy word these days. Turns out some people don't like the fact they got forced to be another people. Crazy, I know. But it's funny if you at least are talking about Australians and say something about them being criminals. Then everyone's okay with it. Hobblers. It's kind of comical how weak these guys are, and yet how much idle time they just force. Oh, we do have shoreline fishing. Right, so he started off eating all the beef, and now he's going for fish and chips. MarineLord is British. It deeply hurts me to say it, but MarineLord, it'll hurt him more to realize he's technically British. And that is a rare sight. Guys, we got King's College. Stream on YouTube, no ads? That's factually incorrect. You would get ads on YouTube as well. But also, here's the funny thing. If I stream on YouTube, I may be able to make money off ads, but I will not be able to get any sponsors because sponsors don't know how to track YouTube live stream metrics. Oopsie. Wrong thing to open. I was trying to open to prove to you. What was I going to show you? Yeah, so we're going to open YouTube here. And if you open YouTube, when you go to someone's channel and you look at their videos, I can look at lives like this, but it just shows me the raw view count. And that's useless for getting sponsors. Because then your raw view count, like you may actually average 300 people watching a stream, which is a really good number actually by Twitch standards. But that might show up on the end metrics as 2K views on a video, which to a sponsor, 2K views on a video is maybe worth, if you're lucky, $50, maybe $100. But on a Twitch video, 300 average viewers bring out that same amount of viewership. You know, you're going to be talking about, like, if that's a, let's say it's a 2-hour sponsor stream, you're like $600, $700. Yeah. That's why most people try to build Twitch. And this was cheeky. He actually snuck a dock on the other side, but we've got a tech up coming in. I love the fact that we're actually going to be seeing King's College, by the way. This is such a rare landmark these days. And he went for the charge damage. It's going to be probably $600 a month for a week. No. So what I'm using that example, like if I do a 2-hour sponsor stream on Twitch for like let's see, we do a 2-hour sponsor stream, and I have 300 CCV. A baseline metric there would be like lowest probably $450, $500. Maybe looking at $600, $700 for a 2-hour stream. You can't guarantee that, of course. Like what I mean by can't guarantee that is like getting someone to sponsor you every day to do that. If I could, then yeah, we'd be in the money. We'd be cozy. My audio is so quiet? I don't think it is. Are you sure it's not on your end? I think like you just need to pull your fingers out of your ears and you'll be able to hear me. From the docks. So he's getting some denial in there. I know his army count's looking pretty sturdy though. Remember, MarineLord, he did go for the Fulani, he's just not full. 9 out of 20. Yeah, and there's a kill point coming here. Like, the problem for MarineLord right now is he built too many javelins. Doesn't have enough so far. It's gonna be finally a chase away. A little bit delayed on that chase away. It does end up losing one of the docks. That shrinks his economy a bit. But this is a timing attack. I know. Up to 20 Hobilars. It's King's College just for the hobby charge. Which, when this first came about, looked broken. But it fell at the wayside. People just weren't doing it anymore. Remember, you were getting 20 charge damage plus another 20 against jabs. Meaning you will 2-hit kill these javelins. Look at them! Just a touch! Just a lick! I ain't gonna leave squat from MarineLord to be able to fight back with here. He's trying to snipe the Lords. The Javelins don't have the DPS. The Hobilars up at 146 HP. And the 6 ranged armor. Like, MarineLord, he just doesn't have enough units to front line. Oh my god, it's the reverse of game number 1 where Anatan lacked the front line, had too much back. Now MarineLord in the same awkward situation. And his Sofa's raiding just gave the opening for Anatan to dive on in to find the kill. Damn. Alright. I know it ain't done yet. $1 per hour? Yeah, so like a very crude baseline on when you're talking about sponsor streams is 1 times average viewership per hour. But it can inflate. So like, for example, variety streamers will usually get more towards the $2 mark or the $3 mark. Some people have a niche or a quirk, like maybe it's a mobile game that'll get you more. Maybe, for example, if you are a gacha streamer, you could easily charge $2.5 to $3 per viewer because your viewer base is already inclined to spend a lot of money on games. So it changes, right? So like what $1 per hour as a baseline is usually a safe metric to expect, or slightly below that. Because like, for example, if I go and stream, so we've done like that like card game in September. There's some overlap with strategy, but I'm not a Hearthstone streamer. So technically, my premium wouldn't be as high for that compared to like if you went and got like the #1 Hearthstone player. But like, once again, like coming by these deals, like, you know, if I was in a position where I was being delivered like 10 of these offerings a month, then yeah, we'd be pretty cushy. But you don't always get that. Even variety streamers don't always get that. I should know, I've got some on my roster. Like, I've got some that are incredible variety streamers, but they might get like 2 or 3 offers a month, not like 8 or 9. Whereas realistically, they literally retain their number 1 to 1 when they switch games. So you could give them as many as you could get, if it makes sense. And this is yesterday's recap. That's literally why the title says EGC Finals 2025 recap. Alright guys, next up, we are going to Kalauga. It's going to be French versus China. And I just realized I typed China in there by mistake. We finally let him have it. I'll say, I need to turn my heater off. Good God. $1 per view is not that expensive if it's a good match for the promotion. Yeah, and it used to be higher, but the problem is like all the view buying has driven the numbers down on those sponsorship allocations. Like, it's really unfortunate the state like that we're in that regard, to be honest. Yeah, it's very annoying. Like it's and then also like the compounded effect, just to round this out so people understand the full picture. The compounded effect of it all. It's like we went for this, oh my god, everyone's view buying, and like, you know, you had these sponsors that would come in a few years ago and they'd be paying, you know, maybe 4 or 5 or whatever. I'm quiet compared to the background music. You sure about that? Oh, I just realized Spotify's still running. That's pretty loud, actually. For some reason my Stream Deck's authentication went a bit weird. But yeah, so basically a few years ago, people were getting like crazy, not crazy, but like much higher offers on integrations with sponsored games or whatever, right? But the problem was a lot of people were view botting or whatever. So that created a very, 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 very big problem. Because what you ended up having is just a bunch of situations where the numbers didn't justify themselves. The returns made no sense. So then different ad spend started to draw back the pay per viewer for Twitch streams. And that kind of was fine and whatever made sense. But now we've got like Twitch in the middle of this crackdown on like view botting and crap like that. But sponsorships haven't adjusted their metrics at all. So they're still working at the worse rates than they had before. And once I just realized, my God, let's bring that up a bit. They're still working at the worse rates than before, but they haven't adjusted for the fact that like Twitch is actually doing something about view count. Like they're not even counting lurkers, even if they're real viewers. So yeah, like right now, if you're being like, I feel like right now trying to be a streamer is like a really weird time to try and be full time if you're not already halfway there or there. But we'll see how it looks on the other side. That's why like I'm really big on trying to expand other contents. I need to get like a full-time editor in really and work towards that. And then there's the cool ideas. We've got the variety content, which I'm hoping we'll be able to kick off the variety content in December. I've got some really cool ideas. Like I've been, you know how like this is a good thing and I'm excited for it and it's the right move. Like I've got like a little note keeper on my phone and I just add the ideas there and I'm literally smiling as I like think out the ideas like, oh yeah, dude, that'd be cool. So yeah, we're cooking something special. I'm pretty excited to see how it lands. I probably have to create another YouTube channel for it because I don't think it makes sense to use the AoE for one, but we'll see. But anyway, let's get to it. I know what you guys want. He just unshackled MarineLord. He allowed it. He allowed the Chinese pick, but for a good reason. Kalauga. And not just that, he has French. French that can actually beat the Chinese in the late game. I've witnessed it more times than I can count. Let's see if he can actually get there. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a caster game. We're here for the EGC Finals recap. Anatan up against MarineLord. Game 3 on Kalauga. And it is going to begin with both going on the fish. Man, this is going to be intriguing, though. It's actually an interesting time because China obviously received some nerfs to early game presence. French didn't. So French is more of a bully in the early game. An early game which China usually wants to get out of. Like, where China looks good in this matchup is Castle Age. And I actually think if it goes to Imperial Age, French start to look good. Yeah. You have to get it late enough, but like if you get into the ultra late and the gold veins start to dry up, the guild hall comes in clutch because both of these civs need a lot of gold to feel good. And what's up, Multi-Pixel? Appreciate the sub. Thank you for continuing, mate. Appreciate everyone who's coming through those. It does help us. Thoughts on Tuklak? Tuklak are a civ that needs to be nerfed on the heal elephants. It's a really sillily thought out mechanic. I have no doubt it will get nerfed. But then after it's nerfed, I think they're going to enter an incubation period while people figure out how to make Tuklakabad forts work. And I think in the end, the outcome statement will be Tuklakabad forts do not work. And the only way they're going to be able to work is if they are adjusted on the build speed. And I think you might even need to make it some sort of weird complicated thing where you need another building nearby before you can build a Tuklakabad fort. Just to stop people with the castle rushes. Problem is, when you introduce mechanics like that, it's really bad. Like, you guys realize the whole Mongol TC can't be deployed near enemy TC thing really feels like a last resort thing because you've created a hidden rule set within the mechanic. And that is confusing for people to play. It's confusing for people to follow. You know, like, everyone who tells you, like, it's a good thing, like, oh, yeah, the granularity. Like, I used to play StarCraft Brood Wars, and I love the granularity, all these things. Like, yeah, you love the granularity because you learned the granularity because you spent years having to learn the granularity of those mechanics. Like, the itty-bitties that made them function. That nowadays, if the game released today, would be referred to as clunky and unrefined. So the problem is, when you're not an old game, and people haven't spent years with these outdated, poorly, like, altered mechanics and, you know, lack of quality of life, they just complain and move on. So yeah, it's like, I I think Tuklag are going to have to go through some weird iterations to get right. And no, this is not KPMM. This is EGC Finals. We're doing KPMM a little bit later. And yeah, we're on 2x speed here just for the early game because it's a fishing start. There's not going to be any aggro from either side. It just doesn't make sense. Like, French won't open spears. China doesn't really want to not fish, so they're not really going to rush spears straight away. They'll rush them to defend later. And we have got dock-on-dock action. Wall coming up as well. So just a carving the map, really, between the two. Who's favored on this map? You'd think China, really, wouldn't you? Because of the burden of having to deal with their fishing. But I think French... There's an argument you can play this wide quite well. Also, French are quite efficient on opening fish as well. Because remember, they're actually paying 100 wood for a dock. Because 50 of it is a house, really. You're saving a house each time you put a dock. So it's actually quite efficient, this Civ now. I know. Already queuing up the first of the knights. Goes for an archer ship straight away. But it's going to be a bit weird. Yeah, the fishing that's bulked up is on the west side of the map. So this isn't as valuable as it otherwise would have been. A4 Rev on 2x speed has huge StarCraft 2 vibes. And I still kind of want to see it, you know? I really wish there was a reliable, non-clunky way of testing 2x speed. And going from there. And then maybe tuning it down to like 1.5. Like, you know, everyone talks about Empire Wars and its failures. The failure of Empire Wars is that it came at the problem from the wrong angle. Hey, you know, the games might be too slow for X or Y tournament. Okay, well, let's start people with more things. When it should have been, hey, the game might be too slow for X or Y tournament. Okay, well, let's start the game faster. Like, let's have the game be faster. It's not uncommon as well if you think about it. Age of Empires 2 literally has this baked in. They have the... Is it 1.5? 1.6 speed? It's quicker than the normal one. Like, you can literally see it. When you watch an Age of Empires 2 game, all you have to do is watch the clock at the top, and you'll see it's moving a lot faster. 1.7, thank you, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Age of Empires 4 does that down the line, by the way. It's, you know what that is? Like, Age of Empires 2 doing that is the equivalent of when StarCraft decided to increase your worker count at the start of the game. It comes when a developer feels like it's all just been kind of figured out. So then you just adapt it. Because if you're going faster, in that example, there's more opportunities for mistakes. More things to slip through, right? It's more to manage. This is a wacky fight, by the way. We've got a demo creeping. MarineLord. He's too close. Does he realize that the demo's about... No, he's pop blocked! No! And he's about to be more pop blocked, guys. That's 10 health. That's 10 housing. Oh my god. What? That's insane. I know, the difference that could have maybe made there. Hitting them low, allows them to follow up hits instead of some full retreat. Anatan now forfeiting the east side river. Has at least locked in the west. Even has a mill out here. The villager working on their own. This is a cool detail, guys, because after this, Anatan, when his fishing boats need to come up river, he doesn't need to build a dock now. He can actually just gather the fish and then manually drop off at a mill. That is a mechanic that works. It won't auto drop off, though. Oh my god, what is going on in this game? Anno. Also losing a knight already. Starting to look pretty bad. He's like deep inhalation. Get the paper bag out. Breathe. Archery ranges rapidly producing here, but MarineLord now with the fishing in the corner. He's got plenty to get into horsemen. Whew. I'm wondering what Anno can do from here, really. Not going to say completely dead. A big risk of flatline here. Wait a second. He did get a dog back up here. Okay, so he's going to be able to set up some fish if necessary. Like, technically, they are splitting the map in terms of food access, but that's about to change. MarineLord posturing on the west side. It's going to force Anna to try and reinvest on water, I think. Technically, you don't have to, by the way. If you just build Archer Knights, you can actually deal with water on this map with land. Because your Knights can quickly talk down boats, and your Archers can deny demo ship players. The demo ship players, they are coming in. Hold on. Oh, no. Connect. Alright, MarineLord is just proving exactly why he's Lord of the Marines here. Land Raid seems to be where Anatan is now banking all of his potential. But Night Raid's starting to come in. Spears are proving to be a nuisance, but it's at least forcing some other time out. Over time, in fairness, Anatan, like, he's going to scale more workers on land because MarineLord does not have Sonic. He does, however, have the textiles now, so it's going to get much harder to find those eliminations. How does SC2 make the game interesting with 3 civs? Pretty much similar build order. It's the pacing and also the variance of directions you can go in StarCraft. StarCraft 2 puts a lot more onus on micro than Age of Empires 4 does, by far. And that's where it gets us into. Its pacing with its micro keeps people engaged. Another thing to think in that as well is, like, from a casual viewer base, a casual player base really, StarCraft 2 is actually, although in some ways less accessible because the pacing is wild, it's more accessible because the time investment per game is lower compared to Age of Empires is kind of intentionally slow. The trade-off there is, like, if I've got to go out to attend a meeting in half an hour, I've only got half an hour, like, it's a bit risky to go into an Age of Empires 4 game. I could envision playing a StarCraft game at that time, you know? And also, never discredit the value of legacy and longevity. Age of Empires 2 has kind of proven that. It built up its fan base long ago. Whereas Age of Empires 4 has tried to build up a fan base at the time where there's a little fan base left. You know, there's not many new RTS games coming through. What's up, Climb? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome to school. Here's what we're talking about with the Knights. See how you can just dive in? Archers will be able to deny the demo ship play. And then you just need to dive in fast to try and get the burn. The problem right now is he's trying to do it near a dock. The idea was cool there for Mano, hitting him against the shoreline. It's just too close to where a new demo ship can come out. It's too risky. MarineLord, my god. We've gone full pokey spears. And he's going for an age up. Okay, this is kind of slipping away from Anno a little bit. The food state ain't looking great. You know, you've got MarineLord with, what, 11 fishing boats to 6 of Anatans? With the Imperial Palace play, I mean, I imagine you just straight up try and go to Lancers. Just a scare away here. Does Anno know? Anno is acting as if he suspects. And he might be able to find the timing here before any upgrades come through. Gold has been bailed on the front side, but heavy harvesting on the back by MarineLord. That's such a smart move. It makes Anatan think, okay, yeah, he's not teching. He hasn't bothered. He's about to discover. The maths can't add up, right? 377 gold. 3771 gold? My brain. So he does scout it out, sees that the war's gathering over there. Knows that MarineLord should have surplus, so there's no dive in for the main, surely. I think instead maybe just try to deny the economy. He is on the way from MarineLord's horseman. He already got the spearman upgraded first. He's waiting for a slight overextension out of Anno just to pounce on it. Like, please, just go tiny bit further, just a little bit forward. Edgelord here, Lancers. Enough to scare Anno away. Nothing else has been queued up. I think this might be where Anno tries an age up. The problem with that, though, is, like, you technically haven't done anything. You need some sort of edge now to justify the tech, usually. Because otherwise, you're now going to get dove by a person who's already castled up. Okay, so that's pretty nice. He does get the dock up. Big food injection there. The gold drop off as well. And he is going to force the fight. MarineLord just trying to plow on in here. Bodyguarder in the spears in range of the knights. No, great tempo, though. Not rushing this. The demo ship is there to try and intercept MarineLord. This can hold him hostage. He has full melee. He didn't think about this. However, he's already actually butchered so many archers. Oh, MarineLord starts to threaten land. So Anatan, like, this looks like a throw, but if he doesn't chase this, his base could get dove, which is why he was trying to recontest. It almost feels like MarineLord was playing with him a little bit. Like, hey, yeah. We're going to play towards that demo. Let's go. Just edging it. Sniping the archers down with the horsemen as he goes. Tech up is about to be ready. And it is going to be a standard Guildhall play. Now, remember what we said. That Guildhall is kind of critical to success. Because if you go late enough in the game, it just allows you to out-gold your opponent. Like, China will always have taxation, but taxation struggles against Guildhall when you start scaling into 1,000. Go for a poke. I know, not picking up any new explosive ships. I was surprised by that. Not even trying to eliminate the junk. The problem is the fishing boats can try for the repair. They've got nothing else to do here right now. Demo ship coming. Take out complete. MarineLord. This is the punish point. The opportunity to try and do something. But the window is thin. Veterancy for knights in 20 seconds. Gotta be careful where he fights as well. Archer's a slight overextension. Knights will have to headbutt it. Good clash overall. Does snipe some of the horsemen down straight away. Gets the Hulk in there. Also the fishing boats. The body blocks here. Just trying to actually minimize the damage onto the land units. Demo ship coming from behind is going to force MarineLord to reposition. Disconnect. Oh, 2 units, I believe that was. Archers are all gone though. It's only knights remaining. There should be enough to meat blob this now. The Hulk is absorbing so much attention. What? That was a sick defense by Anno. Yeah, the Hulk plus the fishing boats just dragging the attacks in. And you know, like, yeah, they don't take long to snipe. A fishing boat's got 100 HP. But think about it this way, guys. A Lancer or a Spearman are going to do the exact same amount of torch damage. So having your Lancers stop off to try and burn that, or even Spearmen that should be hitting Knights instead, like, that's a huge loss of value. You might be doing 17 torch damage, but you're missing out on, 24, 30, 40 damage that you could be doing per strike. Definitely a kick in the nuts for him. Nice shocked moment here. Anatan says, I am not done yet. Still has the Knights to roam with. MarineLord is going for the full counterplay. It's going to be the crossbows plus spears. He's also looking to siphon relics off of the map. Played SC2 for a while and just got repetitive. I think, like, SC2, if you engage with all elements of the game, doesn't necessarily get repetitive. But, like, by that logic, does this not get repetitive? Every game is just this these days. Heavy cap for the win. Good wallop. He's MarineLord the eco lead, and he's sticking to his targets. Knights are starting to arrive. He's still going. This guy's got no chill. He's like, okay, that's not going to kill me quick enough. Brilliant raid coming out from MarineLord. The whole while, Anatan's Knights just not really doing anything comparative here. The Knights in. Shivs out. What? Okay, Anno's crazy. I think this is where MarineLord could just consider going for Song, because then you don't have to keep raiding. Because, guys, if you get Song Dynasty, you produce quicker on your TC than French. Otherwise, they technically are quicker than you. SC2 is not very good or interesting. For me, SC2 was incredible from a mod and player perspective. I really enjoyed it there. Like, those are the areas that every RTS developer could learn a lot from. Is the storytelling campaigns, especially in the Warcraft and the early StarCraft, and the mod. But if you only play multiplayer, yeah, you're missing out. Which wouldn't surprise me. I think, like, if you didn't enjoy StarCraft 2 and then you came here and you're like, oh yeah, I only play multiplayer, it's like, it kind of fits. Because, like, we don't really have a robust modding scene. We have some people who try, but they're very limited in what they can do. Okay, so Barbican the Sun is now coming in. It's going to be on the north side, so it's going to be a Barbican. Yeah, Wings of Liberty campaign was incredible. I think Heart of the Storm had its moments, but it clearly signaled the downturn. And I never even bothered with the fun. Honestly, it was a wet fart compared to StarCraft 3. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I think StarCraft still had quite a lot of good mods. But yeah, Warcraft 3 was prime. Arbitrary switch now from Anno. Which is interesting, actually. I thought we were going to see crossbow spears from MarineLord, but he switched back into knights again. Never finished Legacy of the Void. Yeah, the only reason I revisited StarCraft 2 in the last few years was for the co-op. The co-op was really good, actually. The co-op was really fun. Like, if you think about it, the co-op actually saved StarCraft from dissolving much faster. It was a rejuvenation they needed. It's just unfortunate we haven't actually put the same amount of respect and value on a co-op idea. Like, take Crucible. Crucible's cool and all, but the big problem with Crucible... The big problem with Crucible is that it won't have the replayability it could if you had a bunch of mutators that cycled in each week. I really hope that they do that early on in 2026. Just add mutators. To have a standard format and then have a mutator format. Will KPMM start today after the series? So, however long this is going to be. Anatan is looking to make it a long one, by the way. Guildhall's already up to 1,000 food. Anchoring on the goal was really smart. Like, he crept this castle. I did not expect this. This is huge. Absolutely huge. And a second one? Dude, how is he affording this right now? Seriously, I'm trying to math it out. Okay, yeah, so the Grimy switch is over here. But, like, I guess this comparative cost is still pretty impressive, though. So double castle up. He gets 1 to secure gold, 1 to guarantee he gets discounts on his production. Remember, this is very important. With the French, your keeps are slightly cheaper, and if you keep influence going, you get a 20% discount on archery range and stables units. MarineLord. Going to fish for a few extra working guilds. Anatan, this time he might be safe, actually. Yeah, the knights, the count's too high. MarineLord only just set up the farm, so he can't really afford to sack his knights. SC2 and Brew Ball is the top 10 games ever created alongside AoE2, Tiberian Sun, AoE4. I'm sorry, the fact that your list doesn't have Red Alert 2 on already excludes you. And Dawn of War 1. I'm sorry, you just outed yourself. Naughty boy. Like, I would actually rank Red Alert 2 above Tiberian Sun, actually. Red Alert 2 is substantially better than Tiberian Sun. And I say that as someone who enjoyed both. Oh yeah, MarineLord's not going to enjoy this, though. Red Palace. Love the positioning. Secures the second tree line. Blocks the direct route to his base entirely. Guys, Anno's back in this, for sure. It's a 10-worker lead from MarineLord, you know, and he has got 4 relics, sure, but Red Palace is a game changer. With the Guildhall behind it, there's a lot of security here. I imagine, is he leaving on food? He is. Clever lad. Anno's problem right now isn't going to be gold. He has the 8k. It's going to be food. And wait, MarineLord just started trebbing. Unfortunate timing. Not really going to have the war he's looking for here. I mean, he could try to idle the economy to make it just viable. But now you just have a lumber camp behind. That's what I love about this positioning. Just have a lumber camp behind this, chop the trees, and then repair when you need. Red Alert 1 all the way? I don't know why everyone talks about RA2. You sound like someone who spent 2 hours in RA2. If you played through the entire campaign at RA2, there's no doubt it is superior to Red Alert. Storytelling, the cinematics, the voice lines, the unit designs, like... Maybe if you're like one of those people like, I like more realistic, although then I'd still argue Red Alert 1 had Tesla tanks. Oh boy, it's coming. MarineLord, he's looking for his own tech. Great Wall Gatehouse. The timing though, wait a second. Wait. He glimpsed it. I know, he sees this. He knows! If he gets the timing right, he can block this entirely. These are elite Royal Knights now. Put some respect on their name. And MarineLord does. He backs away from it. Oh, this game just got so interesting. The Knights are splitting in. And at this point, Textiles doesn't really help you. No, charge and then a warp, and that'll be a kill. He's fishing towards the tree line, MarineLord. I mean, he doesn't really have any backup wood options right now. Archer's upgraded as well. I can't believe this. Dude, Anatan! What a turnaround! Nesta B's in the choke point. Bates spin forward. It's only one Nesta B. And he goes in for the full commitment clash. Knights! Elite Royal Knights! To crush his hopes! Crush them they will. MarineLord down to just 10 spin remain. The crossbow mass at least intact. But there's still a healthy dose of Knights left here to dish out pain. Cast drop on the east side to try and protect him. But the farms are wide open like an unguarded goal! It's about to be Zinedine Zidane. Archers in. Onto the farms. Treb's going down. Villagers nowhere to be, nowhere to do. And at this point, he's reinvesting in army instead of completing the tech up. That's farm shuttered. You have to just get more troops out to deal with this. This crossbowman into elite archers. They trade phenomenally well. Especially when you consider MarineLord, he doesn't have a single ranged upgrade. I mean, he's got the undermesh level 2, but he doesn't have any damage. The archers just going to stand their ground here, snipe what they can. Anno has to be over the moon with this trade. Better than he could ever imagined on the timing. Last of them to get swept aside. You're now going to see Anatan coming out with almost a 10-worker lead. Now, downside for him, he does not have farms, but he does have a guild hall that continues to stockpile food to keep the pump going. To make matters worse, if MarineLord tries that again, this time it will be cannons. Cannons that actually headbutt harder than Zinedine. It's not really feasible. You have to basically back up your placement entirely. You could probably delete the lumber camp. Nah, he's not, because he's got the granary. So, like, you legit can't place your Great Wall Gatehouse here. That's the death sentence. You'd have to place it here? Here? So basically, like, nowhere that would protect the granaries. Great. Yay? Really not yay for him. Cannon already knocking at the door. MarineLord has got 1,400 stone. I'm sure you want to use that rebuilding dented castle. My god, he's fully reinvested in army. Like, I think Anatan got him. Is this actually happening? Is Anatan about to be one game away from slaying MarineLord? So technically, MarineLord's matchup against B, like, if this plays out this way, that means there's one more group stage match between MarineLord and B. And technically, that means MarineLord would be fighting for survival. Because Anatan would be the only player safe. It's looking like he's on course to get within one game of it. That much is for sure. Cannons almost done, crumbling it. Turns on the Nesta Bs, easy snipe there. Attempt to raid, gonna get shut down. Let's lose a worker, but whatever. If someone wants to time out, I'm okay. Feel free to redeem it right now. This is your moment. Thank you very much. You're going to keep going until China's a bottom 4 civ. We won't stop. We can't stop. The MarineLord had to stop repairing. Guys, he's burned through... Okay, no, there you go. He burned through about, I think, 400 and then spent the rest of the stone on this. I think he'd been gathering some there. The Knights keep raiding through. And congrats. We're now backing up further. That's less granaries that are going to feel safe. I just don't see how he's breaking through this, man. France is such a good answer to China if you can get late game. Such a good answer. Oh, he's going to try to raid onto the gold. Let's look out for you. He snipes down 3. Really well played there. Still, like, this is chip damage. Kind of irrelevant. At the pacing at which Anatan is getting more villages, because remember, it takes 16 seconds now. It's a shrug. It's a whatever. Especially when you add in the fact he keeps looking for raids himself with a few knights. Tinderi finally on the way for the archers. I know he's just going to bide his time here. Like, he knows MarineLord can't easily tech. So you just take this opportunity now to just rush up your 5th age, i.e. the universities. Have I tried Tempest Rising? Yeah, I was sponsored by them for a stream. It's interesting. I think they overbaked with the idea of like the loadouts. In theory, it's cool, but I think for multiplayer, it makes the game unnecessarily confusing. It kind of reminds me of what Age of Empires 3 tried to do with shipments, the cards. Intent is cool. I just think, like, when you're talking about a genre like RTS, what you actually don't need to do is make it more complicated. You need the access point to be simple. And, like, sadly, they didn't flesh out with Tempest Rising. They didn't actually flesh out the divergent gameplay mechanics enough. Like, it felt like you were very linearized at the start of the games, which turned most people off. Archers. Pretty much just trading with the whole army here. Like, not a fear in the world. And they're about to get better. Incendiary arrows in 10 seconds. At that point, I don't see how MarineLord stands a chance against this, man. And he keeps on raiding. Like, Anno is essentially sacrificing his economy to get the win con. He has the right idea. If he can just hit those farms, he can hit the conclusion. Yeah, like, at this point, you know you're losing a lot of workers as Anno. Your villages are just like, it's something you're always going to lose. It's just a case of how long they can last, you know? It's like, how big's the hourglass? And now we see the damage. Incendiary arrows in. Archers to start a step. Spin in the herd. Knights now with the clash. He could actually just hard commit them. Maybe a little bit reluctant, but there we go. Does get the commitment now. Nesta V's get sniped by the cannons. Archer's already spread out. And this isn't the... It's a bit weird, actually. Like, this is kind of the hard commitment point. Just go. Maybe he's worried about the castle, but that castle aflames. About to go down. Archer's now with a dive in to assist alongside the knights. The farms. The farms are about to enter snooze mode. It's one of those bugs alarm clocks. It never goes off in the morning. Oh, these guys are sleeping eternal, man. Farms starting to be migrated off of. He set up a new farm cluster over... Okay. Oh, classic China in the late game. Oh no, you blew up my whole economy. I'm just going to build a new economy over here. I mean, if he has enough time, right? Like, that's the challenge now. Anno just needs to keep on pressing. If he takes this too slow, then yes. MarineLord will get back online. Nice, the relics, they're now not providing gold. MarineLord actually quite limited in that department. Has plenty in reserve, but income, non-existent. Get quite a few more crossbows out in the meantime. Anno just holding back that second wave, though. The Knight's just been chilling here. He's just trading archers. Another granary goes down. MarineLord should be saying thank you for that. You can build another one now. Only thing that's really missing here is silk bowstrings. Like, actually, if Anna just gets silk bowstrings, it's the easiest win ever. And he has got the gold for it. That horseman line, though, you're seeing the pain of the idle time on the farms. It just doesn't have them anymore. MarineLord looking like he's out of options. Give it another 30 seconds. At this rate, he'll be down to 0 army. I think Anna realizes it as well. And that is going to be the game called GG comes out. Anatan is looking to full barrel send it. He's now 1 game away from putting MarineLord at risk of elimination in the group stage of EGC finals. What? Bro, surely not. I feel to go on to beat a French man, you must become French. And next up, I can confirm we are going to Kawasan. Ooh, baby. Let me mark Anna Chad up. Right side. Ooh. Knights Templar versus Order of the Dragon. Okay. Figured out the new meta. Fast Knights the meta. None have faster or better Knights than French. Wait, what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whoa. Hold on a sec. Have you not watched my Ridari videos? None have faster or better Knights than French. Dude, I'm gonna need someone to just go into a lobby now with Zoe, challenging them, and if you could just pick Macedonians, they're gonna pick French, and you're welcome to pummel them to death. Means feudal knights? No, even then, my one Ridari will beat all your knights, Kappa. Macedonians are nuts. That's true. Hopefully, most people aren't allergic to them though. Honestly, I just need to do something for that comment. I just need to... There we go. Just going to VIP Kaiser Johan. I don't know if he meant to make the pun, but he gets it anyway. Did you actually mean to make that pun? That, you know, Macedonians are nuts? I don't know. I won't even question it, I'll just believe. Nope, there you go. But yes, I've already talked about like these Ranjin guard. The Ranjin guard getting 6 melee armor is like is bonkers insane. It's like giga busted if you can get there. But it is cheesy and it's actually counterable with healing cheese. Like if you have Macedonians trying to do that against Tuklak will win, for example. Alright, you guys ready? Let's get into it. The epic tale must continue. Let me flip this around. The end of this year is becoming incredible. We're in the group stage of the last major tournament, and MarineLord is on the verge of losing to Anatan in the group stage. A loss that would mean next week he could easily be facing elimination. Let's get to it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Time for a caster game. MarineLord on the Order of the Dragon up against Anatan as the Knights Templar on good old Kawasan. And last time I watched Knights Templar on this map, it was a semi-fast Imperial Venetian build that included unlimited Condottiero. And it was epic to watch. Well, Knights Templar, they've received some nerfs, but in some ways buffs as well. The late game would income a little bit better. The Harbor's a different style for sure. And it will be one that's leveraged early on here. I think MarineLord already scouted that out. He goes for a Dark Age rush play, and I actually kind of hate this. Against Knights Templar, does this work? Guys, the problem with doing this against Knights Templar is their harbors have more health and fire armor. It's very difficult to delete these with a spear rush, especially a civ like Order of the Dragon that doesn't get many spears out. Yeah, mathematically, their torch damage, isn't it? It's not exactly 2x, if I remember correctly. Try for it anyway. 18 torch damage, -2. Yeesh. Well, guys, this is going to take a while. Now, of course, Anno's going to want to try to prep a good tech timing here because there is a big risk. He just invested 250 wood, and yeah, there you go. It feels horrible, I know, but he has to cancel it there. He's like, this is a bad idea. Because now, if he goes for fishing boats, he's going to delay his fuel timing. But the cool thing about Knights Templar, they're very quick at teching, actually. It only takes a minute. There is a world in which he tries to just get feudal here and get an archer ship out. We've got a second spear coming. But like, reminder, this is a big investment for MarineLord. Wow, he goes further. What? So we're talking about 480 resource investment. This is 3/4 of his castle. Of his feudal, rather. And yeah, I refrain from that statement. It's not a dock, it's a harbor, guys. Like, can you not tell the difference between a dock and a harbor? Like, are you that illiterate that you can't see the clear difference between this and a French dock? Okay? The difference is that French players always pick blue, so you wouldn't get this little yellow piece here or here or here. He goes double pot. What? Oh, you are a monstrosity, man. So, this couldn't have been the plan all along. There's no way this is the plan all along, right? This is a pivot. It's a pretty sick pivot, though, because of the amount of time it's taking. This was a normal dog, it would be dead. Scout's like, if you guys can't do it, right, I'll help you. Come on. So, other cool thing, keeps the villager around, chops some trees, get extra wood. And now you just focus on that tech timing. Like, he'll definitely get an archer ship out. You know what? Like, I'm just envisioning when these guys have done throwing torches at this Guild of Spin. You guys remember the Family Guy scene where he discovers corn? He's like, oh, hey, Peter. Just discovered that thing on the internet. And he comes out with a really big swollen right arm. That's what they're going to be like, the amount of torches they had to throw to burn this thing down. Oh my god, this took a long time. You know, it doesn't feel like it took a long time if you were like, oh yeah, KP, it's 4 spears. It's 4 gilded spears. Absolutely ridiculous. And that's the pain as well. Is like, you don't get perfect 2-to-1 torch damage. You know, normal torch damage in Dark Age will be 10. You do 18. So you actually lose out compared to a Civ just building 2 spearmen instead. Here's the timing. Just scout it out. Oh, this is infuriating. Knights Hospitaller. Now on the way. Anno. Whoa. He's getting the ships out. Wait, what? What? I can't believe that. I thought he might just try to panic run away. MarineLord gets nothing for the dive. I mean, he idles him out for like, what, 10, 15 seconds? But, dude, you just lost a 160 resource unit. Oh, here we go, guys. We've definitely got time to burn down this one as well. Well. I warned you guys. Like, the harbors feel really bad to build on specific maps. I think, like, Frisian Marshes, for example. But on here, where you know you're going to want to have a lot of boating, the 2 fire armor with 500 more HP is kind of fun. Like, specifically, this change was designed to stop Knights Templar from just overblowing into Dark Age, but also kind of protect them a little bit against getting cheesed if they do have a dog. Our ship is going to spring out. I know. A lot of time here to defend with. I mean, MarineLord, he could just try to sack his spears getting the torch. The problem is, like, if you're down to 1 unit, your opponent could just walk a villager out to repair. So yeah, he just bails. Damn. That's kind of a crazy start. Unexpected start of that as well. Like, if you think about this, any other Civ would have just started losing docks way too easily. I think... Oh. After all that effort? Seriously? Oh, for God's sake. How does it keep doing this? This Civ. Guys, they're fine. They are still the beavers of Age of Empires 4. The wood is fine. Well, MarineLord did at least get double dark. I wonder if we'll go spring placement eventually. Naval spring placements, like, they are more expensive. It's quite a lot, no? I think it's usually 200 resources versus 250. Oh, ship in a bit of a pickle, though. I don't think he clicked on the scout there. You'll always definitely miss if you click on the spear. We do have archers on land from Mano. His own spear coming out. Archer is going to get chased away. Yeah, one archer challenging Gilded Spears is a little bit tricky. Two archers, however. No, wait, where's the second one? Guys, come on. Bring friends. The 7 more damage, but costs way more. But, whoa. Don't throw shade. It looks cooler. That's the important part. I know. Wait, is he gonna get it? I know. The spears distracted him. I think he might have just about had enough damage there to connect for the demo kill. It would have been tight. But it looked like he was intentionally baiting him for a second there. And we do finally have a naval... See, you mocked it. But look, the glorious spring placement now on the way. Huzzah. Fun fact about naval spring placements. They can shoot wildlife on land. I've seen it. It's weird. Alright, almost time. Look at this, right? It costs more, but watch how epic it looks. Ready? Aim. Look at that. You even saw the fire. Callie is camping this because the archer's coming in. So the village should be able to repair momentarily. Just be careful because, of course, you get clipped once. The spring ship will move in. Demo is now here. The spring ship. No, the repair just in time. It only does 42 damage, guys. Demo ships just get chased all ways. Hell with it. Do extra damage to galleys? Why galleys specifically? It's called a spring placement. It shouldn't just affect everything like that. If anything, it's a spring placement. It should do more damage to melee ships. Kappa. Who wants the big bonker hammer things from Myth? Alright, this villager needs to move soon. This has become complicated though, because MarineLord, he snuck double gilded horsemen. Anatan wasn't expecting this. He has got the racks up now, but he's gonna lose the dog. Alright, yeah. We spent 250 resources on that emplacement. What? I don't think what? Like, MarineLord has 3 more fishing boats than you. He didn't even slow down, the greedy Papa Ducker. He just bulked fishing while attacking you here. Yes, Anna's got some catching up to do there. Wood income is still going to be competitive, though. But remember, you are up against Arhan buffed Order of the Dragon villages. They gather real quick. Anna needs to chill a bit, no? No steal that. Oh. Yo. It's rejuvenate time. Spinman coming out. Let's get him away. Good micro move. Like, hell no, you're getting away with that. Because, guys, like, if you got those 3 archers back, that justifies investing in 1 Hospitaller Knight to heal them up. Cool idea, though. Which better would Arhan or KT? Definitely should be with the dragon, right? With the buff gathering rate. But it's closer than you think because of the idle time of walking like this always. Especially considering MarineLord is only now getting wheelbarrow at post 11 minutes. You also got a really good tree line, by the way. That's an Emerald Swarm right there. Touching tree lines, it just gives more value in a concave. With your buff gathering rate. Uh-oh. Wait, did he see? I know. Has summoned you to the battle. Does have the horsemen and gilded archers there, though. Good move by Anatan. You're not getting away from a horseman, so you might as well take out the archers. It's still falling up as well, which has gone unnoticed. Yeah, so Spear will start scare him away. New gilded archer out. I don't just look at the body in here. Wonder if it's ever worth... I was about to say adding in 1 or 2 Hospitalaire, but they're just... weird. Here against Gilded Archers, adding in Hospitalaire kind of does nothing, but just leaves you more resource. Because the Gilded Archers have base damage equivalent to Longbows. Meaning that your big boys, your Hospitalaire, even if you get the extra armor, are going to take 5 damage per strike. We need to be careful here, boys. Guys. Can we just agree to not deforest the whole area? Okay? This ain't settlers. I haven't got one of those little planting, like, foresters, you know? We're not playing Anno with the reforest technology. Like, when the trees are gone, they're gone. And, oh, God. He's actually thinking about sniping over the tree line. Dives in. A bit of a weird fight here from Anno. Yeah, the spearmen are getting baited away by the workers. So the Gilded Horsemen lasting a lot longer. And now the men-at-arms switch by MarineLord. Hold! Everything else is going to be dead, but not this guy. This guy's eternal. Look at him go. Man, look at that swing, that form. You can tell that that guy cuts a lot of onions in the kitchen. Okay, MAA switch here in a situation where you do not have Chevalier. To be honest, Chevalier kind of actually get crapped on by Gilded Men-at-Arms. But Ramotan now. Huh. Is this for the docks? It must be the docks. You're not going to try to send it into the main. More archers coming through. It's kind of crazy. He's actually just ego-challing archers. Even with all the fish. But Gilded Archers has like this really weird scale point into Castle Age guys. They're surprisingly effective on a castle switch because of the comps that both of them are doing. If they both go mass archers, scale armor is a game changer for Dragon Boys. I'm still disappointed we just don't call it Dragon Scale armor. I could have sworn there was a time where it was called Dragon Scale armor. And that was a better time. We should have given them like an aesthetical upgrade where they legit are wearing Dragon Scale. That's something that I do think is sorely missing in AoE4. Is like, we have some units that get good visual upgrades and others get no effect. Like, Scale Armor 100% should have been a visual change. Horseman, this is actually a good raid opportunity. Wait. What? What? Oh my god. Village is in trouble while Anno is going Kingdom of Castile, which sounds like even more trouble. Guys, normally when I see this landmark choice, this is about the Sacred Site to get the damage buff. But on this map, the Sacred Sites are terrible. He's legitimately doing this because he knows it's mass Gilded Archers. We're getting genitals. Oh my god. With laser accuracy, that definitely wasn't a vasectomy reference. So remember, the genitals are basically javelins on horseback. So they're going to be his answer to mass Gilded Archers. Have I ever seen someone make genitals and win? Hey, sometimes they misclick at the end. I think we've had 1 or 2 Castile wins recently that did actually include genitals to raid with. They're coming again! Oh my god. Burgrave on the other side now being teched into by MarineLord. Archmass is stepping up again. Wall's already set up here, so the Gilded Horsemen not going to be able to get in. This is clearly intentionally to counteract Gilded Archers. Because the Genitors have more range, if I'm correct. They're 5.5 or 6? Yeah, they're 6.5. Yeah. So the Gilded Archers can't machine gun you because you'll be too far away. And even if they could, you have 5 ranged up. But then you do 18 damage? And remember what we said about Scale Armor being a game changer? He's going for it. He's paid himself. 24 Gilded Archers, which are capable of having 5 ranged armor at this stage. But if you kite them, you can kill them without ever being touched. And also, Templar Bros is actually a pretty good solution against Gilded Men-at-Arms. Gotta remember, Templar Bros is subtly one of the best knights in Castle Age. It's the extra health. The extra health actually goes a long way in the trades. Like, what? There's probably top 6 knights in Castle. And he's moving into deny food. Oh, which would force MarineLord even further into Gilded Archers. This is subtly genius. Moves in now, reveals the Templar Bros as well as the genitals. Anatan has got his genitals on full display. Okay, I'm going to stop it now. The genitals. The janitors are cleaning up, man. You just don't know it yet. We're up to 8. It's already got MarineLord rethinking about what the hell we're doing here. He just queued up a Gilded Knight. When does anyone do that willingly? He's even adding in Hospitaller. I actually like that, to be honest. Good raw HP, and also the whole idea is you can use them to heal up your knights. Yeah, like if you think this game's going to be a bit slower, then it just gives you that breathing room to use the healing. What's the strat now? He's on the board. He's leveraging extra land food just to try and blow up here. Wait, we're going Gilded Crossbow? Okay, so that's another unit that Genitals actually does answer, guys. So we'll say, here's the other interesting thought. Conceptually, the problem with Genitals is the clunky, janky animation makes them suck in mass in big fights. But another part of it that makes them feel sucky is the same reason why Javelins, for that reason, feel sucky in the Castle Age. For them, it's the attack speed. For this unit, it's like the attack animation, so it kind of evens out. But within that, the big problem is you overkill. You'll overkill a lot. But you're against Order of the Dragon. You don't really overkill Order of the Dragon units because they have so much health. That's actually really smart. I don't know about this against most other civs in the game in this type of situation, but specifically against Order of the Dragon units, Genitor might be worth it. Yeah, like even if it was just Gilded Archers, 145 HP with 4 ranged armor, potentially 5 ranged armor. Like, you're not worrying about overkilling. Like, compare that to, if for example, you build Genitors to counter normal crossbows, crossbows are going to have 80 HP. That's pure trash, right? Like, 80 HP, you just kill that in a few Genitors. You need, like, 5 Genitors to get a kill. So you're going to overkill a lot as you bulk. But not here. Damn, that's cool. We do have Monastery play coming in, by the way. The Relic split is going to favor Anachad. Templar Bros are also starting to get in. MarineLord's army, it's completely immobile. And, oh my god! Into the base! Gilded Villagers running for safety. But there's no one at home right now. These Templar Bros can uddle everything. It's creeping in onto farms. He's wasting some time on the Men-at-Arms. Already connected for a few kills. And he is sneaking back with a double harbor play here. This Anatan, though. Exactly what Anatan needed, because he was at risk of just getting blobbed and sent on right now. You see MarineLord was posturing for it, but gets forced all the way back into the back of his base. Anatan now just prepping the fortresses. Beautifully done as well. Secures all the food in the center. 18 Genitors now. He's prepping crossbows alongside this. Crossbows are really nice, actually, for Knights Templar if you get to Imperial Age, because of the Craniquin's ability. Where are we putting these relics? Yeah, over here. So yeah, Fanaticism, people talking about that. It is actually an interesting concept with Genitals. But the problem is, if I remember correctly, Fanaticism is never buffed bonus damage. It's only base. So really, where you get Fanaticism is for Templar Bros and later for the Schlachter Cavalry. Wait, let's check we pronounced that correctly. Did we pronounce it correctly?
Schlachter.
Schlachter. There we go, we did. Oh man, we feel good about it. MarineLord trying to kite around the fort now. Genitors going in for the poke already. Just snipe the crossbows. Like they should not be able to touch you, really. Oh, and that's sick. Wait, he's got the range. 7.5 tower range with the fortress. You absolutely can't touch them. And their damage actually isn't too bad in this type of fight as well. Yeah, even the men-at-arms, it's a tickle, but it adds up. And remember, he can make this better, by the way. It's often slept on, but there is the citadels. Yeah, he got it. Desert citadels. So he's getting the +1/+1 armor aura as well. 7 ranged armor. Oh my god. We're trying to prep for the next stage, it seems. I mean, he's basically bulked. He's maxed out. He just remembered ranged armor too. Yeah, look, he just got it in effect here. Poke! There's no such thing as an underextension. Like, you're always overextended here. He's going to be build up. Elsbach is ambitious here from MarineLord. Doesn't really have the size momentum on his side he once did. Horseman now going in for the clash. Going to be bodying up against the men-at-arms. Snipes coming on the workers. MarineLord has to move away. It's a dive past. Anatan now just targeting down the crossbows. His own crossbowman dealing with the men-at-arms. MarineLord has to dive harder. He's got the Inspired Warriors buff. This should make a big difference here. It's mostly just the Genitor left over with the back line. Few horsemen in there, but it's not going to be enough to break him. Anatan, he may have delayed the L's back, but it is inevitable. Yeah, just a few men-at-arms in here to slow things down still, but inevitably MarineLord will get his age up. And we'll just have to reset. It shows you how difficult it can actually be to break Order of the Dragon in these situations. Great usage of the percentile buff as well. Inspired Warriors just comes in clutch in these situations. Gives him the hold he needs and gives him the room now to go into the 4th age. It's Poland time. Schlachter are going to be coming. Whew, and that is something MarineLord's comp absolutely sucks mega junk at dealing with. Seriously, Schlachter just crapped us all over this. He's going to need to switch. Like, probably Spearman? Like, Spearman actually makes a lot of sense for MarineLord. Because he just saw his opponent's got Horseman, Crossbow, Genitor. MarineLord needs hand cannoneers. It's not bad against Schlachter, but it's really slow to scale, and he hasn't got great gold access right now. Like, he just teched, he's got all these elite techs to get, and now you want him to build hand cannoneers at 240 gold a pop. You're asking a lot, mate. Like, he's only got 2 relics, and it's not Regnant. It feels so hard to mass hand cannoneers. Looks broken when you do it. But I say that about almost any suit. He's queued him up. Schlachter cavalry coming through soon. Do we have wait. We got the Treb? Oh, this is actually a perfect Treb game. The Elsbach is in range. Culverin begins the siege. I wonder if he just dives the horseman in to get rid of the Colv. He could even consider going for Iron Clamps, actually, for 500 resources. It's so easy to forget about this trebuchet placement. And you can't snipe it, remember. The only way you get rid of the Treb placement is getting rid of the building. Right? Kind of missed the front side of the fight, I feel like. Still is idling a decent chunk of workers in a game where MarineLord did not go for the Schwabia. Geometry affect them? I'm trying to remember. Did they have geometry? I'm pretty sure they just had the triple shot instead, no? Because remember, you do burst attacks with trebuchets, and if you are in Imperial Age, you get a tech which adds a third shot to your burst. Doing a pretty good job here because Iron Clamps isn't there, guys. He can be reducing the damage you take by 20%, which is huge at this stage. He needs to make a dive soon to force this Culverins away. Here they come, Hero Riders. MarineLord a little bit late on the reaction, but the auto move will work out. Schlacter Cavalry in there with the Horseman. Horseman rotating around the back, though. The Culverins not safe. Without spears, you don't have a quick clean clearer. Second Culverin now being sniped. It's being ignored again. Repairs finally coming in there. That front line is bulking, though. The crossbowman able to push on through. Elsbach now under pressure, under fire. The breathing room maintained there. Anatan has been able to repair. Still 2 Culverins, though. MarineLord says not that easy. E-repairs for the easy fill. Nano, I think, is inevitability striking here. We have got some unique techs in the way that he's going for Brigandine. Don't often see Brigandine coming out here, but with Master Horseman, it makes sense. That's going to be the +2 armor. That means +2 life, +2 melee. Yeah, so 10 ranged armor Horseman. It's pretty crazy. Tricky thing here for him is actually the Schlacter struggle to break through the men-at-arms compared to Templar bros, I feel like, often. Because for the Schlacter, they only have bonus against light infantry. And they lack melee armor. They make up for it ranged armor. Like, I do kind of wonder if, like, actually having Templar Bro would have been better for it. We're snatching the resource in the center. He's already got farms at the back, plus the fishing. So, you know, he could probably use some of these berries, but it's not crucially handy. So, Anno, how many farms are we talking here? He's up to only 12. Yeah, he's somewhat lacking. Especially for a guy that's going Horseman like this. Joker coming in. And yes, Inspiring does buff your torch damage as well. So, I'll show you if we can find one over here somewhere. Look at that, find one. There you go, 29 damage, 33. But yeah, Inspired Warrior's buff does affect torture. Just like it actually affects Siege and its base damage. This is kind of the perfect moment for MarineLord to keep going. He might not realize it, though. Anno is currently in the midst of a remax. Pilgrimage. How many are we talking about here? I mean, it's not a lot. He's only got the one coming through, right? He only got Pilgrim Tech 1. He only had 1 castle. Good archers. A little bit. That's like crossbow. They're not really doing it though. They're so busy A-click start stepping away, never touching them. Smash comes in, Horseman. Give chase alongside the Schlacter Cavalry. It's a 50-50 ratio. Got a few Spearmen in there. Maybe not enough though. Retreat towards the keep. Will force Anatan to step back. Alright, how are we looking elsewhere here, though? The gold gathering is going crazy for Anatan. He's got 35 on the big vein. He's shoreline fishing because he's at risk of being sniped by Culverins. Like, right now, MarineLord is in a very, very powerful position. There is a growing concern that he might be playing this a bit slow, though. Especially with this coming in. This is huge, guys. Chronoquins is the tech that gives you increased range and damage. Yeah, so your crossbowman all of a sudden... 5.5 tower range, pretty solid. If you then get keep drops again, it scales really nicely from there. The keep drops aren't realistic right now as long as MarineLord still has got cold rays. We do have that hand cannon switch. So MarineLord looking to get the Dakar boys online. Look at them. The speed of that. My God. That's how we all wish we could cock a shotgun. We all know we don't have the upper muscles or strength for it. That right there, you know what they're using? They're using one of those, they're using like the AA, the AA-12s from Modern Warfare 2. It's an auto shotgun. We're stuck over here with our old boomstick. Genuine's crossbow would wipe out MarineLord's army? Oh, got it. So you want him, like, yeah, so what you're saying is if Anatan completely chose a different strategy, he could deal with this army. That is a fair statement. But after playing my recent Milan campaign in European vs. 5, I can say screw the Genoese. Sorry. Biology on the way. I know it was somehow missing it this whole time. So finally gets the green room for it. Corrin's still proven a pain in the ass. Like, this is the weakness of this sim in the late game. You don't have your own cannons. Superb Republic, right? Like, you can't be kidding me. They're the Superb Republic. Shh. Meet my senora from the north. Now, remember, these Schlager boys are actually really annoying because the attack speed decreases. Yeah, it's actually a really big deal if you consider the fact that a lot of your units are designed to attack quicker than standard units. So it cripples you. It makes you feel like a 1 unit instead of 2. Also, funny thing about hand cannoneers here, they are lightly armored. Because they should be usually tagged. I think the bonus applies for attacking light. I have to double check that. No, because they differentiate, didn't they? Yeah, because you got like light when you talk about Janissary. But the decrease in attack doesn't matter. Break him. When he's stacked up. Go into a bar, none come out. I don't know what the joke of that is. Looks like a joke of an attempt to break. You are seeing that debuff on the attack speed, making it much harder to clear the cav. MarineLord's front line gives way. Hand cannoneers, crossbows, they should be relatively safe. But the Schlachter are indeed still a ridiculous unit. Guys, at this point, just make them winged hussars. At least then we can just, like, instead of balance moding, we're like, yeah, winged hussars are cool. Look at them do the thing they do. And no, Anno does not have fanaticism. He's missing out on a lot of DPS, actually. It's such an expensive tech is the problem. The problem here is, like, Anno isn't really at the unlimited meat grinder point where he's like, oh, I lost 20 Schlachter, 20. Once you're there, fanaticism feels incredible. Before that, you feel like you just don't want to fight in a way that you can use fanaticism, if that makes sense. Because you're spending 1,000 resources to not be able to afford what comes next. They've reserved wing hussars for standalone Polish civ. Sorry, mate. I'm afraid there's just not enough British representation in the game. You're going to have to wait until we've had another English variant. Nah, you know how it is. It's just, it has to be that way, I'm afraid. Yeah. Lockdown. What's the whole army? Yeah, like, what's the third English variant we're looking for? I'm trying to think here. We don't really need York. I guess English kind of does that. But we could do York. We go a little bit earlier, a little bit later in history. Oh, wait, we never added Great Britain. Oh, there you go. Whoops. You have to wait until Great Britain's added. Thanks. And I can justify that to devs, going like, look, technically, we ruled like half the world, the known world. So let's count all those countries as part of our population. Easy. Also drop by Anno's in. Damn, ambitious one. Yeah, at this point, you just commit. If you run away with workers, more going to die. So it does get it up. Not many torches? He has got a cauldron? No. Gonna be dive past. Archer ship's coming in to assist as well. Okay, the prolets are actually making this so infuriating. The problem is you just can't out-heal the DPS of Castle, but the ridiculous part is the health of them makes it look semi-decent. He's gonna break this castle. I know, like, what's going on here? He's still hunkered in the center of the trebuchet, so he's gonna have to sack? 15 workers? Oh my god! I mean, I know he does have a worker lead still, but it's not like you're capped out of resources and units here. No, this is a big loss. Another castle down. I mean, that also affects your ego. Your eco inflating. That's the thing I like what MarineLord's doing. He's respecting the snowball of the fortresses and just not letting it happen. You know, the big challenge when you play Knights Templar is the first fortress. Second, third, fourth are easier. He's just not getting the first one plus an extra. He's always denied on that second attempt. And it means he's never scaling pilgrims. That's the thing. Like, when you have more fortresses, you have more pilgrims. You have more pilgrims, you have more gold. And if you remember, with the Knights Templar, the castle cost is actually 33% gold. So it's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy at that stage. Because if I told you, you know, because you're getting this passive gold, you're essentially paying 600 resources for a castle, you're like, holy crap. Build 15 of those. Olgara's in a big trouble here. MarineLord, he's got big gold reserves. But he's going to be a bigger risk in late game with no gold. Because Anno still has stone. Okay, he's attempting another fortress drop. He's already got one up in the base. Another one coming in on the west side now. Trying to consolidate economy, but the next fight is going to be the hardest one for Anatan. MarineLord, yes, it's no longer mass men-at-arms, but the spearmen against the Slactor. Anno does have the right idea, though. Silk bow strings on the way. Archer switch as well. What a wacky game, dude. We're almost 40 minutes into this thing. The pacing has felt really odd for a 40-minute game. There was this escalation into a crazy fight around the Elsbach placement. But after that, I feel like it's taken a lot longer than you'd expect for both sides to remass. And wait, guys, the trap. No. All right, that's -1 castle. Torches out. This time, the workers might be a lot safer, though. Hold on a second. Yep, crossbows turn up. MarineLord has to back down. Okay. Army quality is now starting to come into question. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but like the archers here obviously count the spearmen pretty nice, and if they find in the fortresses, they just have so much range down with super bowstrings. They basically become longbows. And then the +1 armor as well. Like if you think about, yeah, Gilded Spearman still hitting 22. But it's a little bit more chunkiness to work with. Then there's the fact that, like, at this rate, MarineLord, will he really be able to afford hand cannoneers? If he has to go to Gilded Archers, that's going to affect your DPS exchange. There is a lot of cute little details around forts that often get overlooked. And, whoopsie, let me just switch over. I pressed the wrong button. Back in the game. Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Wait, I didn't actually think about that. Brigandine works on genitals because they're light cav. Wait, so they get the armor tech and they get incendiary arrows, even though it's a javelin. Like, wait, what? I tell you what, you can't help but feel that this makes them urgent about fighting. They're like, it's on fire. Just let me throw it at someone. Anyone. Guys, this is not safe. Oh, that looks brilliant. This kind of makes me want a tech for a certain horseman that gives him incendiary pikes. So they can just poke you with fire all the time. Imagine the sergeant throwing their hand. Yeah, but they do melee damage, so I know nothing's going to happen. No burning, throwing at. Wall's coming up now. Unfortunate drop. I think Anno is stabilizing. Castle count is starting to look decent. Crazy decent. Sorry, I need to flip the score again. Realize I flipped it back. And he's got the extra pilgrim tech, so he's getting 4 pilgrims every minute. This is what I talked about. Like, late game gold income, all of the dragons are always going to run dry, and they can't play the game without gold. Like, this Civ, I won't say top 4 worst Civs when you don't have gold, it feels like. Against a Civ that's going to have unlimited gold. Really, what gold is there left? I mean, he's got the 4K here, and then that's it. Let's get the castle snipe on the south side. There's already 2 more set up elsewhere. When you're starting to worry about having gold, that's when it gets very difficult to get your siege. Good wall intercept there, though. Schlack the cavalry still able to contest this area. Remember, they're fighting on a sacred site right now. Like, this is actually a really good position to take a fight, even against spears. He's getting an extra 15% damage, sorry, 20% damage. That's another scary thing. If MarineLord contests here and gets pushed back a bit, there's another buff zone for Anatan. Damn. Are the sacred sites actually finally mattering in this match? After 45 minutes almost? That's pretty great. And also, stop mocking the genitals, okay? The flaming javelins, it's all about the fear that you strike into your opponent, you know? Are eventually going to go up here. Sprint on placement. Is he going to get fortification? The spear assisting, he should actually. Villager's coming over, just make sure it gets repaired as well. I'm trying to creep on the wall. The wall's definitely going to complete before you get the villager kills. Dano just needs to back off the wall afterwards. Salute the Schlachter. They gave their life honorably for the Knights Templar call. Don't even know why they came to this land, but they did. And that means he is going to keep the pilgrims rolling in, folks. That's the critical detail about this horse. Why MarineLord was fighting him tooth and nail over it. We do not have rams coming in to try and break through, but it's coming at a cost elsewhere. Big clash on the west side. We start to reach the buff of the sacred site. MarineLord gets forced to push him back. We're up to 16 hand cannoneers now. Is it going to be good enough? It's a lot of ranged armor. This is the thing. Schlachter don't die that fast against HCs. We might need a medivac for these poor boys. The MarineLord with the hand cannoneers trying to retreat. The archers are just quicker. They've got the extra range. They've got the chase down. They've got the break. MarineLord, I think he split too wide. This is too much. All spears on the opposite side of the map. Anno now with the clear dive point. He's ready to channel his inner Phelps here. Horsemen, don't care about them. It's all about this backline pushing. Gilded Horsemen now to try to contest it. But the hand cannoneer cost is going to be damn high. MarineLord is about to be out of gold, and he just lost the gunpowders. Oh my god, 200 gold left. This is it. He can afford one more rebulk, and then he's out. Anno, on the other hand, he's still got plenty of wood. He can rebuild archers for 4 more fights easily. And now, with the pilgrims secure, Schlachter are going to be never-ending. He just got another castle up because MarineLord doesn't have the gold for coals. Nice Templar, just like, guns are overrated, bro. Have you just tried, like, I don't know, swords and arrows? You know, we're Age of Empires. We're not Command and Conquer. Damn, these guys are so... That's 5 melee armor and a horseman, by the way. 5. Oh my god. Yeah, it looks like a good fight because of the yellow bodies, but then you check Pink's health bars. You know these things are going down eventually. Horseman, making the workers go down with much more ease here. Dives into the farmlands. While MarineLord is trying to remass. Great other time being achieved. 10 ranged armor is kind of nuts. Oh, crap. Brigandine. I'm impressed. This actually might be the best Brigandine looking game I've seen. able to run around now, just being chased all the time. We've got trebuchets back on the front line. Never went for the trip shot, by the way. Yeah, Anatan skipped that tech. If we check for the university right here, counterweight defenses gives you +1 extra trip shot. I think this tech needs to be buffed, by the way. 1,500 resources is bonkers. It doesn't make sense. It's way too expensive. Hopefully they change that. Okay, so what can he do now? From this type of position, I think MarineLord somehow would need to raid. So, and I say somehow with great onus on the I don't know how the hell he's going to raid this. Because this just looks like he's stuck. And the extra stone walls. Treb's inside the fortress as well. Wait, is that act? Oh my god, that actually reaches the monastery. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me right now? All right. Soon MarineLord's going to have no gold. And really, this should just be called Order of the Golden. You guys notice how bad this game started going when MarineLord had to add in more food and wood units? I mean, sure, this is like the basis of how Age of Empires should run. But I think Order of the Dragon embodies it to a bigger extreme than any other Civ. And I don't know why you type that in chat. We're not seeing Schnitzel Cab anymore. It's now Horseman. Anatan hasn't summoned more of his Schlackies. They're just chilling. That's the nickname, the Schlackies. Oh, that works so well. You cannot recover from this. You overestimate Anatan's internet connection. Sacred sites have been locked in, by the way. 8.5 minutes away from a huge upset here. Anatan's with the capability of free-1ing the #1 player in Age of Empires 4. In the final event of the year. The ultimate event of the year. The one that's meant to bring the very best onto the battlefield. And Anno... Oh! He just done a statue grab! It's a 5 relic game! The heist! My god. Anatan's back into the base again. More overtime being forced while front side is already in breach. The Elsbach is down. Another fortress coming in. It's never ending now. We said about being a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's going to be the 4th one. Even more gold per minute. It's crazy as well because, like, MarineLord has the numbers. Militarily, his pop lead is huge here. He's not really finding a way of leveraging it. The Schlackies is the biggest problem here. Slows down your DPS on the spears. Always be able to force fights for the castles to assist. We have Anarchy here. Schlackies were just trying to threaten the ramps, force them back, but he sees an overextension. MarineLord looks to jump in! The archer's unguarded! Reserve Schlackies, though! Able to hold it. Covers the retreat. He's back to the safety of the castle. He's got the buffs up. Extra armor on all units for the clash. Baits him in deeper. MarineLord, he has no range here. So the longer you delay the engagement, the better it gets. I mean, he's got 4 hand cannons. That's literally it. They're now stuck attacking a castle. And they're still outnumbered on this retreat. Needs to buy more time, but that castle, the boiling oil, is a littering of damage. Compared to the health bars, is not much, but every little counts here for Anatan. Archer's trying to wipe out the spears. Ram now left to address the keep. Be a full dive pass. MarineLord with 29 spears continues the pursuit. Horseman count still high enough to be a nuisance here. Anatan. He's got trees. He's got plenty still to work with. His issue really seems to be production wave here. He's got huge reserves. He's just not rebuilding. I mean, look, has he just pulled off a miracle? The sacred sites, they've been decapped. The timer has stopped. MarineLord just needs to get out of here with minimal losses. Castle down. MarineLord, if he can just find the food. Because Anatan, he's still got a lot of wiggle room to rebulk with. I think if he lets Anno get up to full army count, this is where it gets problematic. This is the power of the melee blob. Be overwhelmed. Archers. He based the spearman wide. This is a bit weird for MarineLord now. Yeah, realizes it, backs away. The retreat's gonna get ugly though. Yeah, you have to run past them. And the Schlagter just runs through you! Oh my god! The spear count just got halved! Dead, done, gone. Anno, now with the military lead. How the hell did this just turn around so viscerally? The spearman count evaporated. I mean, this is the negative of playing Order of the Dragon. Like, often your units survive a lot longer, yes, but that means then the next fight, you've got a bunch of units that should have been retired. But they're just told they have to keep fighting. There is no retirement fund. And then they all flop dead. All of a sudden, you've gone from 120 military down to 60. Such a weird dynamic, a hard one. Castle, such an ambitious one. I know he's actually going to commit, though. He can repair it for a bit. It's going to be a nuisance in the fight. It forced to commit. MarineLord, he didn't get the time to rebulk. Horseman line's just not really cutting it up against the Schlagter. Just a handful left over, but they're very tanky. And also remember that the DPS reduction here is important. Anno sticks with his archers, though, just to wipe that back line. Tossing them away at this stage to overwhelm. This is the value of the debuff for the late game. It's just too much. He's done it. Anatan completes the upset. A 3-1 victory over the best player in the game. It may only be group stage, but this now presents an insane proposal. The possibility that if B rises up like a glorious Emperor of Mankind, he could annihilate, eliminate the #1 player of Age of Empires 4 in the group stage.
Other day I asked why OTD people always do 2TC, but seems ML didn't done that. Feels bad for my OTD losing this game.
Did that double play the audio, by the way? I don't think it did, right? Just once, right? Honestly, why Order Dragon people don't do 2TC but seems... I don't think 2TC would have changed his outcome there. That's a fishing map. He has fishing. Like, he really lost that game because of gold. TC, like having 2TC doesn't fix your gold problem. In theory, you can gather more gold earlier, but it doesn't change anything. Like, that's just Order the Dragon. Naturally, Order the Dragon, like, if they get into the late game and they don't have majority gold, they tend to just get crap stomped by a few different civs. That's crazy, man. That's a crazy game. Didn't know he was playing against Vortex. What are you know about Vortex 1? Alright, so anyway, that is going to be a 3-1 victory. But now, we keep the epicness rolling. Because we've got some live KPMMs coming in. So... we've got a really fun one, actually. B vs. Creeder is in 15 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time to pass here. Let me update the title as well. There we go. Oh, you guys talking about the length of days? I've literally been over this already. Actually, I don't know what's happening to my editor at the moment because he's meant to be working on this. ETA on schedule working videos. I don't know. Things just keep coming up for him because we literally went over this. We covered Voldemar's video and like actually like his 15-minute video we turned into a 50-minute video. Whoops. But like there's a lot of reasoning behind scheduling being the way it is. Rocking 2K viewers, when will we see keeping on the front page? When they accept me? Would be nice. I think we submitted for like the month of November and they just ignored it. They just got declined. Even though we haven't had front page since the start of the year. I don't know, Twitch front page is weird sometimes. I think they want more interactive ideas, maybe, or something. But it's also just kind of luck of draw. Like, if you just choose a time where someone else hasn't chosen, then you're more likely to get it right. But if you choose a time where a lot of people are, like, banking for front page, then, yeah. It's luck of draw, sadly. So, we have got Beaver's Creator coming up. I think in the meantime, to fill a little bit of time, we'll watch a game from one of the other series. What we can do, we can watch... I start off with a Kilyadi versus Core game, and then we'll switch over to B versus Creator. And yeah, like I don't, like so put a number in. How much do you think it takes EGC to run a broadcast for a day of their tournaments? Get your numbers in. I'm curious. What's the prediction? £1,000 all in? I would calculate it to probably be at... Like, I'm speculating based on numbers that would make sense in my brain. Yeah, they're probably like $1,000 per day. I reckon. Actually, because Lidicor as well, managing things behind the scenes, must have some sort of rate. I would speculate it's probably at like $1,150 a day. $1,000, probably somewhere like it varies. Like I don't know everyone's exact numbers, but I would speculate it's between $800 to $1,150 per day. Because, and this is why like when people are like, oh, creepy, why can't we have like this overlay with all these extra like things and shiny bells and whistles? This is why I don't freaking do it. That's extra cost. There's always extra cost because then you're like, oh, I need an observer potentially, or I'm just gonna have to manage more stuff, or it gets done badly if I don't have an extra observer, right? Same reason why I don't really have co-casters often, because I want to be able to pay co-casters, and paying co-casters is going to cost money that I don't have because I don't break even off of AoE4 anyway. So like, you know, I think like legit, if you're looking at people in this game that make money off of AoE4, like are in the positive after their expenses per month, EGC breaks even. Dumu, I'm not sure how things look at the moment, but he's been on the grind, so he's probably getting to the break-even point or whatever. Like, I don't... And by the way, like, these people, this is speculative based on what I know of numbers for, like, sponsorships and average channel size. I don't have details on them, because if I did have details on them behind the scenes, I wouldn't share it. That's not fair. I'd say, like, Dumu, I would expect him to be in the break-even or maybe lose the money. Beastie would definitely be making money. MarineLord, because he's got a big team of legit mates, I'd expect him to be making money. Lash, I'd say, would probably be about breaking even, because I think he has a pretty loyal fan base and they do help him a lot. And then that's like, who else is there? It's kind of it. Maybe, oh sorry, Louis of course, yeah, Louis definitely. Like if he's bringing in 2K plus people, definitely. Anatan, I think, because the fact that he lives in a low cost of living country, yes. But like even someone like Anatan, I'm sure he would. He'll happily admit it. Like, if he lived in Germany or something, he'd be screwed. Like, financially, it would be a complete struggle. B as well, actually. Like, B, I think, gets by because of the cost of living as well. And then Vortex, I think Vortex must be breaking even because he's just been full-time. Lucifron, unless he starts winning some tournaments, I don't think it would make sense for him to quit his job. Is there anyone else I'm forgetting? I think that covers most of the obvious players. Most esports come from low cost countries because of cost of living. Yeah, it's not just cost of living though, it's choice paralysis. Like when you live in these Western countries, you just like, you have the world at your fingertips. So, like you can go do all these different things. And financially, the rewards of doing these different things is higher than the rewards of doing like esports, right? So it's a combo mishmash. Yeah, opportunity. Like you know, you can go to uni and then you can go work for this big bank, or you can try to make it in an esports scene where you can maybe make like 50K a year. What are we talking about here? We're talking about financial sustainability. Because people are like saying that EGC should do this or do that. And I'm pointing out like the financial cost is like at this point they break even on what they do. That's that for all that effort. Like EGC, literally the biggest channel in Age of Empires 4, they technically are, they break even. In terms of like biggest channel and like amount of hours put in, of course, it's going to be like probably like Beastie, right? But like in terms of like average viewership metrics, yes, EGC. Breaking even is pretty solid with such. It's not though. So that's like so that is only a true statement if it's now opportunity proposal. So if you are like, hey, okay, so I'm only breaking even right now, but I see this going to the moon in 5 years. You're now investing in the future of the scene. But if AoE4 doesn't have the promise of growing X times in the next few years, then breaking even while being like one of the biggest partakers in the scene, even if it's a small scene, is pretty rough. Like Pesty like has other things he can pursue. That's why like Pesty's like I have some semblings about what he does as a career. I'm not gonna like reveal, but I say there's plenty of other things he can spend his time doing. And I think like there's a big reason why he delegates now to like Lytical to handle that stuff. We need the AoE4 to pull in more. Yeah, exactly. Like if we don't have more people, you can't, right? Is this sustainable for me? No, I've been quite like I'm trying not to focus on it too much because I don't want to be negative Nelly of like, oh, I'm gonna go bankrupt. Like you guys see the iDubbbz clip the other day where like I think it's a bit clipped out of context. He's begging his viewers for subs because he's trying to reach the unique sub goal so he gets more revenue share for the rest of the year. But like I hope it doesn't come across as me begging like a freaking like if you just donate $5 you can feed a pigeon this month. But like yeah, I'm not guaranteed to break even. I have to work my butt off to find sponsors to break even. That's not a good thing. I'm fortunate on the tail end of this year to have like sponsors to help with that. But I will say, without granularizing it into a month-to-month basis, my bank account is most definitely down this year at the end compared to the start. Definitely down. And part of that is like, I just live in a country that sucks for it. Like living in the UK is a horrible place to be. I don't even live in the super high cost areas, but like I live in the south, so it's higher. AoE4 will never grow because of the hardcore focus on 1v1s. Yeah, I've talked about this as well. Like I've been very vocal. I think over focus on 1v1 has now forced a foregone conclusion on what the state of the player base is going to look like. I would like to be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. Yeah. Breaking even in the sense that you can pay your bills or in the sense that you don't lose money. Breaking even in the sense that I pay my bills. Because, like, for me, if I'm not paying my bills, then I'm losing money. Right? At that point, I'm supplementing somewhere else to try and cover the bills. And if, for example, I don't have a good year in esports or whatever, then I don't have anywhere else to supplement. Right? Am I married? We're not married. We've been together for a very long time. She was a barista, but she's now a stay-at-home mom. And like before, I was like, well, she can go work. It's like, well, but if she goes and works, right, then I won't be able to stream for you guys as much because I'm going to look after my kids. So like it, you know, it's a bit weird. Who's footing the bill for Starmer's ambitions, right? It's like, I mean, this country is a shambles. I think a lot of people hear that you live in the UK and like, I mean, even for people who aren't doing what I do, it can be challenging to actually sustain yourself in this country because the cost of living is completely out of control compared to the earnings. What people don't realize is like 80% of this country's value is made up by London Or maybe it's like slightly lower than that, but it's insanely high. Like, our capital carries the GDP of this country. Like, if it wasn't for the state of London, I don't really feel like you'd call us a first world country from a financial standpoint. E-begging? No, just transparency. Because, like, I hear a lot of people being like, I want to be a content creator still. And, like, I'm not saying give up your dreams, but be realistic about it. I think one of the biggest mistakes with, like, the content creation sphere is, like, there's a lack of transparency on people's state of things. It's very refreshing from a creator to another creator perspective, and also to a viewer perspective. And, like, you know, as I've said, I've kind of done it to myself, right? My content is always focused on esports, because within esports, like, it made sense when I started doing this, because it was like, when I'm not being hired for events, this is what I'll just do. And it's like, it's, you know, it keeps me warmed up and everything. But now it's kind of grown to the point where I'm like, if I want to make this be a living, I think I said this the other day, it's like, it's why we're looking at expanding our content scope beyond just esports, because esports is a very difficult niche unless you've got stupid money to piss away. Because you've got stupid money to whiz away, you just, like, go and rent a big stadium and you do whatever, and then people watch. But even then, like, you need to get big sponsors, investments, and it's also just like a race to the top. Like, you either get to the top and make the big buku bucks, or you don't. Whereas, and like, you know, the cost to scale that to be advantageous. Like, you know, KPMM done a great job, at least at the start of the year for my viewership, right? It's declined the second half of the year. But if you think about it back then, I couldn't have done that without Nearly and World's Edge. I would not have been able to justify $9,000 on the first circuit and $20,000 on this circuit. I would have ran out of money, you know? So, like, you know, they help a lot with that. It wouldn't be possible. But yeah, that's why, like, you know, like I said, the thing with esports, they have to realize it's not just a race to the top to be glamorous enough to attract sponsors or whatever. Like, compared to other scenes, you just don't really, and don't take this personally, anyone who has reached in the pocket, because I appreciate you, or anyone who doesn't, because I get it to a certain degree. The esports community is perceived as cheap compared to other communities, because, like, the thing is, if you go watch like an ESL or a PGL, or you go watch EGC, you don't have to pay. It's all free, right? That's always, like, the funny thing, because now, like, esports in general has this big epidemic of, like, how do we actually get people to pay for things? Because in the current atmosphere, it's much harder to get, like, a sponsor to drop 20k on a tournament, 50k on a tournament. So now you've got, like, lots of esports scenes and lots of people trying to be like, okay, how do we actually get people to reach in the pocket? So you've got, like, I think PGL does behind the scenes stream stuff where it's an exclusive stream, or at least they tried it before, and you could pay to view that. So you get extra camera views, you see the players more, whatever. Because you can't now paywall esports because people already have had it. Which is a drastic difference, and that's why I always find it funny when people try to one-to-one compare to traditional sports. Because in trad sports, people, like, pay for access. They pay to watch, you know? Like, you either pay for, like, your TV license, or you pay for, like, Sky Sports or whatever, and then that feeds back. Almost every esports and sports tries to cash in on merch and BTS. Yeah, but merch doesn't really work to the same degree of esports because it's very different. For a start, esports are very gamified, merch compared to traditional. And also, traditional has this anchorage of, like, history behind it. Like, there's a reason why collegiate esports is actually doing really well, and that's because collegiate esports, in America anyway, it leverages the anchoring of loyalty to a team, to a college, to a university. Like, we don't have that in the UK. I've never heard anyone, like, maybe outside, you get, like, Cambridge people would be like that, but, like, most people who go to uni are like, yeah, I went to this uni. But Americans are like, yeah, what up? Dakota, right? Or, like, you know, Dallas, woo, right? It's, like, a very different mentality, which is why, like, collegiate esports in America is kind of pulling off a miracle compared to most other places. So we should have draft coming up now. We got draft ready? Should be ready in a sec. For being creator. Kudos to Nilly, but it's win-win. The content created on the budget. Exactly. Like, we said at the time, like, it's actually a really good resource investment for entertaining the people. Esports is too free. This makes it too dependent on sponsors. Exactly. And then people moan when there's, like, a gajillion sponsors, but then it's like, well, how do you think this happens? Like, we literally just had this with the esports awards, right? The Cinderella, Cute Cinderella organized, where people are like, Oh my god, there's just so many ads. Get on with the show. It's like, okay, so if there weren't ads and we just got on the show, who's paying for everything that happens? Like some of the naivety that I've seen out of like certain streamers on the matter and entitlement is freaking wild. I don't know if any of you have been following that. Like people are like, I should have been nominated and this is rigged and everything. And like, never take this as me being like, oh, pity is me, whoa, 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 and like, money. I mean, if you'll give me money, thank you. But like, this is me just like providing you guys with the full scope lens of like nature of esports, nature of content creation, etc. I think some people take this as like a beg run for like fun KP for the month. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like money, but it's more just about like diarying, almost said diarying the state of it all. Does esports have to be profitable? Yes, because it may be an ad for the game, but that's not how most esports scenes function anymore. Devs don't foot the bills. If a dev foots the bill, you can have an esport be unprofitable. But if the dev isn't footing the full bill, then it's BS. Like, for example, appreciate everything that WorldJH does for me, and I know that, like, Pesty appreciates them as well, but that's very different. They are footing part of the bill, right? So you have to actually make your profit elsewhere, because then you can't pay everyone. And what's up, Neko? I appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much. So, like, that's the difference. So, for example, Apex Legends, you don't need it to be profitable because EA would foot the whole bill. They would white label is what it's called. They pay like PGL one stage, and I think they now use still to this day Esports Engine. They would pay them a raw number to do everything. And loads of different productions do this. Like, for example, Red Bull will do this. They'll go and hire a production crew to help facilitate the event they want to run to the caliber they want to run. And then that company facilitates a fee they ask for a fee required to facilitate services, and that will cover all of their costs, so they earn the profit, right? I do push-ups to the sex appeal. Hey man, I got to seduce your mum somehow. Stream Awards is just QT Friends and Co. I mean, that's like, that's not entirely accurate. Sure, it's going to be to a certain degree people she knows because it's just within the same stratosphere or whatever. But I don't know, I think a fair point was made about this whole Streamers Awards stuff is like people like crucifying her, but like literally, like what she's doing is absolutely no different than what, say, the Oscars does. But like the difference there is you don't know who runs the Oscars. I don't know. I think some people sometimes forget there's a freaking human being at the end, and they just act like entitled, disgusting, creepy little weirdos and are brutally unfair to people. That's my whole take on the flashback with Cutie Cinderella. Sorry, just catching up. Corvinus managed front page today and immediately smashed his numbers up to 2,000. Yeah, but like now the challenge, like that people don't understand, is like what is the retainment there? That's gonna be the interesting part in the future days for him. It's great as like a one-off of attention, but you really need to do something different to somehow latch people in, is the hard part. So we're just waiting for B versus Creator, by the way. They should be starting momentarily. We were going to do a game from the Kilyadi core series, but then we had this good discussion. Dawn of War 4? Where? And I didn't get in the alpha. Wouldn't mind checking it out, though. I'm like an OG Dawn of War guy. FFAs have had significantly higher viewership than team games over the years. But like, it's also just like this squaring of making the event special. Like, that's someone we're focusing on next month with this content pivot. Is like trying to just go live and have an interesting idea to go live for, instead of just monotonously going live, which is kind of what I guess KPMM's downfall eventually was. It was cool at first, and then it's just always there, which has good and bad implications. How you consider doing something different in same spirit as Drongo's Octagons? No, because like justifying that funding on a channel of my size versus Drongo's is very different. So the prize pooling would be insanely lower. And then it still doesn't fix all your lulls. So you'd be more active and heightened up maybe on viewership for like 1 month maximum, then what for the rest of the year? So that's why we're like taking a very different content pivot direction. Instead of just making it about tournaments, which just doesn't work. You know, in a dream ideal world, I thought we'd be able to like build the tournament scaling up to the point that if we were like, you know, 800-900 people, we're like, okay, now we're going to do tournaments in like multiple games. We'll become the tournament guy channel. And then people will love that. But I just feel like that, it's like, the car has already left the station on the concept of that because there is already big tournament organizers that are doing scale on a lot of scenes, and people are kind of spoiled for choice with esports these days anyway. Feed streams would be more interesting in your hands. Yeah, but you're only tier 1 sub, so that's a T3 thing. A4 will never be big because it's an RTS. Yeah, so like there is a thing, like there's an expiration date logic. Like the longer that your game exists, the harder it is to actually bulk people if you haven't reached a critical scale point. And AOE4 technically has not hit that critical scale point. So it's very hard, actually. Even games that like do can struggle to retain people long term. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Custom AOE4 you'll die, then I'll let you go do that second part. You have to be patient. We're literally waiting for the boys to get into lobby. They should be in lobby right now. I'm bumping them now to see if B and Creator are here. Now brain rot content, RTS will die soon? No, we just need to increase the speed by 5. And have random things spawn. Content has to be entertaining for people to show up. You don't expect a community to fake enjoy. Well, sure, the point around like content creation angles and 1v1s is it's literally already been bolstered there. And now, because you don't have many new people looking at the content side of AOE4, it feels kind of difficult to even think about building a channel around team games, for example. He's playing the next one. B and Creator is what we're waiting for. So I'm literally just waiting for them to set up the draft. I'm just bumping them right now. Okay. The moment I bump them, the draft gets completed. So there we go. Yeah. So we now have a map draft set up. So this is Creator, the player from Japan, that has actually impressed us. I'm pretty excited for this guy. So let me set this up. We'll switch over. It's going to be B on the left side. And then Creator on the right. I don't know. It's weird. He's called Creator on in game and everything, but he goes by Nasu on the Wikipedia. What's my wife do for a job? She's currently full-time mama. And before that, she was a barista. So it's not like, even if she goes back to work, it's not like it like fixes financial issues easily. It's not like she's a banker, guys. Chill. Make enough stream to support you both? No. Like, the idea is to pad myself with, like, other things, but because, like, for example, freelance esports is tricky, it's not always a guarantee. That's like, it's like basically in terms of what I've been taking out of the business, I've been taking out a little bit extra so we had like rainy day funds. I'm probably gonna have to reduce to the minimum we can afford to just cover our bills and then see how things go from there. And Creator, yeah, he's a very high-ranked Japanese guy. I don't mind personal questions. I mean, I'm not going to tell you my credit card details, XD. But like and also like that's the deceptive thing with content creation. There'll be content creators that are half my size that will be financially okay. And there'll be ones that are twice my size that will also not be financially okay. So it very much depends on the person and a bunch of different variables. Like, I was talking to a friend about this. Like, his sister does Sims. And his sister, I think she streams to 100 people average. But they go ham. He was telling me she clears like £3,000 a month with Twitch. I was like, I'm sorry, what? The fuck? Nani? But we, like, you know, it varies. You get people like that. Like, technically, we did have that in Age of Empires 4. I mean, I don't mind saying it because, like, you know, she didn't tell me anything privately, but I remember looking at the numbers. Jessiology had that, I remember. At least for 1 year. There was a guy, I remember, I, like, tuned into one of her streams, and I think he legit spent, like, I think he bought, like, 10,000 subs across that year or something, which is crazy. But you can't, like, you can't guarantee that. And then this is the thing I always say to people. If you're trying to get into content creation, you really want to balance out your income between your community, your sponsors, and your different platforms that you're active on. Because, like, tomorrow someone could go wrong, and then you can be kaput. That's why I'm, like, trying to now make an effort to grow the YouTube and figure out TikTok and whatever, right? Because let's say tomorrow Twitch shuts down for whatever reason. Uh-oh. Do 4v4s for 1 week? Why not give it a try? Because the simple act of organizing that is pure AIDS to the degree that you just don't realize. Open schedule format, and you now need to get 8 players in a lobby at the same time. I think I'd rather, like, stick my eyeballs through a grader. It's going to be painful. Was it profitable being a part of Dota 2 caster? Yeah. Dota 2 casting, you could get, like, you know, you had regular enough tournaments, and just being a caster without being a content creator, let's say you get paid, like, even if it's $75 per series, do 3 or 4 of them a day, and you have the consistency, and then you have LANs where you get several $100s a day. Yeah. I got by okay. And that's why, like, next year's combo of, like, diversifying our content, and then also starting to think about esports more and getting back involved in there, because I feel like this year was very weird, because I felt like I was confident, locked in, and good to go, but then, like, for the last 3 months of the year, like, $12,000 worth of work just disappeared, which really screwed with the dynamic of the year. But that's the thing with esports, right? Until it's contracted up, nothing's guaranteed as a presenter or whatever. Oh, nice. My guys finally started responding. They can wait until afterwards. Lol. Is the match for EGC finals? No, this is for KPMM, which is why we just renamed back to Midweek Master. And we are literally on the Midweek Master scene. So the draft has completed. Oh, wait. No, sorry. It hasn't my brain. We got Sengoku coming in. Final pick coming in now for B. Wait. Tuklak hasn't been banned. At all. What are we playing? Age of Empires 4. Whoop, whoop. Gotta get lucky I knew a whale that would fund a Twitch stream on D300 a month. Yeah, I mean, I'm more interested in the, like, find something fun I want to do that can help us grow and make our community even bigger and cooler. So I've got some things coming up that I think will be, like I said at the start stream, I'm actually really excited for them. And some of them actually have a lot more interactivity for you guys. In fact, I need to make a note of that. I said about, like, finding a random word generator trigger thing. Find a random word generator, redeem, so people can force you to use words during a cast. How many points can players get as ATR points if they top 3 in KPMM? It entirely depends on the people they match up against, who they beat, and who they lose to. That's how ATR gets calculated. It's based on the people that you win and lose against. So I can't give you a specific answer. Find some Saudi money to support growth. You gotta be the prestigious esports scene, then that can happen. Yeah, so... Oh, sorry, yeah, I forgot. He still had Japan. That makes sense. B loves Japan and Mali. Quite interesting that the creator takes it away from him straight away. So they should be getting on the game now, and we'll be able to get into game number 1 in a sec. Yeah, I know a little bit of a weird discussion. Hopefully, like, positive insights and people didn't just feel like it was weird or anything. It's just obviously we got into that conversation and then we had to wait 15 minutes for when B was meant to start, and then B or creator was a little bit late. But we should be good to go now. The last map, so we have alopecia, which is showing correctly. I think, let me double check. Lipany is going to be starting map. Lipany is always the starting map this week. The other map that came in, Dry Arabia. Because for some reason, Dry Arabia doesn't show correctly in the UI, Lamau. So we have Lipany, alopecia, and Dry Arabia listed in. Ibiz is underrated. I think Ibiz is pretty good. For this map, Paul, I mean, Lipany's kind of okay for it. Just like Delhi probably feels better. What was creator thinking for Lipany, actually? Mali can work there, I guess. When's the tournament start? We're literally waiting for the boyos to get into lobby now. Someone found you via EGC TV VODs on YouTube. Thank you for streaming on YouTube. You're welcome, dude. Yeah, we post on both platforms. I don't know how much it like impacts viewership compared to just being on Twitch, but I would say if you can, watch on Twitch. If not, wherever makes sense. KB Talk segments, appreciate the transparency. Oh, you're welcome. Don't get too used to it. I reckon about a month or two from now, the average IQ experience on these streams is about to go down, but we'll see. Let's just say anyone who likes classic games is going to have some fun next month. If us chat can bet on matches, get points, with the points unlock stuff like emojis, you can do that on Twitch. The problem is setting up predictions on both platforms is even more overhead. And actually I don't see predictions, I just see a poll on YouTube. So yeah. Creator from StarCraft 2? No, not that creator. It's a different one. In terms of picks for game 1, by the way, looks like we're going for what we got. Japan versus Mali. So like we predicted the Malian pick. Japanese a little bit surprising. I thought maybe he'd go for like Delhi here. Actually, would have made a lot of sense. But then again, B is just a really big believer in Japan. Like he's literally always first picking either Japanese or Malian. Ironically, both of them coming out in game number 1. Alopecia, he's still got like what? China's probably going to be coming out in Alopecia. And then you can go Sengoku as creator. Sengoku is really good on Alopecia. And then finally, Dry Arabia is probably going to be something like Ottoman/HRE. Actually, French works as well. Considering your opponent probably at that point have Delhi, Shushi, Byzantines, I'd probably say French might make the most sense. Actually, Ottomans can work too. Yeah, Ottomans is actually really... I think there's like a way in which Creators Draft plays out really well for a 3-game series. Like, if you win here, you lose against Chinese on Alopecia maybe, and then you go into the final pick and have Ottomans. Mum's jokes per hour? Nah, there's much quicker ways to lose IQ in my chats, you'll see. All you have to do is like drag back the years before I like use this for casting AoE4 and you'll see. You'll all see. Some unhinged crap back then. Still remember the role-playing streams, good God. Those were a time. Just got a message from my friend. Just figured out the buggy yesterday. I've never felt more stupid. What's that? Less than 70 IQ. There you go. So I'm just trying to not get confused by chat and what you guys are saying. So, yeah, I've got 4 minutes. Yeah, dude, these guys took ages to get started. They were literally meant to start draft at 3. They took like an extra 20 minutes. Emma asking me when I'm going to finish. I'm like, well, you know the answer to that is I don't fudging know. People like KP and Peter Dinklage are inspirational. That's true. I mean, like for an average sized person like yourself, thinking of a short person and a really tall person, it might just give you a full scope of the dynamics of sizing, right? Like that's understandable. Yeah. That's definitely what you meant. I understand. I do just seem like an incredibly tall guy. Honestly though, guys, I'm just a little bit above average height, you know? Actually, no, I think I'm a few inches above it. So, you know, not too crazy. Had a Corf Snatch front page. Any Twitch streamer can submit for it. No, he wouldn't have paid for it. The price you'd have to pay for a carousel placement on Twitch is really, really high. He just would have been there's a way that you can submit, and any unpaid for slots they randomly allocate to different streamers. But if you're talking main carousel, like on the main Twitch front page, if you wanted to like if someone clicked on and on that hour you were the first thing to appear, the price on that, I don't know if it's still that high, but like a year or two ago, the price could go as high as 6 figures. And big tournaments would pay it. But I think a lot of them started to feel like it wasn't worth it, maybe. But yeah, there was a time where it got really crazy. Never played any AoE games single player? I mean, haven't even tried them? It's just kind of weird that you haven't even tried them. I'm going to just be real. You're kind of an oddball then. Because like RTSs traditionally push you into multiplayer through single player. Pretty sure creator uses the translation, so communicating stuff takes longer. Also, I know some people... Yeah. That's fine. It's just like I didn't even see an AoE 2 draft go up until like quarter past the hour. So it might have been that they were slow on that comms. But we're here. We get there. Whoop whoop. I thought creator understands a little bit of English though, doesn't he? Or am I imagining that? Ah, my eye. Yeah, we'll see how the day goes. Sam was like, how long are you going to be? I was like, I don't know. Because we have got some potential series to do here. We got this one, and then after this, I think we might have like Vortex vs. Niska. Mahodo vs. Numadon is later today. Woo woo. Still got Core vs. Kiliardi to look back on. For the competitive side of games, yeah, but like I'm saying, like RTSs, I don't feel like people get into RTSs without having some sort of single player impression upon them. It's not a genre that people enter through multiplayer typically. So like, either your childhood was absolutely chocked full of RTSs that you want to play single player of, or like there's been some weird hop on if you didn't play the single player of Age of Empires. Right, like my childhood is a lot of single player RTSs. Right, it's Red Alert 2, Cossacks, Age of Empires, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, all the Command & Conquers alongside Red Alert 2. There's too many to freaking list at that point. Dawn of War, Company of Heroes. Oh, there you go. Got into RTS playing Warcraft 3 and Rise of Empires. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, but locally against friends, like even before that, surely there must have been some campaigns you played through. Dude, if you haven't played any RTS campaigns, it's making total sense why you're always so compatibly grumpy, because you missed out. Like, dude, all the classics of early 2000, their campaigns are peak, man. Some of the best campaigns ever created in gaming. Like Rise of Nations is great to play a campaign of. Even actually, like Rise of Nation, Rise of what's it called? I forget the name. The second one was really cool too. But guys, let's get ready to go. I've been waiting for this player to make an appearance in the KPMM, and it's finally happening. Creator from Japan, the #1 Japanese player, is now participating in our tournaments. Guys, this is an exciting moment. This guy, I've been waiting for him to turn up because he's got some crafty approaches, man. He really impressed us. He got on our radar when we saw him slay Dumu on the ladder unexpectedly. And from there, I've been eagerly waiting to see him. He's already starting to appear in tournaments. He just recently tried to qualify for the last EGC tournament of the year. Did fall short, but shows some promise. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do here.
Yeah, that's that good stuff.
And oh my god, why is there a double dono overlay?
I played O2 on my brother PC, but all my life I stick on Counter-Strike, but on my 20 I started to play O4.
Okay. Thanks for the share. Appreciate Revive Lopez. Yeah, we're just talking about like people and where they began. Yeah, so you came from like OG RTS days, bailed, and then came back. Which is like a lot of people. Also, why does the text-to-speech seem to be so brain-dead at the moment? He sounds very brain-dead. At least he's not speaking Welsh anymore. He's just speaking in a Welsh accent. We originally had him speaking Welsh, and it was a bit weird. Because we don't speak Welsh. So we do have the outpost defense coming in. This is a natural counter to the spearman rush that you're expecting Japan to do every day of the week. Now, looking at the rest of the spawn options, this is pretty rough. Literally every single gold vein for Creator is on the right side of his base. But luckily for him, Japan doesn't tend to do outpost rushes anymore. Most of the time, it's just some spears to aggro, and that's going to be it. Also, why are you question marking? The man gave me some money. He got to say something. I might have to find a better text-to-speech, though. It wasn't too loud, right, chat? I know the other day it was insanely loud. Okay, so extra house is now coming in. Mill set up behind this. Intercepts one of the sheep on the way back. Did he have a lot of sheep? 14's pretty good, actually. Oh, wait. There's a B. Oh, God. No, he only has 7. Because this one's here now. Oops. It's pretty rough. Best RTS is StarCraft Brute Wars, let's be honest. No. Best RTS in my eyes... Dawn of War 1 might have been the peak. Actually, Red Alert 2 and then probably Dawn of War 1. Like, if I had to choose a point in my life where, like, it gave me the most... Woo! Like, those were the two in the moment. Like, if I revisit them nowadays, probably not. Rise of Nations... the problem with Rise of Nations is when I revisited it, I kind of disliked it more. The remaster was trash for that. And I know Warcraft 3 is an incredible game, but the problem was when I was a kid, I didn't really enjoy Warcraft 3 that much because when I was a kid, I cared more about having these long, everlasting games without infinite resources. But as an adult, I appreciate how infinite resource games actually suck. Right? Or like, it's an element that kind of dilutes the experience. As a kid... Outpost already set up. House is being repaired, actually. Creator doesn't even want to give over the little bit of wood. I know about Rise of Nations? Of course I do. Yeah, that's a big part of my childhood. Not just Rise of Nations, I also played Rise of Legends, which really doesn't get enough credit. Oh, and let's not forget Battle for Middle-earth. Another incredible game. Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation was a huge part of my childhood. Total Annihilation is still one of the... Actually, probably the most underrated RTS ever created. I don't think there's any other big ones I forgot. Oh, yeah, Stronghold Crusader. The problem with Stronghold Crusader is I never really classify it as an RTS. It's a bit different. It technically is an RTS, but in my brain, I just always think of it as a castle builder. I don't see that as an insult. PP Retro RTS stream when? I thought about this. I have an idea coming. We're going to start doing some very intriguing challenges. But I didn't feel like RTS is translated into that very well. But we'll see. Alright, Creator. Almost tucked up here. B has beaten him by quite the margin, actually. I don't think the repair on the house was worth it. Feels like he wasted a lot of time with that. Yeah, there's like loads of other ones. There's loads of fringe RTS in my childhood. The one I always reference that's really cool to me because it had some weird mechanics was... it was Dragon Throne Battle of Red Cliffs. Because it just had some really interesting mechanics for a game that released in, like, I think 2000. Where you'd have to turn villagers into, like, you know, soldiers. And then you'd have to train soldiers how to ride cavalry and things. Oh, and let's not forget Cultures. If you guys have never seen Cultures, Cultures is what would happen if, like, Sims met RTS. I think it's the easiest way to imagine it. Cultures low-key underrated. Ever played Tribal Trouble? I can't say I did. No, I've never played Tribal Trouble. I do remember what was the Asian one? Oh, it's like it's gonna annoy me. It's got Wolf in the title. I should know this. It was like such a goated RTS at the time. But I've completely forgotten his name. Oh, does anyone know the one I'm talking about? Battle Realms. Battle Realms. I think the Winter of the Wolf. Battle Realms. That was a goated game. And that was like, guys, this is what Battle Realms look like. Look at that. That is... That's pre-Warcraft times. Woof. Oh, let's not forget Sellers. So, who's advantage right now? We've got... Wait, Pro Scouts? Okay, I was like, this is just going to be chill layback, Castle from Japan, and just Mass Calboom from Malians. This is Pro Scout Mali. Alright, we are blast from the pasting. Did your super chat come through? Let me check. I don't think I saw it, but maybe chat was moving fast, so apologies if I missed it. Your super chat has not come through, no. You don't exist. You're a myth, apparently. I don't know about this Pro Scout strat. This feels a little bit greedy from the creator. Unless he's going Farimba, but Farimba, against Mount of Samurai. You haven't scaled javelins. And the problem here, like, I think this is one of the matchups where Mansa Musafati is going to feel like a bit like poo-poo on a stick. Because Mansa Musafati gets clapped pretty hard by Yumi still. And Yumi's just so cheap to bloat. Feels so easy for Japan to do as follow-up. I was talking about Beastie not looking pretty weak. I didn't watch the Beastie games. The MarineLord ones were interesting, though. I don't feel like it was MarineLord slipping up as much as Anatan being on form as well. Well, it's not uncommon to see this from MarineLord. Like, really, the thing that makes MarineLord very different to a lot of players is how quickly he adapts after a loss, I feel. So that's the advantage for him. Like, if this was single Elim tournaments, man, I feel like his win rate would struggle more. Like, yeah, it's clear when he's dominating all the time, but like when he trips, I mean, we saw in the last major tournament, the rapid pace at which he recovers makes the world of difference. But it's relevant to talk about MarineLord considering B, if he's on form next weekend, if he proves himself to be the god tier player this week in KPMM, he could end up knocking MarineLord out on the weekend. And yeah, I play Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds is very much a good game in my eyes. It took the Age of Empires 2... It took what made Age of Empires 2 good, and it done a phenomenal job of adapting it to a sci-fi environment. It stayed honest to what AoE2 done well, and it adapted what it felt needed to be changed. Now Samurai just getting a little bit of poking. Nicely done. That's 2 worker kills already. This ain't looking too good. What's up, Joshua the Sith? That's appropriate. Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Indeed, we did talk about Star Wars. I never really got into the other Star Wars RTS. The Empire at War. I played a little bit of it's okay, but I never played it originally, so it never hooked me in. So it looks like we're prepping for the tech up. I mean, this has to be Farimba, right? Like, I'd be shocked if we don't get Farimba play here. He has no cow. But I'm just seeing Mass Donzo, so presumably, like, are you thinking Freebot? You can't be thinking Freebot. I'm also worried about the lack of tempo here. B is just getting all the relics. The type of positioning you have. Oh, sorry, I forgot about Age of Mythology in this long conversation. Of course, goated Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology has, to this day, maintained the title of one of the greatest campaigns ever created in RTS. If you disagree with that, I have big doubts that you've played through the entire campaign. Even to this day, it holds up pretty damn. That was the highlight of the remaster for me. I remember, like, being given access and, like, I'm just gonna live. We have got the javelins following up. So, confirmed. Gonna have to be javelineers coming in here. Eventually, but like, he's just reinvesting. Guys, he's not even castling. Like, this is what we watch Creator for. This is the type of gameplay I've seen out of him. He's freaking wild for this. How long have we been in castle now for B? It wasn't even an immediate counterattack. It's almost like he just hit his hand, giving B the potential to just make the wrong call and attack him. But props to him, B hasn't like overextended or anything. He seemed to have realized quite early and pulled back. Now of extra vision. Creator is going to get the extra deer, but there is one deer stack. Like, this is a very good area, by the way, for B. Double berries and deer. It's logically guarded area for him. All his golds, bar one, lean this way as well. So wouldn't be surprised if we see him try and wall this in the next minute or two, maybe, or just start to set up some outposts. Everyone was so weird. You clearly didn't play it with enough cheats going on. Just big daddy it up. Wait, did he see? Oh, he's... Shindo Priest snitches. Dad, get him! Oh, he gets the surround as well. Sofa goes down. Blunk! Job's done. I had to. We were talking about RTS games here. Tech is now ready. So Farimba, presumably... I mean, he's got 2 cow, but just to eat. He's not ranching anything here. Creator's like, it doesn't matter how long we let you stand there. You'll never be Kobe beef. So we'll just eat you now. You're a hamburger cow. There's nothing premium about you at all, Besser. As expected, Farimba on the way. Yeah, but we've already got Yumi now scaling for B to deal with Donzo. And the javelin count isn't crazy, guys. Not to mention the fact you've now allowed a 5 relic game for Japan. Not writing him out, because Creator is Creator, but most players would be, okay, this is just kind of over. Bar a big mistake. Does intercept the 5th. But, wait, you just left your base. Oh, no. No, 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 no. If he just pulls them east and goes west... Talk about free entry. No bodyguard at the door. It looks like he's going to hesitate to go deeper. Probably because of the walls, of course. I mean, that could have been catastrophic. If B just kills off 4 or 5 knights, he's in. Instead, Creator does get the tech up. He now finds himself 6 workers down. And yeah, he goes back and forth. We see him Nasu on things like Liquipedia, but he's always called Creator in-game. So we just refer to him as Creator. That is what he's known as. You know what's actually kind of underrated here? For B would be Onobugeisha. He's the type of player that would do it, and he has already farmhouse, what, 1? Yeah, only 1. Okay, so it's going to be Blob Yumi. Double Yorishiro archery range is quite rare. At least these days, I feel like a lot of the time B tends to go towards the farmhouse. Villagers, whoop. They get ignored. The Mad Samurai forced the defense. So a few Dons are going to give chase here. He did get a few worker kills there, so nets 2. No Yorishiro drop in the town center, remember. Does need to garrison the fort for relics. It needs an extra monastery for that. Is Nasu gonna do this? Is Creator gonna look nicer for this one? This is becoming a pretty interesting game. Like, he plays... Can we just agree? The way he played this felt very odd compared to most players I think I've seen on Mali. He took a very different approach, but he did a great job with it. This is what intrigues me about him. It feels like Creator has learned from the meta, but he's also kind of looking to develop his own meta. That's what I want. Like, I love the idea of regionalization where you discover your own strats. We just don't really see it. We see people often having similar strats because of the byproduct of everyone being able to play with everyone. Yumi stepping up, sniping down some of the Donzos. Javelin stand their ground here. B. He's trying to bait those Donzos back into range. Just to thin the herd. Yeah, if he gets a Donzo kill but loses a Yumi, it's totally worth it. Mathematically, it's completely worth it. Your Yumi, they're only going to cost you 60. The Donzos are 90. So that's a 50% favorability towards you. Yeah, I do like the shield upgrade changes. At first, I thought they'd only done it for Sengoku, because like, oh no, across the board. Yeah, I like to call this stealing the food restaurant sign outside. It does kind of look like it, doesn't it? You know, like the flappy signs where it's like, you know, you just fold them out into like a triangle and they stand there. Basically, like a standard store sign. People on the street. Armed with their store signs. They are unstoppable. So what now? Because if this turns into a scale game, B has an advantage now. With 5 relics, I'm pretty sure he has an advantage. Like, you're playing Mali, you're pretty heavily outnumbered already. That's never a good sign. In fairness, though, in a weird kind of flip, to a certain degree, they've switched roles where Trash Mob versus Wall is even. I also just love how the Yumi bows just always make them look like they just robbed. Let's go for Sacred Science. Once Crit come out to him. Hey, Creator is not playing completely blind, he's playing on feeling. He believes. Guys, we're getting it! It's an Onobugation switch. Okay, this just got really interesting. Unfortunately for B, we look at what Creator's doing at the exact same time. Oh my god, the story. If they do this at their pacing, can B actually overwhelm Sofa? He already has important armors. Pretty important. Yeah, at this point, the important armors effect is going to be these Brigade doing half damage against Sofa. Problem is, this does come in fast. Like, if you look at it, Malians just don't have much food income because they're just relying on the cow. And if you want to eat a lot of food here, then you're going to sacrifice your gold. Which is a weird trade-off. Because he just didn't ranch up. A single ranch. And this is the power of leveraging the berries, by the way. He's got level 3 food tech for the berries. Fudasashi. So his gather rate is kind of wild on food. Deer as well, with the survival techniques. I mean, it's all looking good. He's even guarding what remains of this east side as a backup option. This is way too big of an army to fail, man. Like, what? 22 on a brigade shot, 74 Yumi. When do you see this many Yumi? He gets a glimpse of it. He actually just got the information for free, and he tries to switch archers. Bro, you're Farimba. You're Farimba. Why are we arching? You're Farimba, man. Oh god. I don't think this is going to be fast enough for Creator. Creator, meet Destructor. B. He seeks full destruction of the Malians. Yumi begin the clash. Burns down the tower, finds the 5 workers straight away. Gone. The rest of the workers. Creator, no, wait, what? What? Where are they going? Oh my god, I panic clicked the map. Creator! He's already down 20 workers! He's about to be down a full game. No! No doubt about it. That's a B win. Screw China #1, Japan #1. There's a reason this guy always seeks this civ in every draft he has for over half a year. It shows you that it can easily be your answer. The Bagage is just such a sick switch to give him that DPS and run through Creator in his first ever KPMM game. Imagine if Creator also panic clicked the map. Dude, they might have. I was like, select, select, select. Look at this, look at this. And I'm like, oh, wait, wait. We've literally gone to the backside. Dude, that was crazy. The flood is real. The ultimate Zergling. Dry Arabia game 2. French versus Biz. So we did say French seemed like a high prio. I think French, like, they have to do something here. Byzantines are happy to just camp. If they just camp, they chill vibe and they're pretty content with this matchup. Because you gradually scale ahead. Hey, what's up, Leon? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the super chat. Glad you enjoy the content. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning at you. I don't know why I'm yawning. I shouldn't be tired. I don't really feel tired. It's a weird yawn. A yawn from beyonder. Dude, my fingers are really itchy. All right, so I was going to run ads. I can't run ads. But I can remind you guys of the ads in terms of the brands we work with. Reminder, we're still working with OperaGX. If you guys want to check them out, every time you've been seeing me pop up a browser, it is those guys. If you download OperaGX and create an account for free, it does help the channel out immensely. So those don't know, it's a browser. It's a browser that you can actually optimize so it doesn't use too much CPU, RAM, etc., which probably a good thing because you maybe thought I was just going to upgrade, but the prices are going up. However, if you do want to upgrade a PC, reminder, we're also working with PC specialists through to the end of the year. And honestly, I posted this out on Twitter the other day. Like, now is actually a really smart time to look at upgrading because the prices are only going to keep going up. So if you were on the fence already, you're like, I don't know if I want to like upgrade my PC. RAM has already been going up since like June. VRAM is going to be the same. GPUs. So like, this is probably your best time to buy if you're like, I'm going to buy now or in a year. I think in a year, it's only going to be higher. So PC specialists have actually got some Black Friday sales on pre-builds. If you want to take advantage of that, go through the link and have a look. Or if you want to create something custom, you can even get a discount off of those. Just at checkout, make sure you add in Pigeon 40 and you'll get 40 quid off of me. But we do love PC specialists around here. The PC you guys see in the background, laptop there, that is literally from them. That's their top-end gaming laptop, and it literally runs the entire broadcast. So whether you need it in a PC or you need it in a laptop, they can kit you out with top tier to tackle pretty much anything you'll be looking to game. Yes, it did, Leon. Appreciate it, bud. It's also owned by a Chinese company. You make that sound like there's a lot of things that are owned by Chinese companies. Congrats. I'm going to let you in on something. Everything is owned by someone. I know, that's completely like burst his bubble. All right, 30 seconds out. Have we got predictions up, actually? I don't think we've been doing predictions. Let's fix that. Whoopsie. And yeah, like, dude, like, you don't think... So here's the thing. Have you not noticed how, like, when you use, like, Google or whatever, based on your search history, it's providing you things that it thinks you'll like that have been paid for to be there? Like, dude, I got news for you. Like, if something's free, you're the customer no matter where it is. I know we like to often act like China is the ultimate bad guy, but it's not exactly like America or Europe are doing much better in some ways, either. Like, do you know how hard it is to freaking cancel a subscription to certain websites like Amazon a lot of the time? Remind me where those guys are located. Alright. Let's get to it. We've been excited to see this player in the KPMM for the first time ever. He's currently down, back up against the wall, facing off against B. But Creator, the #1 ranked player in Japan, is full of tricks. Let's see if he's got one up his sleeve. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a caster game. Game number 2. B is the one with the lead here, and he's looking to end it with the Byzantines. Meanwhile, Creator looking to get back into this best of 3 with the French. This is a fun matchup, actually. This is a really cool one. French do have dictatorial control. They can be the pressure point, and they actually need to. In a long feudal, the favorability tends to move towards Byzantines up to a certain point because of the scaling on their systems. But at the end of the day, they're always looking for castle, because if you play feudal too long, there is a risk the knight count gets way too high. I hate US text more than Chinese text. It's like, dude, this is the thing I say to people. Like, when they're like, oh, it's technology from this country. It's like, do you really think there is a person in a certain country that is a good guy? Or, like, you know, isn't using your data for some, like, you know, profitable use? Like, that's everyone. Sorry to break it to you. You want to avoid anything from China, you have to 100% bin anything electronic. Exactly. Like, dude, it's like literally all being made in China at this stage, if we're being real. Like, Opera GX, but sleek isn't one of the words I'd use to describe it. You can make it sleek, though. You can trim it down, is the idea. Because, you like, I checked on it. I didn't bother the deep dive because I didn't need the extra performance because I got a beast of PC. But, like, you can make it very cut down and in that way smooth in terms of like what you need it for, because like it's one of those browsers you can technically bare bones if you really don't want to have all the added bells and whistles. Shouldn't be much in the way of bells and whistles here, by the way. I'm thinking French is just going to go opening knights. Look at the deer spawns. Pro scouts might be tempting, actually. There's 3 deer packs that's pretty accessible, and both yours are forward. I kind of like the idea of him just attacking, though. Oh, what? B. It's a hippodrome game. I mean, we see this by the berry gathering at the start, but against French, I wouldn't have expected that. That's kind of funky. There's a lot of stuff that bloats it. Yeah, but that's the whole thing of, like, trim it down, you know? Like, most things come bloated to begin with. Even, like, Google Chrome at the start feels pretty bloated when you download it these days. Or at least the way that it keeps upping the performance hog in terms of CPU and RAM usage. You just have to, yeah, like, you have to take a bit of time to calculate. This is kind of crazy, though. I wasn't expecting Hippodrome against French. It's a very unorthodox approach, I feel like. Like, most players would just play it safe at Grand Winery. And as we said, you just kind of scale your economy, get your systems up, you hunker down, and you just look to tech eventually. A very different approach coming in here. So you guys, 99% voted on B. All right, what about now? 1's if you favor B here, 2's if you favor Creator. Because I would not expect this. No, it's very different. Yeah, hello, T-West. Got some Age of Empire 2 folks turning up. Some 4. Hope it's going well, bud. Gold gathering. Please don't pro scout. Please don't pro scout. Please don't pro. I don't think he's pro scouting. Is that good or bad because your opponent's hippodroming? In theory, that could actually end up being bad for you because now you're going to have to gather around the deer. So there's a risk that you get dove. But I do like it for the initial tempo. Problem is the berries are going to be gone pretty fast here, so it's just going to be sheep guarded. I don't know about this one, Halls. He scouts it out. He knows what it is. Oh, I like that. He uses the vision to just sneak around unnoticed. So he's going to try to creep. Gold is not being gathered, though, and he's going to probably reveal himself on that, isn't he? Yeah, he gets seen here. Now it's all predictable moves. Villagers should be moving away momentarily. but he does hang around for a moment. You can be a bit more gambly when you play Byzantines, because if a charge comes in, you just activate Akrotoy, and there you go. Shiv's out. Look at that. Look at that! And that is a masterclass on how to address the first knight. Because of the way the system works, you end up getting the +2 armor. That's huge here, because a knight has enough damage with his charge and his sword buff damage afterwards to one-hit kill you. But if you activate that armor, because it's +2, you'll survive 1 HP. If you activate it before the first lance hit, you'll survive with 2 HP. Really cool little detail there. Does mean it's now on cooldown, but to be honest, you shouldn't really have to rely on Akrotoy straight away again. Like, you should be interact it. There it is, it's in play. And wait. It's a Sipahi build. There's your full explanation. Yeah, he got the corner marketplace. Okay, this just got really freaking fun. Sipahi actually might be the game changer against knights. Because now when you melee clash, you're just straight away fighting with everything, and your opponent's going to have to litter the knights around the sides. It just keeps you more condensed, and he activates it. Triumph comes out. He can turn around. There we go. It's much better to do this, yeah. Just grab the one standing still. He snipes the final hit there. And Cradle way too slow on the reaction. Body blocks from the scout's not going to be good enough. Horseman, if he body blocks this... Oh, you can tell he's playing on a higher ping server because he wanted that. You can see he was trying for it. Remember, guys, it's Japan versus Russia here, so there's going to be a bit of ping. I reckon, like, would it be 100 ping? Actually, it might be less, depending on where B is in Russia. Now, the first Triumph is a really big deal. You got to ask, did he get enough value? He killed, what? 2 knights? Almost clipped the 3rd. It's not actually that bad. Because of the amount of knights you eliminated, it's not really worth it yet for Creator to go towards the chivalry. Yeah, it begins to feel like something else that sounds a bit like Shiv. Speaking of the Shivs, long pointy sticks are coming out. Limitane, love the outpost. Good setup here by B. And this game just got a little bit weird for France. Explain the champion mechanics for Macedonians. Yeah, you just spawn champions for free every X interval. 1 of each type. And then if you want to replace them, you have to buy them after that. Limit is always 1 of each type of champion. They provide different buffs. It's a very different style to Macedonian's Hippodrome. That's fine. Are you kidding me? Kratos, this is just kind of falling apart. I think the tricky part for Kratos is I think he likes to be in the aggressive seat. So, for example, when we watched and casted him up against players like Louis MT and Dimu, it's situations where they're usually playing a little bit more greedy. They're trying to macro. Whereas his micro and his aggression tends to overwhelm. But B is a different beast. B is a very aggressive player. We've seen it a lot. It's not unusual for him to occasionally play macro, but he's not afraid of gung-hoing it. Like, this is one of the first people who's truly, truly believing in Ottomans with an all-in Imam build. This is a Sipahi strat I just wasn't really expecting. But it's paid off in a big way. Like, at this point, Kratos is stuck with just knights, which should be able to win. Problem is, at this rate, by the time he realizes what he's up against, it's going to be a giant clump of horsemen and spin. Yeah, at which point an archer switch is going to be way too late. That's the real big risk you run here now. Shibari's been secured. B just pretty much in cruise control here. And Krita, is it me or does it feel like the food is a bit weird right now? He's over-gathering on gold, actually. Yeah, way too many people there. And thank you, Cal. It's going for 5 systems fast as possible, not worth it. On this strat, not so much. I think you do it as you need to move out. Because if he chose to rush systems, he wouldn't have had a competitive fuel timing compared to the night rush. And he also would have missed out on the timing around Horseman and Sipahi. So you have to balance yourself there. I like this approach, though. It's very different. I don't want to say fully unorthodox, but with Hippodromes, more common, I'd say, to see this like one system start. Why doesn't Creator produce some Spearmen? If you're playing French Knights, Why would you build spearmen instead of just more knights? You kind of feel like you've already lost the game if you have to build spearmen. Because the whole idea is you're meant to be able to react, move on the flanks, fast knights always feels good. Like, statistically, this unit is better than building spears, is the idea. He's not wrong. The problem is the timing, right? He got caught out in the middle of the map. Like, losing 2 knights that early is actually a huge game changer. He lost, at that point, 25% of his army mass. That's a big knock-on effect. Oh, well, they'll lose another one. Beat. Wait. Come on. The scout. There's the body blocks. Oh, man. Unfortunately, the tree line will betray him. I just love how players are getting better at using body blocking. It's such a clunky and difficult thing in AoE4 because there's nothing smooth about body blocking in this game, really. Take it from someone who played Dota 2 for a freaking decade. Like in that game, if you really got on top of something, like, yep, they can't move. If you're really good at it. In this game, even if you're really good at it, they can always move. So second tier pack is a lot wider, actually. My worry here is when Creator comes to this food, his goal pulls him the absolute opposite direction. There's going to be a divide here that's going to make it a lot harder. And that's where you might wish you had Spearman. But like right now, his knight should be able to mirror any dance. Oh, so though, Limitant. Wait, whoa. Hold on. He's actually going for this. Spearman. They bog him down. B now with the charge in. He's got the triumph. He's got the close. Creator. He felt ambitious about this because he thought he'd be able to regen, but now look at those health bars. He sacked the spears to get the send. I mean, you commit at this stage. Even without triumph, you just go. You don't want them to heal up after that. Village is now in trouble. Knights just keep on running. Maybe just peel off a few to hunt workers. Instead, he just wants the knights gone. Commits to the clash. Sipahi from behind. Activates the fortitude without hesitation there. Says the better attack speed now. A few Limitana in there to make it hard as well. Creator, he is doing a good job of dodging with his economy. B is fully fixated on wiping these knights because the health bars are just so low. And he gets him locked in. Barely anything left here. He's going to go for a recharge, but that's knight's dead. No doubt about it. And B, with enough cavalry left over to start sniping out the workers now. Even if you Sipahi in there, that should be getting the recharge soon, the fortitude. It's not a quick kill on a worker, but gradually. Gets the shot on the gold. Creator is down to literally 0 military units. When do you see this? He does have to reset because towers, TC rather, it does a lot of damage. But the fact is, this whole while, B's economy continued to work with the percentile buff. Whereas most of Creator's economy was just sleeping. Yeah, now at this stage, Creator, he just lost all knights. He has no food. He's on berries right now because that's the best he can hope for. He's already moving workers out. He knows what's happening. It's the only thing that makes sense, you know? Berries on the east, or do you try to creep west towards the deer? We see the option for Creator. He's going to punt out blind. Guys, I think this might be his last move. He doesn't have any units to defend against this. Oh, sorry. He has these guys. Yep, I totally trust these guys to hold back the Byzantine horde. Anyway. Think some spears would have helped him? Sure, but like it's... When you play French, the idea is knights, and then you control and dictate tempo. And if you're talking about when he's being dove, you can't build spears at that stage. It's too late. He doesn't have the wood for production, doesn't have the food to build. Doesn't have the workers to gather food. Great intercept there. Outpost goes up just in time to be brought back down. Not just that. The outpost is going up. Villagers, this is so ballsy by B. Kind of unnecessary, actually. Horseman will get the kills on the workers. The spears are still here, though, man. Like, yeah, there's just not enough archer play here. There's already too many Limitane to try and stop this outpost. Let's try for the recharge, but did he get the brace? I think he did. He gets the GG. That is it, folks. Wow. Mass Horseman Hippodrome Sipahi. Talk about a funky but cool way to bring down the French. And a perfect way to stop that Mass Knights. Shows you guys, like, incremental details. There's early snipes, the positioning, the micro, the body block attempts, man. Mwah. Played fantastically by B. Unfortunately, it does mean we don't get to see creative flex even once. B just unstoppable with the 2-0. Damn. Oh, did I list that as game 1? Yeah, it should have been game 2. Whatevs. He won both. We knew what I meant. You all knew. So B with the dub. So we've got Anatan versus Lash in 2 hours. What was that in the bracket? That's pretty early, yeah. Tomorrow will be quarterfinals for sure. Let's see. What else we got here? I think Myriad versus Voldemar might be starting momentarily. Where are they? I think we got Myriad Voldemar. Yeah, let me get the draft. Alright, so pulling my draft up now. Twitch ad that wants you he wants you to study in York. Whoa, wait, what? Alright. They're actually getting a little bit more targeted with the ads. Surprising. There's the draft. So guys, we'll do Myriad versus Voldemar now. I'd say like these two, at least not too long ago, they're quite even. Might be less so now. I think Voldemar has been looking. I wouldn't say consistent's the word. His spikes are really impressive. His challenge now is like, you know how like what was it? There's that saying like when you're under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion. You lower to your training. It's like his challenge is to like he has these meteoric ups and then these like drips again. So his challenge now really is to bring the drips up to a consistent level, I think. That's his next like big thing to tackle as a player. So Sengoku game 1 versus Delhi. Yeesh. So I actually think that this is a hard counter to the Delhi. The more I've been thinking about it and the games I've been seeing, Sengoku Daimyo might be the Japanese dream solution to the Elephanto Funtime. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a caster game. We have got Voldemar on the Delhi going up against Myriad on the Sengoku Daimyo. What a cool civ. What a cool matchup, actually. This civ on Lipany as well. You've got Stealth Forest to leverage, and you've got an interesting alignment here. Both of these civs play light cav really well. But the thing that puts it over the edge for me with Sengoku is the ease at which they get the early food. Yeah, because usually the risk with this civ is being up against Dark Age Rushy type civs. You're not really going to Dark Age Rush as Delhi. So this should be a pretty free double Yatai opening for Myriad. Why can this civ win? When we get to Feudal, you have to remember this civ specifically has a Horseman type that gets +2 damage against Cavalry, while having similar stats to the Ghazi. That's the interesting part. Now, where Delhi can get an edge is often their healing. Usually where they don't get a chance is the Ninja. Yeah, I'm expecting this to be a Koka Township build. Because if you are an Age of Empires 4 player playing Sengoku and you want to win the game, you go Koka. I can't think of any reason except from experimenting to go Ryokan, you know? And it's one of those experiments like you do in college where you wake up the next day, you're like, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. What's wrong? Are we looking on the sheeple? Ooh, You only have 7 sheep. What happened here? Oh my god, Voldemar, what? It's got 16 sheep. I think Voldemar's been hiding his Welsh heritage here. What's going on? That is a terrible rotation by Myriad. I mean, there's something in the corner maybe down here. But he doesn't know that for sure based on his scanning rotation. He's going to punt the west. This area's already been cleared. He needs to go straight to Voldemar's corner. How much vodka can you drink? Yeah, it's one of those type of experiments. There's a few different ways we could have went with that. You too old for Harry Potter in your 30s? It depends. Do you have a child? If the answer is no, then yes, you're too old for Harry Potter. I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off here. Fantastic Beast, though. Am I the only one who feels like Fantastic Beast kind of got a bad rap? I'm not going to say it was god tier. I almost feel like at least the first one was decent. The second one had its moments. Third one at least maybe want to see the next, which we're never going to get. I think they kind of killed themselves on that one, though, because of the change of actors. Fantasy's been down? Is that true across the board? You might be right on that, because I feel like... You know, I actually feel like we're probably never going to see a Dungeons & Dragons 2 movie. Even though that movie deserves to be sequeled more than most movies that are getting sequeled last year, this year, and next. Coca Township now on the way. This... I mean, D&D might be fun, but this is not. This landmark is disgusting. If you've somehow dodged Sengoku Ninja in your games, you've been fortunate. Anyone who's encountered them has not been having a fun time. This is a brutal experience. Wait, you're giving D&D a solid 7? I would give it an 8. It deserves an 8. The only weakness of it is it almost feels like it doesn't have a grander scheme to the world, like you'd expect a real D&D game to slightly have. Like, yeah, we complete this campaign, but there's something else coming. And this is indeed game 1. Stable's coming in. Yeah, but I actually legitimately think if Myriad just opens stables here, he should be favored. He's got triple Yatai, guys. He greeted it to the maximum. Yeah, I still haven't watched Rings of Power Season 2. I heard really bad things, and then recently some people have been like, oh, it's not too bad. Well, oh, okay, maybe. I was a bit gutted they cancelled Wheel of Time. Or did they cancel it rather than maybe it's just like this last season? Wheel of Time, I never read the book, so maybe I just have the wrong perspective. But I feel like some people writ it off before it had a chance to mature, you know? What I will not bother watching is Witcher Season 3 and 4. I am wasting time with that crap. There was one thing that tempted me, and it's like that. It's the old guy in the new one. The Witcher, the old Witcher. But I will still not. I object. It's BS what they done to our boy Cavill. Alright, Voldemar. Wait, he didn't hide in the Stealth Forest. Okay, gonna walk home though. He did get seen. Run! Run, little Yatai, run! He can get the body block. Yep. It only takes 2 to tango, man. That Yatai might be toast. He's got the first Yati on the way though. And remember, he's near a Stealth Forest. This is huge, guys. Ready? Set. Pull. Myriad, pull. The button. Pull. The button. Wait, why are they hitting? Oh. Why did he spawn them back here? Guys, you can spawn these Shinobi anywhere where there's Stealth Forest. I thought he'd just pull them out here. It's so much better that way, because then you just have the ambush factor. He's wasting his grenades. Not crazy about this right now from Myriad. So if he just actually waits until the Stealth Forest spawns them, you have the backstab, you have point blank range, it can't really be dodged at that stage. It's very hard. And then the Yadi win the follow-up. Like, they may not get the elimination, but they'll get them so low they can't come back. Dune movies a bore fest? I disagree. I think Dune 1 was like slow paced. But I kind of get why they've done it. It's like the same reason you don't fault Lord of the Rings 1 for doing it ultimately. Even if you like, at the time was like, this is kind of slow and boring, you understand why it is. It's world building. And for anyone who's like even caught glimpses of the OG Dune movies, like you cannot say the new Dunes didn't do a much better job. Oh, I'll tell you, it's not doing a great job right now. Like Myriad, this is looking pretty bad. He's rushing stone now, so he's trying to get the Daimyo states online. He needs the extra health as well as movement speed. You know what is always a funny one from sci-fi is Starship Troopers. Starship Troop, like you talk about, you know, Dune is based like almost, you know, ironic. Starship Troopers is the ultimate irony. It's just sad because at the time, stupid idiots that review movies thought it was literally a pro-dictatorship movie, when instead it was satire. It was meant to be taking the mick out of the idea of like dictatorships. Great raid here. Hello. Double worker kill. Cost him 1 Yari. Definitely worth it. Okay, so that's actually an improvement. We're finally getting something from Myriad that looks like enough. Because everything else up to this point was not looking great. It's still pretty rough with Sacred Sites now getting controlled. New Dude Part 2 did seem to skirt the big battle compared to 19. Yeah. I think like my only criticism of the new Dunes is like there are moments that they could be more epic with the battles than they are. They're trying to make it very political. Because it is very political, to be fair. Yadi? Okay, just goes with the poke. Voldemar. Surely at this point, Techstars would have been worth it. Come on. Oh, no. He actually gets another. Damn. Okay. 4 worker kills now. I do think Myriad needs to consider spears, though. He probably won't, because Lamau I have grenades, but like spears would be pretty sick here. I think a lot of people are currently sleeping on Hojo State Spearmen, because they have a lot of movement speed. But I think what you'll probably see is after they nerf grenades, because they've got to nerf grenades, they're too good currently. After that gets nerfed, we'll probably see a bit more spear play in the Japanese arsenal. Whereas currently, it just feels like you literally have no reason to go spearmen. It was weird because Rebecca Ferguson times hotter. Look, it's Rebecca. What do you that's that Scandinavian blood, right? That also just sounds like you I think you got like some mama issues there. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. We're now a psychology stream. Everyone always talks daddy issues. I think we need to talk about this mommy issues. Who's crying for their mama in this one? I don't feel like we've seen a single good use of Shinobi yet. Am I right about that? He hasn't really even been spawning them. I mean, this would be the moment. Like, just try and come in from behind, grenade, and let your Yadi catch up. But it's almost like Myriad's forgetting it. Please, grenade. Why are we so anti-grenade? Oh my god, Myriad's like one of those people that just stands outside with a sign all day saying we must get rid of guns. I mean, grenades is probably a bit more reasonable to request not to have, but is this an honorable Japanese man? Is that what's happening here? Is dishonorable to throw grenades? Unusual one. And oh, that's the daimyo down. Wait, whoop. Oh, control groups. Yeah, Myriad, he may not even realize he just lost that. So the Daimyo states, for some reason, are select with Raxes. They're selected along with them. So it's quite easy to forget to like cycle through and queue them up. Unless you're like F1, select all, and then you tab through. Because remember, if he doesn't have the Daimyo, he's missing out on 10% attack speed. Myriad is 12 minutes in the game and has only spawned his Shinobi, his free Shinobi once. You all think that he's an honorable guy, but like, this is a thing. When you're given that type of power, you can only resist it so long. I'm calling it. There's going to be a moment. There's going to be one fight. And then he'll be like Frodo on Mount Doom. He won't be able to resist it anymore. Myriad is just a hobbit waiting to submit to the power, the one true power. Flash coming in. Voldemar. He has problems though. The tree line. The tree line! He gets in. Still no textiles. Why do we hate our workers so much? A little bit of panic there. Myriad might as well just A-clicked his way out. He's always going to get eliminated, but builds the lead further. He's 8 workers up now. About to be more, maybe. He still doesn't have Shinobi. I'm just thinking of all the damage we could be doing with grenades. You know, I shouldn't really judge him like this. When I play Fallout, I never use grenades. I'm not a grenade person, chat. No. Like, dude, like in like Battlefield right now, flashbangs. You know, I really wanna like leverage my, is it 5th Amendment? 4th Amendment? Americans are cringing right now. 2nd Amendment. Why do I think it was later in the amendments? I think it kind of says a lot about you guys. Like, your second choice of amendment was we need weaponry. Like, what are you on about? You can totally trust us British people. You know what kind of weaponry would go really well here? Grenades. He's still not getting them. He's got Higurumi, so his archers are real archers. We still do not have any Shinobi, but we do have the Daimyo starting to arrive now. However, the flood is getting a bit high. His cap have been cut down. Yatsai also regrettably is going to be beating his end here. But wait, the Daimyo, please. Oh my god, what is the rallying with this guy? He's just on a lap of the map right now. Myriad, come on. You literally built the Coca. Stop acting like you're being honorable. You're just waiting for that one moment where you feel like you're done, where it's all over and you can't win. And then you'll summon them. I am not a fool. Come on. Just press the button. He pressed the button! There is nothing honorable about Myriad. He brings shame upon his family. Look at this man throwing grenades at unarmed citizens of the Indian Empire. The disgusting dishonor. Grenades! Onto them again! Maybe grenades onto the things we're trying to kill? Oh my... They done nothing. They actually done nothing. He grenaded the scholars and then died before he could grenade anything else. Yeah, I think Nobunaga Oda respecting Christians too much there. Their guns are pretty good. Let's get rid of the other religions. It's okay, guys. He can win the game in 30 seconds. He gets another shot at this. Because, you know, you have to be very careful. Limited amount of attempts you can have on Shinobi. Limited by time. Technically, it's infinite. Yari count. Still competing against the Ghazi, though. A muddy retreat. 15 seconds out for the Shinobi. Army lead for Voldemar. He's real. He's running out of melee blob to just gung-ho send at this. Myriad's in disbelief. Voldemar? The miss micro. His control group's all screwed up there. Myriad didn't even believe it at first. He only sent in 2 Yari. He thought he was being baited. He's to pull back again. But there are stealth forests around here. It's just been... How long have they been doing this now? This has literally just been the game for the last, like, I don't even know how many minutes. It's been you push, I push, you push. Oh no, the control groups again. Voldemar, it keeps happening. He pulls back one component, but is heavily delayed on the other. I think he's lost. Some of the worst grenades I've seen thrown by the Sengoku in a big battle. And yet Myriad is still winning. What? I mean, he's got buffed economy at home, but like, not that well buffed. He's moved away from it. He's out on the map, so you can't even argue it's the Matsuri effect. He's everywhere. Look at this. He's just raw winning it. Like, there's no big, oh, well, he's got a buffed up Matsuri like an Ahan. There's no, like, Shinobi completely broke him. He's just outplayed him. I mean, I think if Voldemar wasn't slow on the pullback in those fights, you probably still have an ongoing tug of war. But now? I think he's just toast. What? I'm really trying to digest whether this is like more of Voldemar's errors or just like... Slash, you know, obviously Myriad playing well, I'm not taking that away from him. If it's more the error or Sengoku just being wild. I think it's part. And obviously within that, Myriad playing really well. I mean, the weird thing is, like, you have to remember, even without the grenades, he's still quite balanced against Ghazi because you've got the 11 damage and you attack quicker compared to the Ghazi at 13. And your health is literally the same. So, like, even without that stat, if you at least have the Daimyo, you're favored, 100%. And then we also have to remember that he could have got the extra health, but he didn't go for that. He went for the Oda. So he never actually had the 5% extra health. Ghazi punting for a raid, but we've got Sake Brewer in the way. I think this is over. Voldemar's got nothing. Tech up completes. Reinforcing alley, and we won't... Like, I can't believe this. He just won without ninjas. Like, I don't even count those ninjas that existed. Those ninjas that existed were, like, more help to Voldemar than Myriad. They baited him into a bad fight. What? Nani? I'm literally calling that one. I already know what to call that one, chat. That game is... Oh my god, why won't I... Let me... There we go. Sengoku, but your ninjas do nothing. What? They literally... Like, even if you think back to the grenades they hit scholars that immediately healed the damage off. It done nothing. And then they died before they could throw the follow-up grenades against the Ghazi charging in. Like, legitimately, the ninjas... It's almost like the threat of them existing. I wonder if that played on Voldemar a bit. I don't know if that was actually intentional by Myriad. I mean, he can if he wants, he can bag it and say he totally planned that. But it's like the fact that he could spawn them. Remember how we talk about Hippodrome this way, where quite often what makes Hippodrome better is the threat that it can be used. Because then you as the player on the other side don't do things. What the hell? Okay, well, next up we are going to Frisian. It is going to be Ottomans versus Byzantines. So like someone a bit more classic-y. What a funky game. What's my perspective on H3 now? H3 is fine. They're not like a gigastack civ. They're like mid-pack. I think they're fine. I don't think they really need buffs or nerfs necessarily. I think they're in a reasonable place. They're one of the most towards the center civs in the game right now. Alright guys, let's get ready for it though. I need to flip the score, don't I? Alright. historically accurate matchups. That's what we need, because if Voldemar wants to stay in our tournament, he needs a win with the Ottomans here. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Time for a caster game. Myriad leading this series with the Byzantines, looking to mean business and close it out in 2. But Voldemar on the Ottomans for the Swamplands. Good map to fish. Byzantines don't really have that same luxury. Let's see how Myriad wants to try and approach this, because I have seen some players actually finding Byzantines quite desirable. There was a time, I think early in the year, where the Canadians, for example, really liked 2TC Biz on this map. But that kind of fell out of the meta, especially when Pro Scouts came into the equation. Let's see what he's got in mind here. Should be an interesting one. Voldemar, definitely a powerful civ. I think Ottomans is bordering on bannable at this stage in a lot of players' eyes. It's such a powerful civ in the right position. You know, you just give it... I reckon you give it like one more round of patches with certain powerful civs getting nerfed, and we'll legitimately start seeing Ottomans getting banned in the opening phase. I mean, we already have some players that do. You know, if you're talking about, say, B, Louis, MT, there's these top Ottoman players that legit get it banned away from them at the start. That's how good it is. And I don't know. I would not call H3 S tier. That's some wild glazing right there. All right. 0-3 is clearly trying to get people to pick HRE in his pub games against him. Like, I would put them, like, if you play them really well, they're like high B to A tier. They're decent, like maybe low A tier. Like, I think they're in a balanced place. For example, Byzantines and Ottomans are much, I think, more desirable than HRE. And probably more bannable. Like, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw someone ban HRE in a draft. Of, like, when you're talking top players anyway. Because I don't really count, like, when you go down a tier, usually you're talking more comfort picks to a certain degree. So, like, you know, for example, if you're playing against Gully, you know he usually wants to play, like, Mali and HRE is, like, very good civs for him, historically. Okay, so Myriad, what are we doing? Wait, what? Okay, this is dot play, right? It should just be standard dot play. Just a very different timing, actually. Yeah, so fish a little bit. Just waiting for it to come in. Dock drop now. Great positioning, by the way. Puts it right next to the berry so that he can actually just get additional olive oil there. That's what you want to be seeing. Like, this is the ideal setup. So, for example, this pond, great as well. This pond, pretty good. A little bit wider. This pond, perfect. And then over here, I don't know if... Yeah, if he's got room down there perfectly as well. This one might be a bit weird for him. He actually might be blocked. But this isn't always guaranteed, I don't think. For example, yeah, over here, like these berries, this would have been terrible for a dock. Like, Myriad got quite fortunate, actually. If he got Voldemar's spawn, you'd have to dock all the way over here, which would mean your worker on land is really inefficient. So what's the tech up focus going to be here? I'm expecting Grand Winery still. We haven't seen any berry rush. It's a pretty good Grand Winery location as well. Would set him up on the retracted side, so you can just build behind this. Getting excited over 20 olive oil? Damn right I am. Do you know... Are you kidding me? You're not getting excited over 20 olive oil? Do you know how expensive olive oil is nowadays? Well, we just talked about the cost of living crisis in my country. And you're like, always getting overly excited about oil. That stuff ain't cheap, all right? And if you want your food to taste mega good, you need it. Some people just don't understand the struggles, man. They're living the good life. I'm over here trying to get a taste of Italy. And it burns a hole in my pocket. So how many system levels? Third one coming in? Yeah, about to connect it. And what? Sultanani. Okay. In fairness, he does have fishing. I do often feel like even in this position, Madrissa feels better, but he might be worried about a very aggressive timing from Myriad, and your gold's spawn forward. So this is in some ways a lot safer. I don't expect him to actively trade. I really, really wish this Civ would actively trade, but they never do. Because remember, the trade post is central, and most players, they're worried, like, if they get idled a little bit trying to trade, then instead you now have this situation where you're not getting gold at all, versus you could have been getting passive gold to the tune of 24 per minute. That's usually, like, the justification in their mind as to why they never ungarrison them. Grand Winery as expected. Alright, how do you guys predict? 61% on Myriad. A little bit of favorability there. I think based off of what we saw in game 1, I'm not too surprised by that, though. I think Myriad did look really good here. You trade? Yeah, but Phil's bow, you lose a lot as well. So. Excellent. So guys, here's the thing with Philly, right? You'll call them out like, well, you're not winning the tournament. It's like, oh, I'm too busy making real money to come and play these tournaments. Phone me when there's more money in it. It's just a cop-out. He knows there's never going to be more money in it. It's like me being like, I could be world champion in Tetris. There's just not enough money in it. And then you just got like Red Bull announcing a Tetris tournament. Like, damn it! Now I'm going to be exposed. So Rax follow-up makes a lot of sense. You're expecting Almonds to go Sipahi. Double military school. Damn, this is a really greedy opening. Did you get the first Vizier point? Usually you're thinking Imams here. Especially early on, because usually Byzantines, they get the back line, the range line, by building mercs. Which means they won't have enough to snipe out your Imams early. Boom, there you go. Straight into the double healers. Plays really nice with Sipahi opening, just because your Sipahi rotate in, they attack, they come back. And then they get healed. I'm a little bit meaner of a leader. Like, I believe that if you didn't do enough damage, you don't deserve to be healed. That's just my take on how to treat my people. You know, like, if you're not an earner, why would I give you, you know? That's not how this business works, chat. Like, this scout, if he gets injured and comes home, I'm like, well, what did you find out about them? It's like, I found out they're on berries. Like, I already knew that. I didn't need you to do that. You've not been of service. Yo! Voldemar's a traitor. We actually are getting them. Let's go. So 53 gold each way. Like, actually, how... I think the maths on this, is it not 2 to 1? How long does it take you to make this trade route? It's about a minute each way, I believe. You don't want to be a villager for me? Good. I don't want your weak inefficiency, okay? Look at that. Like, this is how inefficient you are. You've got a prime gaming icon, but you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. Get out of my kingdom. You're not an earner. Jeez, you wouldn't expect this type of talk about healing from a person who lives in the UK. Beast got my hearth. Mistake! Here you are now. Ads are about to run in 10 minutes. Now what? Done. Tetris prize pool is bigger than AoE. I didn't see how big it was. I didn't even know it was like going on. I remember like I was seeing this early in the year and I was like, I need to contact my Red Bull guy. But I couldn't find where the finals was. It just sometimes on the website it's very hard to find when they've got the ultimate finish for those tournaments. It is hilarious just how many more games of Tetris have been played in Europe than anywhere else though. Have you guys like seen this? So, on this, 0.5 mil, 3 mil, even Asia only has 1.7 mil. When did Europe become the most obsessed region with Tetris? This is new territory in my eyes. So, Voldemar has crep, by the way. Yeah, he's got a lot of fishing going on, actually. Whereas Myriad is just taking this opportunity to rush castle. I kind of like this a bit more for Myriad. He's already level 5 system, so the Golden Horn Tower gives a lot of worth. Whereas Voldemar's worth is delayed. Yeah, and your opponent's already going to have like double longbow. It's got an extra outpost set up coming on the floor for the extra berries, which are also in range of the system anyway. We didn't have budget to animate this. Don't judge us. Guys. You play Minecraft and the Azure block, the Lapis, whatever it's called, Lule block isn't buffed, okay? It isn't animated, and you don't complain. And that game is worth billions of dollars. So don't complain that we don't have water here. Does he know? I think he has no clue this is happening. He might suspect, but he has no confirmation of it at all. And guys, oh god, it's going to be Katas. Well, if you had Janissaries, you'd be fine here. We're going to have to build a lot of units to get the 8 Janissaries. And even then, like, it's kind of weird. Cataphracts can deal with that Janissary point because they can trample. They just jump over you, jump on the Jannies, kill them. I think for Voldemar, the crucial detail here is get aged up quick. Alright, 1s if you think Voldemar's going to do it, 2s if you think Myriad is. Because I'm seeing just a mostly backed up ultimate player. He's got big army, it's just not in the enemy's face. He's running towards the dock location. I'm surprised Myriad didn't actually go for a demo play here, but probably worried it's just going to be a pullback in a heal. If you time the demo with these Limitane, you get several full death for the meta, apparently. Maybe a worker to be pulled? Yeah, he's on the way now. This should be tight. He's got wheelbarrow, so I think he gets there with, like, yeah, probably about 50 HP left on the dock. He's got loads of time. This is the importance of wheelbarrow, guys. Save your docks. It's not stupidly priced like those dumb harbors, but it's still expensive. Damn, 130. Even less than I would have thought. Guys, I think we need to buff burning. If my house is on fire, it's not staying up that long, okay? But maybe I just don't have a very good house. And, oh god, this is not a very good fight. Voldemar, he tries to intercept on Lombos, but he's getting bogged down in the Cataphracts. Not worth it at all. How many was that? 5, 6 Sipahi for probably the same number of Lombos. Damn. I don't know what he was thinking with that. I mean, I know you have to slow down the timing here. But is it not worth it to be maybe more up in your opponent's face, idling economy as well? Probably just felt like he had enough time because he pulled the spears wide, but Myriad, great composure in the fight. Byzantines on top. Myriad of Hungarian descent will not make the same mistakes his forefathers did against the Ottomans. Now he's ready. You'd think this is overkill. It's not. This is overkill. Like, you cannot body block Cataphracts. It's impossible. Unless you get them on the follow-up after the trample. He's going to be brought down, but man, look at the map control now. Lido's out the boats. Voldemar is still HP, guys. I'm trying to figure out how he wins this fight. Like, Spearman is the correct call, but you're already against Lombos, and the Cataphract count's getting worrisome high. But he has all this fish. How can he lose? 5 traders, 16 fishing boats, and yeah. Yeah, indeed. Isn't his military count incorrect as well because of the fishing boats? I think so, yeah. So, like, Voldemar's not as big as you think he is. Janissary point gets pulled, but Longbow's already there for it. He can start intercepting. Should notice in a second. Cataphract's going to pull away. Longbow's open fire. Okay, we're just killing Spy. Voldemar will scare him away for now. It's difficult, though, because Janissaries just don't chase well. And the retreat also going to cost him a bit. So, you know that, like, people... was it someone on EGC didn't like that we call this the panic button? 100% this was the panic button. This was the panic button right here. This is the I'm gonna die button. And it doesn't even stop that. Myriad backs off for a moment, comes back in again. The Longbow Master's too big. It's starting to feel like it, actually. Let's go for the sniper the Jannies. Cataphract tries to slow things down. Sipahi is still threatening here. Gonna see count down to 4. Lombow's still getting the kills here. More arriving. Cataphract line has been thinned a little bit. The Janissaries, there's only 2 of them left. The guns are loud. They're not meaningful. All Janissaries removed. Now it's just the Spearmen. Yeah, and he hasn't got many of those, folks. He's got 4 spearmen here. Cataphract have been shortchanged. But remember, the archers will do no damage against the Caddis here. It's all on the Sipahi to carry against them, and that's difficult. The best of times. Thank you, Missing Colon, for the prime sub. I think Voldemar might be missing a colon after that dive in. Might be squeaky bum time here. The Cataphract just to buy some time here for the disengage. Voldemar does have a lot of archers remaining, but he needs to do something with them now. By do something, I mean like not die with them. They're kind of dying. Well, I didn't realize this was the Byzantines edition of the 4 Musketeers, but yeah, Saleh, I think we're seeing a repeated history, chat. All right, alternate history time is over in Age of Empires 4. Wait, no, this is alternate history. I'm an idiot. Alternate history time is back in Age of Empires 4. Yeah, like Voldemar, I mean, he gets a stay of execution, but like, unless you can find castle in the next 2 minutes. We just got teardrop shields coming in. It's so hard, man. Like, I feel for Voldemar because Goldenhorn Tower really is that landmark right now. It generates 3 units every minute and a half. It's wild how effective it is. You know, the weakness of Byzantines is meant to be once these mercs are gone, your timing is gone until you get growth up. That's not the case when you rush Goldenhorn Tower like this. Macroeconomics of it makes it such a good landmark to castle rush. Like, to be honest with you, it probably does need to change Byzantines. I don't think it's healthy that their optimal strat is always rushing castle. Then again, they're not the only civ that has this issue. Oh, does get the revolt. Spearman not as impactful as the Janissary is the problem here. The reason the last fight looked so good is the Jannies. But even though Voldemar scared him away, like, he doesn't have the gunpowder follow-up this time. He was getting ready for castle up. Myriad gonna give chase now. Lombos can't keep pursuit, sure, but Cataphracts able to keep chase. Yeah, remember, Voldemar's numbers inflated here, by the way. 22 of this is fishing focus. So if anyone's like, what is Kiki on about? It's 80 to 39 military. It's actually really. So when you put 20 off that number, it doesn't seem that impressive when you see it's 15 Cataphracts. That's the problem. And there's no spears again. You might just commit now. Like, there's nothing to fear. For fear itself! Look at the spread! Imams are coming now, but they're going to have limited time to spread out that heal. He also needs to make sure he's moving them with the army or lose them. Cataphracts, they've got trample again in 10 seconds. Sometimes you forget that trample has this overlapping effect with wave after wave of Catas. Oh, that might be another 5 at risk. Land Snakes are also there, so he needs to remove them. Trample's available. 3, 2, 1. I mean, he could just go. I'm surprised he's not, actually. I think he's just trying to make sure his Lombos don't get sniped. The Imams will, though. 1 down. 2. And that looks like cut. Trample's half. Keeps the other back. How did you get hit? Alright, guys. Great bombard time. It's only going to take you 6 hits. I think the math actually might be 7 hits. 7 hits to kill a Cataphract with this thing. Woohoo! If it was better armed, it would be good. Also, you've now just you've unleashed a siege weapon against Trample. Oh. I do feel rough for Voldy. Like, there are some good fights here, right? But it's just the inevitability of, like, Byzantines getting castle and having this much food. Like, it never really stopped. He tried to intercept it at points. Weirdnesses like this, but in the end, Myriad just had enough meat to pop. And with 5 relics as well, I mean, the longbow pump has just been non-stop. It's really well played by Myriad. Looks like he's going to end up getting the 2-0 here. Which would book him a day up against the Lucian Ronald. Is he just avoiding the problem? Yeah, it's a cool idea. Voldemar's trying to cut reinforcements. However, who guards your economy? Like that it takes so much. Woo! Look at that. We've done a little bit of damage. Myriad. Not trying to overextend. Doesn't want to put himself out of position. He does actually choose to back up. Is there a way? I mean, I'm just looking at Myriad almost ready to go Imperial Age, which is why I'm struggling to see a way. If he gets enough spears here, though, he could just brute force this. Lombos will end up overkilling, and the Katas will be in trouble. Because it's feudal spears, you do need quite a lot. Probably 25, 28. It's a good splash down. Myriad for the Hodor. Oh, uses his own tree line against him. This is a lot of Sabahi. Colby. Yeah, cast curse me. Are we going game 3? We're standing still now. The spears actually can't get through. Not that there's many left. Lombo's just sniping them out. Now trading the back line. I think it's stupid help. Cataphracts are clearing him, and the second wave comes in. That's it. There's not enough force anymore. The Great Bombard's going to get sniped. Land Snake's also just distracting. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide. The Byzantine Boogeyman is here to make it go bump in the night. 2-0 victory. We said Voldemar was kind of looking favored recently in this one, but Myriad just showing that he can still turn up. And best the favored. The question now is, what do you guys think? Could he go further? Was this clean enough? Could we ever see him beating either Lucifer or Gully? Have to tune in later in the week to find out. Damn. Well played. Myriad, a 2-0 victory. Strokey chin. We could eat and come back. My food is ready. That is a granted. I've got gammon. So you probably don't like chips and crap again. Why aren't we doing gammon with the proper stuff? Oh, do we eat and come back? We could eat and come back. I think. Let me have a look here. Because we have got an interesting series coming up, actually. We can always check out Kilyadi and Core from replays. But we've got Anatan and Lash in about an hour. Mahodo and Numadon as well. So we've got some cool ones. I think we'll come back and cast a series. So guys, what I'll do, I'm going to put an epic game up from our YouTube. An incredible one. Probably one you have not even seen. Or maybe you would have if you watched literally every second of this channel. But why would you do that? So let me see what we got cooking. Put up a game for you guys to be entertained. I'll go and eat. When I come back, we'll have more Age of Empires 4 action. Deal? Deal? Firm handshakes? Deal. Oh, wasn't this like a super sick one? What one was this? Didn't do that well, actually. Like 1,000 views, I think. Who's playing? Oh, this is old school Lancaster. Actually, we didn't care about that. Yawn, they're dead. Give me a sec, guys. I'll get you a game. Got plenty of good ones. Oh, this one was pretty epic. This was the Japanese Cav versus the Macedonian Nuts Cav. And it was a pretty nuts game, actually. Louis MT versus Anatan. So, guys, I'm going to put this game up for you. And then I'll be back after this for more caster games, okay? Loves his new Sears, but his opponent just keeps going for these classic strong picks from Age of Empires 4. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Louis MT up against Anatan. And it is going to be the Macedonian boys, the Angry Vikings from Anachad, and he's going to be opening with a Varangian stronghold. That's right. The man who's shown a great resistance to building Varangian war camps to begin with will continue that trend as he goes for a house. Yeah, Anatan's not really a believer in war camps. I mean, it makes sense. Like, technically, you'd have to be a believer in resurrection if you think about it. Because I feel like that's what we're doing here. We've had this debate with Anno. Basically, a war camp is a house anyway. The literal only difference is an extra 5 seconds of build speed. So it takes 5 seconds longer. Outside that, like, it's just good to have. Now, the argument that he would make on efficiency is, like, you don't need a war camp early because when are you going to lose 6 units to get one for free? The idea, though, is meant to be that it's easier to add it in now than forget about it later. And I think we've had it in games of Anno where it just doesn't get added in at all. Like, he would go 10, 12 minutes into a game, still no war camp, with a bunch of units getting clapped. And no, I believe predictions have not been done. Let me fix that now. So game number 2. So, Akimafa are better spearmen, by the way. You do pay 10 resources more, but you do get 10 health more, as well as the fact that they are getting better attack speed as you scale. It's only small right now, but they've got this stronger together, which gives plus 2% per nearby Viking. No reason not to build the war camp instead of the first house. We heard it from the designer, but wait, Zero Empires, this is where Anatan would counter you. He'd point out it takes 5 seconds longer. I am looking forward to seeing how this plays into water maps, though. Because I think its real use on water maps isn't even to get extra boats. It's going to be to get land units for free. Because then you don't have to build Varangian strongholds at all. Because if you think about it that way, like if you're going for a really big boat fight, you're trading out to get units on land without spending 150 per production building. Then again, I'm acting as if Macedonians are going to function on water. Because remember, they have the flamethrower ship that no one likes. Okay, so Louis. Scan rotation. Looks like they should have divided the map here. Yeah, it's the classic. Both going down each side. Although, actually, Louis done something pretty crafty here. He checked east and then went across to the west. So he diagonaled. But unfortunately, Anatan, he sniffed it out. Wait, come on. We're not doing this crap again, are we? Is Louis in seat 1? He is, yeah. So... There's a very awkward, clunky behavior with scouting and sheep mechanisms where even if they both arrived at a sheep at the same time, the player who's in seat 1 would get it. It's weird. Let me ready for the tech up. Anno's much slower, though. He spent a lot more wood on the stronghold. He spent an extra 125 wood. And he added in an extra spearman. So he's already, compared to Louis' play, on spearman alone, spent an extra 120 resources. And it is the difference. Crew now on the way, though. Louis is doing something a bit different, guys. If you remember, so far, Louis has just been going fast castle. He's been starting his castle tech up with Japan at 6.5 minutes. It has looked ridiculous. It's looked like the build that you can't solve. In fact, in the Wham series, it forced Wham to GG the moment he heard the age up. This time, though, we're actually going to get a feudal present build. And it's definitely going to be forced by what Anatan is doing. We've got Hippodrome. Pretty cool idea, actually, against Japan. For multiple reasons, actually. So with Hippodrome, your horsemen can get enough damage to mirror Japan's horsemen, even when they're fully buffed. The other cool thing is with the armor scaling, Yumi just do nothing. Yeah, you can get +2 armor on your horsemen in age 2, meaning you can get 4 ranged armor on those pony. It is je petit good. It's a little bit good. Let's just put it that way. And horseman has really been, I feel like, the most consistently successful way to go, actually. So Akimaf are going to walk home. I like this idea in the development studio. Like, you've got the super hardcore history nerds that know the pronunciations of these words. And then you've got, like, the project manager that, like, doesn't know them. And he's like, so how much did it cost to make this Adgimatter? What does the anti-matter do for the game, and why are we paying for it? Oh god. I imagine to a Norse ear, that's like listening to an American call it Birmingham. So Louis is going to be into Yumi plus the spears. And we've got some diversification here. Anatan going Bogmaffer plus the Horseman. How do you say Birmingham? Birmingham. Not ham. There's nothing ham about it. Scout confirmation. So Anno, I wonder if he's going to do the gold heavy build. Yeah, he's got a lot of people there right now. I think the meta is going to develop towards trading. So the idea is that if you actually gather a lot of gold, you can just sell it at a marketplace so you can gather silver quicker. For tempo, I think it's going to be a worthwhile investment in the future. Because the logic here is that, let's say I sell 100 gold, I'll get 70 food. That doesn't sound like the best deal until you remember that you've been gathering a huge quantity of silver on top. That makes up the difference. You know, for every 100 gold you gather, you're going to gather 40 silver. So when you do it that way, it actually does make sense to trade potentially like 5-6 times to get food or wood with gold. Curious to see if any players are going to catch on to this. Because the difference is it would mean a very visceral timing into your tier 2 on silver. In Michigan, we have a city called Birmingham. What, you say hum or ham? Okay, I'm gonna be that guy and plant our flag and say ours existed first, so you're just gonna have to bow on this one. It's like, you know, I live in Ipswich, and that's how we pronounce it. But there's actually a city in Australia called Ipswich as well. But if they called it Ipswich, I don't care. Like, I'm sorry, we were here first. Can't just change it. So Louis is stuck defending now. That's actually pretty rough. And oh, I know that's a dirty switch on him. It's a men-at-arms strat. Varangian Guard are, like, I actually think that this might be the best feudal men-at-arms in the game. They have 4 melee armor and 12 damage. Now, you do pay a lot for it. You pay 130 instead of 120. But it's worth it. Wholly worth it. Not to mention the fact they can get runestone carvings, which buffs their damage by almost 10%, as well as their movement speed. And then if they're in a really good fight scenario, they can just drop the shields and go full ham with the axes. I think Varangian Guard, early Varangian Guard, are quickly going to become probably the second best feudal men-at-arms in the game. And I say that because Gilded Men-at-Arms are Gilded Men-at-Arms. But that's like not a fair comparison because it's, you know, 1-to-1. Whereas it should be 2-to-1. They have -1 ranged armor? That's not awful though, because they, as you just highlighted, they just get the armor tax. So he's already got +1/+1. He now has 5 melee armor, as well as more health. And now he's going to be able to get it up to 4 ranged armor. Like, this is crazy. And it's really smart against what Louis is doing, because Yumi aren't going to register in these fights. They're going to be pathetic. Louis does snoop it out. Could he go samurai? Do you want to go samurai here? Because samurai are a premium unit as well. You pay 130 for that. But I don't feel like hardened samurai are better than Varangian at all. You have deflective. That's like your one advantage. But Varangian just clap cheeks by comparison. And the interesting part is coming, by the way. Like, where this strat gets insane is the final Hippodrome trial. In 80 seconds, Anatan is going to get a heavy cavalry unit that will buff the movement speed of all these Varangian, which then stacks with runestones. Yeah, so your Varangian can move quicker than Palace Guard. Now, It is a bit tricky on the runestone detail because you have to make sure you're claiming lives to keep stacking runestones. But you see how this can snowball. Frangie now marching forward. It's going to be scared away. The Yuumi did actually get the buff damage coming through. And he went for the Yuumi bannerman. So it looks like Anatan's just going to temper himself here. He hasn't quite got enough silver yet for the next tier. He's got some way to go. Actually, yeah, he just got what he needed, so he can go for it now. He did also get the arrow sleds. Shiv's come out under the horsemen. They don't know who they're messing with. Like, bro, our overlords are Vikings. You think we're scared of a pony? It's not even a big pony. It's an above average pony. It's not a big pony. It's slightly below average pony size. Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy. Nice ponytail. Meanwhile, these guys have to walk around in a village full of these beefy boys. Melee armor 2 now on the way. Ranged armor 2 on the way. Health increased on the way. And alongside it, a champion has been born. The Hippodrome Redari. He's up to 1.29 movement speed. Oh boy. Floating gate has been cute though. So Louis trying to bypass to a better time in the game. Anatan, this is the go time though. This is what he's been waiting for. That Redari is the game changer. He's going to march him around. The floating gate is deep. This is going to be difficult to get on quick enough, especially with 18 working, but he's going to begin. Jumps in. Yumi's starting to go down. He needs to get that first runestone going. It's a snowball effect. Final clap comes down. That should be a runestone available now. Yep. So if he just drops it, he can start pushing in deeper, but the floating gate is coming up fast. Frangian Guard, can they actually do this? The Yuumi not proving to be that impactful, but the tech up now complete. The workers could be in trouble because that should be Anatan's target. The runestones, he has dropped one, but he dropped it far back. He needs to renew it on the backside here. Yuumi mass being shrunk right now. Louis, just a lot of out of time. Half of his economy is not working. And more still. Oh my god, Louis, he has like no one. I think he's maybe got 10 workers maximum working. The Redari has been sniped though. And he got Mount Samurai out. Runestone comes through again. Oh man, I think he's spent too much time chasing these Yuumi. Anno's cooking a cool idea. And I stand by that these are the scariest feudal age men at arms. But we're no longer in the feudal age. No, he will get shut down on the dive. Cistern of the first hill now on the way. Anatan is going to have to make do in castle. And what is up, Raishirante? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Prime support goes a long way, you legend. All right, so now it's a cavalry switch. Yeah. So he may have failed on the dive, but I'm actually convinced that Redari beat Mounted Samurai. Whether they're going to be able to in this game is questionable because, like, the tempo, he's behind on timings. But that's where System of the First Hill is really cool. This is an interesting landmark matchup because System of the First Hill and Floating Gate are kind of the same, but different in terms of their temperament. So Flowing Gate scales better once you have maximum Yashuras. On the opening, System of the First Hill feels a lot nicer because temporarily you're able to get extra resources or buff the production rate of existing buildings. And he goes full resource. So he just tacked up. He immediately used all 3 charges, meaning he just generated an extra 480 food for this minute. That's not bad. That's a pretty cool idea by Anatan. So he's almost getting a third of what he spent on the age up back straight away. These are moist farms. Drip, 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 drip. Like, I'm pretty sure if you actually dripped this much water onto a plant, it would do bad for it. But I don't know. I guess Vikings like soggy dough. I don't know what else to say to that. Ridori has been reproduced, so we'll go out for some raids. The Louis picking up relics now. Now, Anatan, he doesn't have a way of generating extra silver because he went for the Hippodrome build. If he went Grand Winery, he could be rushing relics and then dropping them off. Anna Chad. I like this. He's making use of all the investment he made into the melee armor. It's an Adgir Maffa switch, so he's getting the spearmen, and they are very tanky spearmen. 132 HP. Not tanky enough to take on all these mounted samurai on his own, but it's a start. And we do have more Ridari. Yeah, so Louis, he just saw the spearmen. Is this where he starts producing more Yumi? I guess it's difficult because we mentioned that Ridari can actually beat mounted samurai, and I'm not exaggerating. So mounted samurai right now, without abandonment, like they're at 25 damage. And they attack every 1.5 seconds. These guys are 26 base with a quicker attack speed. Just process that. Then there's the health. Then there's the movement speed. And then there's the hybrid attack. This, seriously, like this is the best knight in Age of Empires 4. And they're about to get better. He's got Romfire on the way, which means he'll be able to mirror out against the Uma Bannerman. Oh, Lord. And reminder, every time he now goes and scales the armor more, not only is it going to give you more effective HP on melee armor, but also it's going to increase your raw HP. The only negative of Ridari, the one downside they have, is that they do not have a charge attack. Yeah, so your attack speed as Japan is better on the opening because you charge in, and then after 0.52 seconds, you begin your other attack. So you actually do a lot on initial impact. You're going to do 62 damage. But as the fight gets towards the tail end, if you just melee mosh pit, if you A-click in, that's where Ridari can win. And the other crazy part is because Ridari are quicker cavalry, if they see you charging early and they just pull away, they can wait the charge out. Yeah, this is... I mean, this is basically what happens if the sofa is made out of mahogany. You know, if there's premium furniture. Like, you have Malian sofas, and then you have good sofas. Which is crazy, because sofas were already a good unit. And I've got to move out now for berries. Louis has just been keeping a few troopers out here. The gold is looking good, by the way. Yeah, he's got a lot of people out here. He also has blocked some relics now. Full pivot now coming into Yumi. Fun fact for you, though. With the Ridari champion and runestones, Adgir Maffa will gap close Yumi. They will outpace them. Because he goes up to 1.44 with the Ridari. If he drops a runestone, they move quicker than Onibugeisha. Yeah, they move quicker than heavy cav. Like, it does require a lot of runestone charges, but I think this is where Yumi can be a trap for Japan. Because Yumi are a lot of entities. And the way you generate runestones is based on slaying 5 entities. So Zerging civs may not be advised against Macedonians. You kind of treat them a little bit like Jean, where you want things that won't get eliminated. In fact, we have a great game that will be coming up on the YouTube channel that shoot this off between, I think it's Numidan and B, where he used the Delhi to make sure there was never runestone charges. So I love how we've just gone from best feudal men-at-arms to best castle age knight. Romfire gives him ability to 2-kill. I mean, he can 2-hit kill without Romfire. He's 26 base to begin with. I don't know why they're 26 base to begin with. I think the maths was kind of crazy there. I know a knight can charge in and get a 2-hit kill in castle, but like it's kind of different in my eyes there. Because a knight charging in, like there's ways you can manipulate that. But a Ridari just walking up and starting to club you, you can't do anything about. Like this. Oh! Anno! It's getting uncomfortable. Yumi? If only you could beat a Ridari with 4 HP. Louis, he doesn't have a Yorishiro drop in the town center either. No, he got forced to farmhouse this. But the Knights are now looking to strike back. He already scouted out with the Yumi. Anno's going to have to shuffle wide to get away. Knights with the clash, but he has got Adgir Maffa on the way home as well as more Ridari. Numbers currently with Louis, though. The spearmen completely out of position are running, but they're not running fast enough here. No, the Radari champion also went down, so Anatan doesn't have the extra movement speed. Clash going to be coming through here. He drops the runestone for the extra movement as well as the damage. So Louis kind of forced to commit here. Does pull away just before the Agimafa connect. Axe throw mode gets activated. He will be able to punish a few of these. He even snipes down the injured. Great micro there from Anno. Louis elsewhere. Uh-oh. The cavalry line. It's going to get shoved away. Louis playing this incredibly well. Yeah, I thought he was just going to be toast, especially that first dive, but Anno now kind of struggling to mirror both defense and aggression. Yeah, I think you have this kind of staggered timing where Louis, he forces Anno to defend reactionarily and then manages to force the attack force to react instead. So right now you just got Anatan not being proactive like he was earlier. Louis just leveraging the numbers now to send it in. 8 damage per strike means Radari don't care. You're only doing 1 damage there. Really, the Yumi need to be back here. The count of cavalry is not very good, actually. Wait, what? He only has 6 mounted samurai against 10 Radari. Spearmen coming in are going to be maybe some freebie targets. But now the spear's diving in towards the second wave of mounted samurai. Anatan looking to shrink that count. He just got the runestone drop down. He's definitely going to lose this forward force, but it's a case of just how many heavy cavalry they can take with them. At the end, the count now favoring Anatan. He has got more knights than Japan. Anno has food issues, though. He's adding in more farms. He's still using the gulps to try and pad himself here. But Louis got some more padded tie. He's got plenty of farms for free via the Kura. He's still got the deer, as well as the boar. Yeah, Anno has struggled with moving to this north side. Like, he actually got all of his food spawning here. He prioritized gold. He made a choice. But that choice does have an upside. Look at the silver. Yeah, he's generating a lot of silver per minute. But he's already capped out on his armor. So there's only really damage levels left in the cavalry, which he's now going to be taking. And remember, because of the way the Varangian Arsenal works, it's now going to perma-generate silver per minute. He's getting almost 400 silver a minute for clearing the 8k. Let that sink in. Man, if only he could solve his food issue. Just imagine Imperial now with cataphracts. Is castle rushing with Macedonia a thing? I think it will be. Because the thing about castle rushing, you can go Grand Winery, you can rush castle with Cistern, and then remember what we said, you can either increase a building's production rate by 150% or get 160 resources per minute off of certain buildings. That's kind of crazy. Radari normally would take 35 seconds. You'd be getting them out in, is it 20? So you'd be getting 3 nights a minute at the start of castle, if you can afford it. Yeah, I've got to move out to the ball now. He just uses the freebie Agimafa. By the way, these Agimafa in a direct fight are more scary than you realize. They have a unique ability called Stronger Together that matters when the numbers get up like this. Stronger Together buffs them by 2% attack speed for every Varangian close to them. Not Varangian Guard, Varangian units. That means that Radari also buff them. This is a pretty interesting complementary combo. Well, lol, it's not going to stop him from dropping that relic off, but it's still 4-1. Anno kept space for farms around that winery. He doesn't have a winery, is the problem. Remember, he went Hippodrome this game. And he's also not remembering to rebuild the Radari. The champion Radari. You pay more for him. Like, Radari's not only 240, you pay 300. But when you've got infantry as part of your composition, it's worth it. Yeah, so kind of a little bit of an oversight there, I'd say. I mean, maybe he doesn't want it, but I'd wonder why. Like, right now, his Agimafa are kind of struggling to be in position at all times. That fixes it. He's got 4 fast. He's just going in. We're getting it. We're getting the cataphract. I think he's right for this. You know, he's all in on cavalry. What's the point in spreading the upgrades now? It doesn't solve any of your problems. What are you going to do? Go archers? Lamau? No, you can't sell silver. I'm pretty sure you can't. We'll double check to confirm. Yeah, no silver cell. Could you imagine if you... Oh my god, it'd be broken. Like, I think that one would, because the rate at which you can get silver in some cases compared to olive oil. I think oil is a bit more tempered in its scaling, whereas silver can get crazy. Especially in the late game, because it's so casual the way you infinite scale it. But guys, this is Palatine School, it's cataphracts. So he can rapidly produce cataphracts for silver. He has 5,000 silver. And remember, those cataphracts are going to have buff stats because he's already been upgrading cavalry. Yet Louis has resisted going into Spearman this whole time. And Anno's trying to punish him for it now. Tech up completes. Louis gets the news. And check this. 20 seconds to get free 20 seconds for free cataphracts. He queues up the elite upgrades. He scales further. He spends 3,000 silver on extra health and armor. And the cataphract production begins. He can afford free cataphracts in passive silver per minute. That's actually pretty damn good. Reaction is going to be for Louis to tech as well. Castle the Crow now coming through. His farm count isn't crazy, by the way. It's 20 farms. I think Anno's not far off that. Dude, Anno's at 30 farms. So he has better infinite food right now than Louis does. This game is getting more and more interested by the minute. You have arguably the two best heavy cav civs for Castle now entering Imperial with mass cav. Because like Knights, French Knights are always going to be good, but like most people feel like Mad Samurai has been more oppressive, and I think the new Ridari is even more oppressive. And no, the cannons are that cheap because that's the whole point in the landmark. Palatine School, the whole thing is it rapidly produces cataphracts cheaply. It's reasonable. It would be a bad landmark otherwise. Macedonians now marching in. Elite upgrades came in from Louis, and he does have the rocket launcher available from the Crow. But the cataphract wave is also on the march. Runestone gets dropped. Anno starts to give chase. That rocket launch is a problem, though. Adge and Mafra are going to engage the cataphract with 506 HP. Yeah, you heard me correctly. They have 506 HP right now. Holy crap. Look at the numbers. 15 cataphract already. 30 Ridari. He's mirrored the heavy cav count. I love the fact he even still has the Horseman champion in there to give +2 damage. So cataphracts are hitting for 37. The Ridari are hitting for 39 for reasons. Don't ask me why. The cataphracts have 10 melee armor, as do the Ridari. Yumi. Oh, that's a good raid. Anno gets caught switching onto the extra gold. Ridari's coming over, but this is going to hurt. That many Yumi, that's a one-hit kill. He realizes Anno does lose most of his worker lead for it, though. And he was raiding, and look at the response. Louis, the cojones on this man. He sends it. Anno's now rushing home. Louis just starts to burn through the buildings. Yumi are still hunting. Wait, what are you doing? The Ridari stopped hunting. Anno now losing that worker lead entirely. This is so much other time as well. He's got nothing extra coming in. Meaning he's going to need a fight soon. Cataphracts to the body blockers. They do not die fast. They trample through, though, weirdly enough. Reinforcements have arrived. I'm a bit shocked he didn't just try to hold that. He's going to give chase. The problem with this binding is I'm pretty sure Anatan is moving the Ridari with the cataphract. And that means you're not moving quicker. Weird pathing from the Mounted Samurai. Looks like the last of the Yumi did get cleared, but it cost Anatan the entire lead he built. Biology just came in for Louis. Remember, Macedonians do not read books. Well, the Vikings rather don't. There is no university text. No, so they're pretty tight on health now. With a tier 5 armor, you can see he's actually still got more. Plus 70 compared to plus 68. And he goes to the raid on the gold again. This is so infuriating for Anno. Like, he wants that direct fight. You can see how he can win with that direct fight. But Louis just does what he does best in the late game. Optimizes raiding. Oh, this is going to be a big one if he finds it. He sees the workers. Louis. I mean, he's chow down right now. Yeah, look at the damage. Anno, almost 10 workers behind now. And he still can't make a move. Louis just has too many knights waiting at home to mirror, and he can't dive the main base because of the castle, the Crow. I think Anno still has more farms somehow. 40 farms, whereas Louis, a lot more lean. He's at 20. So the challenge for Anatan is making sure he has enough workers to work these entities. But if he does, he should be able to remax quicker. He's finally done it to him. Louis has said, okay, you've got me. I feel like you've invested enough now. You spent how much silver on cavalry? I will build spearmen. And I will build them in the Imperial Age when I get buffs to them. Nagayari tech, elite tech, also on the way. I imagine Oda tactics not to be far behind this for Louis. A good time to be forced into as well, considering gold is becoming very hard for Louis MT to access. He just keeps getting in. Are you kidding me? Again? Hey guys, we heard there's great areas to raid around here. Do you mind if we just like hop on in, invite ourselves over for tea? Imagine if you had biology with Macedonians. Let's not. Okay, that would break the game. They're balanced around the fact that they have got many tiers in the arsenal, but they do not have uni. One thing that is sucky about that is it means that like I think their range, like their melee great, melee in late game really good, but I feel like their range maybe is a bit underwhelming because you can't build hand cannoneers. Well, you can, but like you won't be able to get the university tech to buff them. And it should just landmark snipe? Possibly. I think because he didn't have that huge abundance of farm set up in his mind. I mean, he's got 40. I feel like he has. Maybe he's just worried about that detail. And also, I think he's just trying to starve Louis out because, interesting little fact for you, at this rate, Louis is going to run out of gold and just have a trickle left. When that happens, he's limited in how many mounted samurai he can build. But Anatan, well, because of the infinite silver generation from these Varangian arsenals, he'll always be able to build cataphracts. Yeah, you can see he's generating 191 silver here, 383 here. You got the starting one for 191. That will eventually be 191. It adds up. He can then also go do that with stone as well. Spears get revealed. That's a big no-no. Oda tactics also on the way. Look at these bold buggers. Let's go, boys. Oh, the stampede is real. Both players almost maxed out. Anatan is lagging behind a little bit. He's going to fill the gaps with Agamafa, so he's getting his own spearman now. Arguably better spearman, but not always true considering Nagayari and the Katana Bannerman. I mean, if nothing else, will be tankier? Yep, by 4 HP. But he's getting more text to make up for that. And hold on a sec. I know. Ooh. I wonder if you just axe throw here for some free shots. I mean, it would be completely free. What an unusual game. I love it. And there we go. Yeah, he does axe throw. He's definitely going to overkill. Raid under the back gold again. Does scare him off. Army's shifting this direction now. And there is going to be a wave intercept. But the Mount Samurai count fairly good. Cataphract is going to tank a lot. The main army just struggling with this spearman chase, though. And Louis, again, just finds a way to leak in these raids. Looks like the reinforcements are getting shut down slowly. We got him standing his ground. He said, enough. This is reaching my economy. He looks to engage. The Radari, they go in for the strike. He does optimize it as well. The backline Radari go for the axe throw. The cataphract with the trample through. He blocks the retreat. It's do or die here, though. The numbers do not favor him overall across the map, so he needs to start thinning the herd. Clubs them down. But the second wave now on the way. It's a good start for Anatan, but it needs more blood. It needs more skulls for the Skull Throne. Villagers going down for this Anatan, shrinking in size. It's a problem. I think for the direct fights, he looks sick for it, but it's always this. It's always the small group that gets in on the flanks. Anno has been chopped down to size. 66 workers remain. Somehow, he needs to, with that, afford an extra 60 military units. Louis, I mean, he's stripped himself of knights. He's now just into spearmen. Anatan could just mirror into Athgamathra, and it would be the correct call, and it looks like that's where he's going. If he could just slip a few cataphracts across map now, he could even this up. But right now, he's still in defensive mode. Does drop the runestones. Spreads the line. The Mountain Samurai trading reasonably well against this for now. But it's just full chaos mode. The military lead still being maintained for Louis. If anything, it's growing now as the Radari, they're not reproducing. A valiant effort by Anatan. We see the power of the men-at-arms potentially. We see what Radari can do in Castle. But we also have to remember what Louis does in the late game. Wins like no other. Alrighty then. Yep, as I already highlighted, someone's like, oh yeah, there's a replay. Yeah, of course the replay. We literally highlighted that already. Well, listen. Because we're coming back for more games. That's right. We're going to be checking out one of the Kilyadi versus Core games, and then we'll be hopping into either Numidan versus Mahodo or Lash versus Anatan live. I know. We're spoiled. We've got options. Maybe this replay too. You don't know that, right? Like, what if you're the replay and that enables me the replay? Check you versus Ayumi? Really? You sure this is just not you, like, trying to look good? 2K EL player. Dude, I don't think I can find core. In this list of cores, where is core? Core? This new search system is so horrible. I can't even find core on the search system if I type in core. What? 7525. Ah, there we go, there we go. So you've done it to me. It's your fault. Outrageous. Alright, so apparently we need to check out his series against Ayame. Is it Ayame? Ayumi, rather. So, what was game one? Game one, we're doing Lippany, right? We probably won't have time for the full series. What if we come in at the final two or something? Jesus Christ, cool. Your games. Alright. Are they all good? Cool. For example, is game one kind of trash? That's what we need to know. So just double checking something in the background. All good. Okay, okay. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying because we haven't got time for the full series live. So maybe we revisit afterwards, depending on how long the next series is. But we'll kick off with this anyway. We've got game one is game Ayumi versus Core. Apparently, this guy is pretty sick. Never heard of him before. But we'll at least get game one done, and maybe, depending on how long the stream is, we revisit after the live series. Because live takes prior. But let me get them up. So Core and Ayumi, I believe it does, right? All right, let's get ready to go. All right. All right, so this is an exciting one. We've got a new Chinese player on the rise. I've not seen this guy before, but I've heard about him through chat. Cole just came through. He's like, actually, you should check out my series against this guy because he's pretty damn decent. This guy here, Ayumi, has been scrimming, practicing with Louis MT. We might have another Chinese prodigy kid. So let's check in and see what they've got. And I just realized we still are capturing... Oh my god, why is that still up? There we go. Got there in the end. So for those who don't know, basically the reason I couldn't see that was still up is because when you use a capture card, you have got an extra... So like, you have an extra screen that is a virtual screen. So you literally can't see it unless you then look at your production PC. But apparently, I was just being told by Core, this guy beat Mahodo 2-0. Not Core, this guy here beat Mahodo, Volta Esports 2-0 in the EGC Finals qualifier. So he's got some pump to him. It's always cool to see even more new names starting to appear. So Byzantine's coming out for him. It's game up against HRE for Core. Well, we are going to get a good old classic here. It's a Dark Age Rush. Core has just been relentlessly spamming HRE, by the way. Like, it's just literally his go-to on the ladder. He's like, yeah, all these people playing new civs, and here I am, just the OG last standing. Like, it is quite funny. While other people are trying to figure out the new civs, Core's like, got my old groove, don't need nothing new. And it's going to work out well here, yeah, because you've done the typical opening you thought you could get away with. It is a Dark Age system spam game. Or was going to be. Have to back away with not even enough to place down the second system. Oof. Grand Winery plus a house, I think, gets him enough stone to connect. Guys, this looks pretty bad. Alright. These are the type of games that look really sus when Core sends them to you, where like, oh yeah, check out my game. It's like so close between us. And then you just get this at the opening, like, okay. I see what we might be doing here. Remember, after this, there's also the berries at the back. I wonder, is he pulling a worker? Probably not. This type of positioning, I think an outpost in the back is too risky. Because you'll be seen walking there. Like, you see this perfect vision of teal. Normally, if you're going to outpost rush the berries, you want to do it hidden. So he could theoretically go all the way around, but it's such a long rotation, I think it'd be way too late. And I spoke too soon. He's going to go for it anyway. Okay, so this has a higher risk then, no? Because the system's in range. If you get seen, he can shiv pull. I don't know, man. The timing on this is a bit off, no? Because he needs a full minute. Teal would be teched up before that. So he should be able to delay the tower once. I guess Core could just try to remax the tower. He's spinning on split. They need to think about getting around. I think this is intentional from Core, though. Like, if he keeps the spin in here, his opponent isn't going to think that he's on the west side. Because, like, what kind of insane maniac would try and just outpost up here with only one spear guardian, right? Like, that's crazy. That's like, that's complete defeat, surely. Did he walk in? No. Wait, what? Does Core know he's in range? He's about to find out. Ayumi says, get the hell off my lawn. What are you doing here? Scram. Get out. Ouse. Ouse. Alright, he backs it up a bit more. Akratoy was not used. Wait, no, sorry. It was used earlier, wasn't it? Okay, so it's coming off cooldown 45. The spinmen are coming around now. Tech up complete. You know, actually, like, wait, when did he use Akratoy in the gold? He must, though. I think Core gets this. So I'm assuming Core saw the Akratoy and we just didn't glimpse it, and that's why he actually went for the outpost. In which case, like, makes a lot of sense. Because, like, if there's Akratoy, it's just not worth the risk. They can just come in and burn it with limited risk to them from spears. So, well played. And Core is ready for the tech up. Arhan Chapel now on the way. Sion's name is Cotton Candy. Well, he goes by Ume on my listing, so I go by my listings. He signed up on the bracket as Ayumi. Plus complete. Like they snuck back on the stone though. You know, when life gives you lemons, squeeze the lemon juice in your opponent's eyeballs and then scream at them. Of course, he's going to be coming back around, I assume. Or is he going to... No, he's going to leave all spinning there. Doesn't want to risk the archer play. And Ayumi will bite the bullet, by the way. It's going to be archery opening. This is a big win for the German. Forcing your opponent to archer when they're playing Byzantines is a horrible feeling. You're not meant to need to do this. Because you're meant to be going for Lombos, for example. And now an outpost coming up on the east side. So he's going to try to steer away from the problem, come back to get it later. Which isn't the worst idea. It just means like later on, you'll actually have the safest berries to fall back to, which is quite nice. A little bit of stone, just the arrow slits. Oh, I just saw the push-ups. Look at that afterwards. Alright, what do you think, guys? 1 of you believe in teal, 2 of you believe in orange. We'll do our pseudo predictions here. Orange is the easy cop-out bet, by the way. Because he has kind of put a dampener on what Byzantines want to do. They're going to be able to get level 3 system, but he just can't get the optimal timing he normally would. Like, he didn't even rush 3 on the stone to make it faster. He just actually settled for 2. And arms opening. Okay, so with the archers, that's already going to make their life hard trying to get the spear. He's got horseman follow-up as well. Has Ayumi actually scouted this? He just moved in. Sees the stables, so that should enable Limitane play now. Mercenary choice is still going to be Western, so it will be Archer Mass. Be exciting for the skill. I think also from this position it'd be pretty impressive. Like, it's not impossible to win from this position, but it definitely feels like you're at a disadvantage on the opener. And you know, the whole idea like systems, buffs your economy, so much blah 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 that we talk about. Remember, it's Aachen Chapel. So core is just as gigabuff. Like 22 out of 26 villages right now have a 30% increased gathering rate. Sorry, 35%. Don't less than 30. Can you believe it used to be 40%? 40 whole percent! Holy smackaroos. I can't afford 40% in this economy. Wait, why was there... surely that was a misclick. Why was there assistance? Did he just try to sneak it out? That's quite bold if so. What? That's really bold. So Limitane now in, and yeah, just the natural switch. The problem you've got now if you're Ayumi is you're literally always one step behind the transition. This is the problem with like being forced to open archers. Byzantines are usually advantaged in a lot of situations because they always have the mercenaries to complement them. They didn't have that timing. They're just behind, really. Ambitious dive, though. Considering there's no undermesh, I'm a little bit surprised that Core took it that far. At least force them out of time. Can't post up the arrow slits. Men-at-arms is going to go down. Archer's trying to creep in. Core. Actually quite lucky that Ayumi on Garrison. That would have been a double kill. Guys, like, what's an outpost going to do to her? I mean, I'm going to be real with you. I don't even see how they shoot for those pluses. Because as far as I'm concerned, those pluses look like they're made of metal. It's all a fake. You know what's most impressive to me? Is the fact they never run out of arrows. How do you not get to the point where you're eventually just pulling support beams off to create more arrows inside that? Okay, so Teal is stabilizing a bit with the horseman play coming in now, but the Archer Master is getting really big, and I'm a little bit concerned that he's going to get out-teched. We already have Siege Engineering in the way, so Core has got a Blacksmiths. Teal doesn't appear to have one? No. He's got way too much gold, though, for this to make sense. Was he trying to rush castle? I think he was. Okay, Blacksmith's going to come in now. So, Steeled Arrow or Undermesh? Probably Undermesh if he's leaning more Horseman. This is still a lot of gold. I think the macro is a bit off for Teal, right? Like, if he shifts 2 more off gold, this makes a lot of sense to, like, scale into your Blacksmith packs. Go back to the Wheelbarrow. Maybe even think about going for, like, you know, something like the Horticulture if you've got more berries in your future. Give me Steel Arrow first. Now, he does toggle Dialecticus, so remember, this amps up the research speed. 24 seconds instead of 1 minute means you actually can get a technological edge over HRE, especially considering that Core prioritized the RAM instead. Dive in. No flash coming through. Archers are going to be exposed, and there's no undermesh, but there's no Steel Arrow either, so don't really want to be trading with them first. He's frontlining the Limitano with his archers just to split up the fight. This is a bit of an unhinged dive from Core. And we have got the fortifications in. This is not a quick kill. No. And the archers, I mean, they're pretty much gone. He realizes it now. He actually needs some sort of eco value here. So gets one worker kill. Might get more on these workers chasing. This has been a really messy dive. Yeah, I don't think Core respected the outpost. Maybe he wasn't expecting the +1. Like, that's what really cleared him a lot faster. The +1 now in just makes it easy to clear the men-at-arms as well. So, outpost will survive. And with it, Ayumi. Man, talk about putting a damper on him there. Look at the military difference now. They're tight, almost neck and neck. Oh, I love this as well. Ayumi, the whole time, he's been keeping an eye on what comes next. So he knew if this was a fake out or if it was a full commit. And he can see more troops coming, so it means that he has to keep gunning as well. Details like that make a difference. And Core completely blindly oblivious to the fact that every move is being watched. And the fact that he lost his scout earlier on means he will never be aware of it. Guys, this is pretty hype, actually. Like, Ayumi is one good fight away from having control of the game. Because then, like, if you win another defense, then you can just go for attack. Because remember, Core is munching for that trend line really fast. You will be able to replace it with farms, sure, but like in terms of remassing archers, it becomes more difficult once you get out of woodline buffering. Good channel you're in. Go through this. 2 horsemen. Scare away a possessed ram. That's the only way I can really describe rams in this game. I'm pretty sure rams are simply like Ghostbuster captured poltergeists that are getting the community option of working off their sentence. They're like, hey, you can either stay in the vacuum cleaner or get in the ram. And they're like, deal. Seriously, guys, there's no one in there. It's a complete lie. Wait, is he actually gonna see? No. Tilt. No. He has that grab. Uh-oh, I think they may have noticed. Oh my god, he's actually just gonna walk out. Cool. He's still looking for him. Come on. Oh, the freest escape he could have asked for, and he didn't realize it. Alright, so Scout Vision's gone. Ayumi is actually now blind. He's a big problem. Okay. Oh, that's cool. He went for the trapezites. He got the increased burn damage. You don't really see that, actually. It's like they can get 80 resource tech, but it's just ignored all the time. Even though, like, if you have 4 horsemen, it's like having 5 horsemen. So it pays for yourself at that point. Villager's in trouble, though. Uh-oh. This dive might be good enough. It's not a full garrison on the outpost this time. Double ram. Difficult to hang here. Men-at-arms absorbing a lot of the shots. Remember, Core, not a blacksmith disadvantage this time around. Good brace. Catches the horseman. Follows up. Archers giving chase. Archers can beat Lombos due to the movement speed. Count isn't looking great. Only 3 of them left alive. Rams have almost dealt with the tower. The horsemen don't really have the time to get on top of it. The split makes it really bad for Ayumi. He can't go for the rams there with the spears backing it up like this. Dives on the archers instead. The Core now extending that worker lead. Now it's a 7 eco advantage for the German. I think he's broken him. I mean, it's a lot of farms, but we have to remember that it's been mirrored. Core has plenty of eco himself. 18 farms compared to Ayumi up at 14. It is level 5 system, but at this stage, like the increase in economy, you know, you're still struggling here. When you consider you got 26%, HRE's got 35%. I think Core has the right idea. Like, you could technically tech from here, but that just kind of gives your opponent a bit of breathing room. According to your diamond knowledge, never make horses to defend. Well, that depends. Are you defending your base or defending the enemy's villages against life? Because if you're trying to protect the enemy villages from life, horsemen are really good. Ram's now going to be moving in for the production. Or I think he's got him in a headlock now. Like, if your longbow count can't get up to 15, you're not exactly scary if the problem. I don't see how he's going to get there. Ah, cool. Just stick to his target. Dives on in. Some freebies. Limitane spawn into their death. Longbow count at 3. Breaks the aqueduct, because why not? We'll just A-click at this point. Cool. Hello. All aqueducts must fall. Thirsty gamers must buy my mineral water. Madge! Buy Cordasani today. And Regnit's now on the way. Oh, cool. I mean, it's the perfect time for it. There's not really much left to milk from this. Horsemen aren't going to find additional though. At this point, he is bleeding blood from a rock. Oh, God. Where are the longbows? They're taking so long to react to this. Yeah, guys, I think it's fair to say Ayumi's looking fairly cooked. Like, I mean, cooked is like, it's more like he's been fried at this stage. Flambéed. What other cooking terms are there? Sautéed. There you go. Takeout complete. What does Ayumi do with this? Usually in this type of position, you just kind of you punt it down the other side of the map because like trying to tech up now. I mean, what's going to happen? Like, you're going to end up losing relics. You're going to end up just behind on the quality of army. Ayumi looks well. I think Ayumi, considering how grim the start of this was, like, he done reasonably well against Gaul. Like, this is kind of tough. That start really put a damper on things. He just didn't expect the time on the outpost. He got forced into an early Akratoy that screwed everything up. That's what made it a good read. At the time, we were like, why was Core outposting this? Because we didn't see the Akratoy. But I guess Core did, and that's why he was like, okay, I can get away with this. Even with one villager and his spears on the other side. But Ayumi definitely has a kind of different style, right? Like, this many other pros this early. Most people try to play out. He just understood that he didn't really have any advantage to getting out on the map here. So I think his game sense is pretty good. I'd say, like, this was a bit of a fluff up here, like, with the scout. Because actually keeping that info to yourself, that you know what your opponent's doing, could have been handy in the next fight or two. Would have even scouted the horseman coming in here, I believe. He panicked a little. But obviously the problem was, like, bigger than that, right? He was already climbing uphill from behind. Now to try and recover from behind, we are going to be seeing Castle up. Golden Horn Tower seems inevitable here because if you want to win a game, you build Golden Horn Tower. If you want to lose a game, you build Sippy Cups. It's just like, it's too good, man. System 5. I don't see how System the First Hill ever competes. I stand by what I've said in the past. System the First Hill needs to give you a 6th level of the system. It's just not good enough. Ironically, actually, the Macedonian one. It's been here before. Pretty much the whole game has been decided by this screen, actually. It's just been this on repeat. It looks like he's going to trade out. Just go straight for longbow kills. Not the greatest of trades, but what you have to remember is behind this, Core's vacuuming up relics. So he's keeping the entire enemy base off of the battle. Real men-at-arms now arriving. Sorry. Real men-at-arms. With gun drops. I think this is just a 5 relic game, guys. You don't really often see H3 lose 5 relic games. I feel like you have to have a stroke or a heart attack for that to usually happen. Tech out complete just before the knights arrive, at least. Just gonna bait the Limitane forward. No, not the villagers. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Knights. Already getting some chip value in there. It's just, even with the veterancy, man, this is hard. The men-at-arms absorb so much fire. Like, Core is technically being pretty inefficient with his archer trades here. But it's just because at this stage, like, when you get this type of relic advantage, things can get a bit brainy. Like, he's already got Arhan set up. He's going to have 5 relics here. His goal isn't to win the fights. His goal is to just keep his opponent's base. And you know what? If diving his base constantly, feeding units, makes him feel safe, great. Because he's still getting night raids like this in the back. Has he got range too? He has. Really valuable against veteran longbow. Teal's kind of struggling, right? Because like he's got gold that needs to go into X, Y, Z upgrades, so he's not getting all the key ones, so that the longbows can win. Like he kind of needs skilled arrow 2 here in the rush. Constantly just like, hey, more workers, please. Hey, more workers, please. Hey, more workers, please. See, I would not want to be an archer in Core's Kingdom. I'm just gonna say that much. Life expectancy seems to be about 70% lower than any other faction in Europe at the time. Hey, they get a party, all right? They party all day, they party all night. Ironically, we've got a German with Russian World War II strategies here. You know, just send bodies. I think he's realized the bodies don't quite hold the number anymore, so no Stalingrad strats for the next fight. He is going to be backing up. Yeah, because Stalingrad's upgrading, folks. Stalingrad's getting some tanks. I think he's going to look to float up to like the 10 mark. I think maybe part of it is Core's worried that if his opponent gets gold, he might try to play Cataphract. Cataphract is a really big threat point for most civs. Technically, you could switch crossbows with this much gold, but the problem there is your opponent has a lot of longbows. I mean, this is the thing that you have to really respect about Golden Horn Tower and understand the threat point of. It's like, despite all the effort the Core put in, all the advantage he built, he's still got 23 longbows here. Just keeps on coming. Core even mine gold? Yeah, he's mining some gold. He's got 10 on gold right now. Even buffing them up with the prelates. I love this. Pulls a few to the full side. Herbal Medicine. I'd love to see him actually going for his 5 warriors here. Such a slept-on tech. Especially good when you're up against things like horsemen, archers. You know, these units that have lower base damage. As long as you're not the countered unit being hit, it just makes you last a lot longer. And boom. Yeah, he's going for it. 40 seconds out. I just love the fact that, like, I don't even know if you really go Herbal Medicine there if you haven't got 5 relics for your Sacred Sites. But because he has, it's like, what else do I do with this much gold? Do I just get Carpal Tunnel trading? Fun fact for you guys, by the way, like, A-Tree archers really do count on longbows. Because you can never start a step away from them. They always get in range. Cheeky outpost attempt. Push continues in. Nice, just absorbing so much arrow fire. He's killed half the longbows that were in the actual field. I like guys like, now it's my turn. Pony power. Okay. Difference is I can actually walk away if I'm HRE. Yeah, this is, you know, if everyone's like, Longbows OP. Longbows may seem OP, but the moment they end up in a bad fight, they actually can't leave. It's always been the big sucky point about Longbow spam. Byzantines is obviously different compared to like English because they just get so much extra raw economy in the mid game. You know, like, we real English are over here. We're just investing everything to buy 1 house. And Byzantines is like that person that's going, oh man, I can't afford my 5th property this year. It's so hard. You're not the same. We're not the same. Like, English players trying to do, like, Longbows early games, like, oh, man, I can barely afford my cabbages this week. Then Byzantine mains are like, oh, man, I can barely afford the upkeep on my cabbage farm. Old money rich. That kind of fits with Byzantines, considering they're an old crumbling empire at this stage. Yeah, guys, Byzantines is old money rich. That's why it's not that they're better than you. They were just born into it. They're not worth it. They're not Maybelline. Need more core. L'Orealing it with all these knights. He has got the Inspired Warriors. The Giga Chad mode. And yes, this is Ayumi. An aspiring player from, I believe it's China. Cool. Had to work hard for this one. Surely this is breakpoint. Baits them across. Chases the workers. The spears are out of position. Land snakes as well. Archer's just going to whittle them all down. And the knights just dive on in. Ride him for the killing blow. He catches him in the infancy of 2 TC as he's desperately trying to recover. Now Archer's just continue to dive. More workers going down. He's just baited him hook, line, and sinker here. Yeah, this is over. It's downloadmoreknights.com. It's 20 knights now. Which, to go a bit German about this, is guten Nacht. All right, GG's. Call with the opening win. We've inflated his ego. Whoop, whoop. No, so we might revisit this series later. We'll see. Because up next, we can do either Anatan versus Lash, or we can do Mahodo versus Numidan. So you got options. What do you guys want? What are you guys feeling? What are you sensing? What are you smelling? Master in the Expo Tower? If only, dude. Oof. That's a monka. You guys want Anatan? Interesting. I was going to say, like, I think Numidan Mahodo is closer, but I don't actually know if it is, actually. Ano and Numu are both really spooky right now. Okay, so we should have Anatan Lash starting momentarily. Let me double check, actually. I'm pretty sure I didn't misread the time. It's meant to be now. Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. Sorry, I baited you. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow this time. The goal is to play quarterfinals on a Tuesday. Alright, so I baited you guys. We got Mahodo versus Numidan though. Sorry, it's for tomorrow. Like, I just assumed that we had learned our lessons here about scheduling in advance. So I just reminded them in future, try to play quarterfinals for Tuesday. Because they might not even be able to play quarterfinals at that type of timing. But I might be wrong. It might be they do back-to-back. The problem is, they're then relying on the fact that their opponent will be available. Like, if Numidan / Mahodo aren't available at the time. Like, this is what I mean. That's why people just need to be scheduling. Like, they need to have the round of 16s done by Monday. It's not that hard. It shouldn't be anyway. It sometimes can be if you got like a weird hold up, but then you just message the admin and then they'll DQ the person who's not responding. DQ. All right, so map draft coming in. Civ draft as well, currently underway. So we've got Numidan versus Mahodo, which could be a pretty fun one. I'd say Numidan should be fairly favored right now, and that's not a discredit to Mahodo. It's just Numidan is a freaking beast. Numidan's probably the best player in Scandinavia right now. Well, actually, Dimu's there, right? So second best? Sorry, we Brits have always got to make it about us. Something Royal Britannia. Alright. So draft underway. Mahodo loves... Have you guys ever noticed how much Mahodo loves sushi? I feel like most of the time he's picking that. Right? Like, I'm not imagining that. Like, I feel like it's very rare to not see it in his draft. Marlians as well, actually. I think, like, he's for a long time confident Marlians. Numidan and Dimu are very close, in my opinion, but you can't argue against Dimu. Yeah, exactly. He beat him 4-1 in the qualifiers, and also, like, Dimu, yeah, he had a really convincing game against Poppypaw, actually, with, like, Sushi. But it's been back and forth historically that there's been times when Numidan has definitely had Dimu's number in the KPMMs. I still remember a distinct week where we're like, oh, HRE is the best. They're unbeatable. And then Numidan beats him with French on, like, Coastal Cliffs. Numidan went 2-3 versus Vortex? Yes. But it's also, like, I guess his playstyle, right? Like, I think their playstyles might be more advantageous towards Dimu on his timings. But maybe Numu is just going to play like more killer threat, you know? Because that's something I've highlighted about him before. Like he's very good at actually twisting your arm in the first 15 minutes of game. Oh, if you survive the first 15 minutes, you'll be like, fine, it's a macro game. But early on, I think that's really been his level up this year, is he's actually started to appreciate the value of early game. He's not just relying on late to carry him through. Same thing with Louis, right? Like Louis really became a considerable threat to the top echelon when he started thinking about early game as well as late game. So, draft complete. Let's see what the boys have got in mind for us for G1. Ooh, okay, dude, that's hype. We're getting Delhi versus Macedonians. I have seen Numadon on the receiving end of this matchup as Macedonians, and it's really ugly. Like, actually, if you try to fetal send it, Delhi just kind of take a giant dump on you because of healing. A lot of your Macedonian strats in Age 2 don't fare well against healing because it's mostly melee focused. Yeah, and especially because you're against Ghazi, you don't want to go ranged, right? So I wonder if we'll have like some sort of semi-fast castle build out of Mahodo. Boys are getting in lobby now though, so we should be underway in a second. I cannot run ads because they've been griefed. GG. Sorry, you just have to suck it up and deal with ads. But if you don't like ads, there's an easy solution to that. Subscribe to the channel. Boom. Which things got crazy? We got Delhi versus Macedonians. Nobody's picking them. No one wants the Big Macs. Except Mahodo. Dude, I'm hyped. I'm buzzing. Just don't ever get to see them. Yeah, JD is an interesting one. I think that was a protection pick for the Delhi, maybe. I'd be surprised if we see it. Then again, it's like his discount French, right? Because Numenor loves French, so maybe he's just like, oh, well, if I can't have that, I'll just have the next best thing. Boop, boop, boop. What do you guys think? Have you seen any interesting Macedonian builds against this? Like, I'm trying to figure the way he can go. Like, my feeling is he's probably just going to try for like a semi-fast castle Hippodrome build with mass Ridari. If you get to that stage, you just win. Because I think, like, even if elephants come out, you just go axe throw mode and kite them, and then you just haul them to death with mass axes, right? Yeah. Oh, it reminds me. I just remembered I need to hook through some payment systems on Patreon. Need to come up with some things that are interesting on Patreon, actually. I don't know. We'll see. Might not matter with the new direction we're going in. We'll see. Trying to think if there's any open world games coming up soon, by the way. Anyone know of any? Considering GTA just got delayed again. I don't think there's really many on the horizon. Well, we just had Ghosts of Yotai, I guess. Is that game actually any good? I love Tsushima. Tsushima I had some fun with, but I don't know if Yotai's any good. Did anyone try the Where Winds Meet yet? I don't know how I feel about it. I want to like it, but I feel like the combat is just really not that. You know, it's not there. It, in some ways, kind of feels like a worse Neo. And Cammy mentions it as I'm talking about it. Yeah, like I'm not crazy about it personally. I've only played like an hour, but my feeling early on with the combat is like the deflect system, it just didn't feel, I don't know. I think it's the animations. Like the animations have been done in a really weird way for combat compared to like a Dark Souls or something. I do wonder though, maybe there's some fun things to do in there. Maybe if you can play with your fists, you can do like a fist-only challenge. I wonder if horses can actually damage things. I've loved Where Winds Meets. Like, I'm early, right? So maybe I just need to give it more time. But my instinct is like, compared to like, it kind of feels like it's trying to be a bit like Dark Souls. But the combat doesn't feel smooth. Like, I hopped into the arena versus one of the girls in the village. And her attacks are like really weird. Not in like, aha, you just got to be really good on reaction. Just like, because I've played games like that, you know, like getting used to Clair Obscur. Maybe it's just like I found a bad combat scenario. But yeah. I didn't know you're saying you hate it. No, I'm saying early opinions is that combat doesn't feel there. I've only played like against a few different opponents, but like compared to all the other games I've played, like Neo, Wolong, you know, Dark Souls, I don't like. That's where I'd say the weak point is. I'm sure there's loads more I'm going to explore and enjoy. Maybe they just like screwed up the early combat and then it gets better later though. When compared to Dark Souls, it is Dark Souls light at best. I would say yes and no. Like it's taking a different angle. I'd say like based on the initial time I've had with it, and it depends on whether there's more mythological creatures or whatever. It's more like Neo than Dark Souls. But Neo had anyone who's played Neo will know what I'm getting at here. Neo had very chaotic combat, but it somehow felt logical within the chaos, if that makes sense. Like you still got that same feeling like a Dark Souls, like, okay, this was BS, but it actually was like, yeah, my bad. Maybe it isn't helping I'm playing it with mouse and keyboard, but you know. Like I said, I'm sure I'll enjoy it with more time. I don't know. We'll see if I have the time for it. I'm just looking for games that have fun ways of playing it. And by fun, I mean torturous ways. You know how the times and blocks and stuff are? Yeah, but like that's what I think the blocks, like I'm a deflect guy. I like deflecting instead of like block and rolling. And maybe like the rest of combat is fine, that then people just don't use deflect as much. When I use the deflect in that game, the deflect just feels kind of ass. Like it might just be I've like come across certain early opponents that are like badly designed. I've never tried Stellar Blade, no. Stellar Blade. Damn, this is wacky. I think this was just on sale on Sony. It's kind of funky. It kind of reminds me of like Bayonetta, but in a sci-fi setting for some reason. Making it a total noob tries new game impression would work. That's not what I'm going for at all. you put a good guess in there, but think more like I don't know. Where do we go with this? I play like. What do I go for? I don't know. I don't want to give them away. Like I've got loads of ideas in my head. I don't want to give them away. Is the thing. But like, imagine, for example, like I win World of Warcraft combat with my voice. All right. I actually think this is one of Macedonian's hardest matchups if you try to contest Feudal at all. Folks, it's Delhi time. Numenar's got Delhi up against Mahodo's Macedonian nuts to see if he can crack those nuts like as Christmas come early for the Nutcracker Soldier. Welcome back to the Midweek Master, folks. Game number 1. We head into Lipany. Theoretically, a pretty good map for Delhi, given the sacred site locations and the abundance of berries. Not as good for the Macedonians because the berries is not what you care about. No, these are meat-eating, honest, God-fearing Vikings. We're going to see what they can do up against Delhi. Yeah, so fun thing here. There's a few strategies that are underexplored right now, the Macedonians in Feudal Age, such as Mass Ranging Guard. They get really tanky, insanely tanky. I don't think you can do that strat against Delhi, though. I don't think you can do that strat against any healing sig. So Mahodo, it'd be very telling on this opening if we see, for example, Hippodrome. Hippodrome can be pretty effective for tempo control against Ghazi, just because your horseman's damage gets buffed to a threatening point. You still have to be careful and out micro, though, because Delhi will have healing, and that's something Macedonia cannot. I play Where Winds Meets without engaging combat. See, that's like, you think that sounds really cool, but it actually can be quite boring. So, like, what you just described there. So, we're talking about new challenges we're going to do on the channel, right? What you just described there is, like, I'm not trying to shoot down your ideas, but, like, to explain it a bit different. If you said, I try and win a game of Battlefield Red Set, playing as a pacifist, That actually has like an element of entertainment. You need to trim out a lot of the boring stuff. But like for a game like Where Winds Meets, where it's kind of sandboxing, you could probably quite easily avoid combat. You see what I mean? It's like different. If, for example, instead you were like, I play Dark Souls, but I beat every boss without actually hitting them, if that's possible. That's kind of wild. Well, sure, okay, I'll give you like a teaser one list that I'm intrigued by, but I need to test. Like, I need to test the possibilities. Witcher 3, but you can't attack. Like, you can't attack anything. You have to beat them in combat. So, like, can Roach beat a dragon or whatever, right? We'll see that. I'm brewing a lot of ideas. Basically, my goal with the variety content we're going to start bringing is to suffer. To suffer greatly. To answer questions that you never thought you had. You know, like how many villages does it take to burn down a keep? But much more torturous. You like the PvE boss mechanics? Wait, on what? Oh, where Winds Meet? Yeah, got you. But yeah, we're cooking up some ideas. It's fun actually exploring like the possibilities with childish games as well, actually. Like the floor has lava. So we have got Hippodrome coming in. He is going to be contesting this. I really like this build. It enables castle down the line. So the Horseman strat opening is pretty nice here, because the timing on double Horseman aligns with the Hippodrome Scout coming out. Between 2 Horsemen and a Scout, it only takes 2 hits from each to eliminate a villager. That's a pretty good exchange this early on. Numidan, his tech timing worse. He doesn't even have the stables up. That's another tempo advantage you get as the Macedonians here. You already have that production. Maybe miss macro here though. Mahodo more wood instead. He actually went for a rush Ranging Arsenal to generate the silver earlier. But that does mean he's missing that threat point alongside the scout spawn. Here he is. Look at this beast. Look at him. How many villages do you actually need to burn down a keep? There you go. See, like right now, you're like, wait a second. I never thought about this. Without repair, how many villages would it take? I would love to test that. You want to know what stops me testing that, chat? Age of Empires 4 is really terrible for sandbox elements. Compared to, like, Age of Empires 1 even. Because in Age of Empires 1, you can enter a map editor, you can spawn units and control them from both sides. You guys remember this back in the old days? So you could just spawn a castle or build a castle. And then you could spawn a bunch of units and control them from both sides. So you could actually test it. Whereas, like, AoE4 would be a lot more difficult. You would basically need your own little sidekick. You know, you need a little Robin. You need to convince someone from Twitch chat to wear spandex and be a little pet. Maybe you feed them once a day, maybe. Macedonians, they have now got the Phrygian strongholds coming in. Probably going to be looking at Gemafa here, which is the spin. Just a full meat blob comp, really. Yeah, there you go. Queues him up. So this will be for guarding his base while the horsemen fully raid. I like this strat, actually. It means that you only have to worry about 2/3 of the map, your opponent's side and the sacred sites, and then your base is just defended by spears. And you'll need those spears later on anyway, because like later on, the idea usually this strat is to follow up into Ridari, and Ridari will also want to raid. They won't want to guard. Like, look, Numidan's having to do it right now. His horsemen are just camping here until the spears are ready. Mahodo, sneak in. Numu, with the pull away, slightly delayed, will still be fine. Nice top off, doesn't waste any time there. Heals up the scholars. Wait, Mahodo, no. No, buddy, don't. Guys, this is a trap. This is a trap unit, I swear. Wait, was it Mahodo in chat earlier talking about how strong their feudal was because of the Varangian guard? Buddy, we've already theory crafted it. We went over this in like the creative preview. Like they can get up to 6 melee armor, which is crazy in feudal. And that sounds incredible, guys. But the weakness is healing. Melee units like this will always suck long-term against healing, because your opponent can just top off the damage done. And although you're not dying quickly, you will gradually die. So this is very, very dangerous what Mahodo is doing. Freaking ballsy. He's trying to play towards that champion time. So with the Ridari champion, you move faster. But the thing is, like, where this gets OP strong, the thing that you definitely need is runestones. And you can only get runestones from eliminating combat units. So if you raid villages, it doesn't count. And you need to get 5 eliminations early on. So really what this is going to come down to is if Numidan is just very careful about his positioning, takes his time, pokes, heals, Mahodo will struggle to get value out of the guard. Good position, by the way. Deer plus the berries. Locks it in. This is not a desirable fight. Fight for Ranjin if you're going Cav to bait him. He wanted to get him to build Spearman so his Ranjin could win that fight. And you still get value out of the Hippodrome, remember. It's the Ridari champion. He gives huge movement speed buffs across the guards. Do you think Numu's gone a bit too hard on the Spearman, mind you? Because the idea is, like, if you encounter Ranji and Magazi, hit, run away. But with spears, you're going to take more damage. Oh, no. Wait. Does Numenor know? He's building archers, which suggests he does not know? You've got to, surely. Great grab. Oh, okay, I think he's dead. But yeah, maybe just poke him a few more times to be safe. Gazi. I'm getting some good poke here. Horseman gonna charge across. Good block. Gazi was actually waiting there. So Champion's off to run away. And the guards get revealed. That's the reveal of the trap. I think he only got 1 kill so far, so he needs 4 more for the runestone. And even then, like, if you don't position it well, your opponent will just run away. Now, the runestone is important for 2 reasons. For this unit, you're going to get movement speed, and you're going to get +1 melee damage. On a unit that already hit the 13, remember. Pretty good attack. I think Mahodo might have a switch out option here to go castle. Around maybe like 20. I think 20 is a good count for this. I think a desirable idea as this continues on. Recap coming in. Decap on the center. West side, nobody wants the west side. Everyone's east side stains. Sorry, I had to do it. Didn't have to do it, I kind of just wanted to. Also, I forgot to respond to that. If you vote that I stay 100% every 4 and increase to 10 hours daily, it's not happening. I'll pass in the 200,000. Actually, no, it'd be more. No, it'd be 200,000. 200 miles. Chill. You think you want that, you actually don't. There's not enough content for that. So this is how you don't fight against the rank. Oh my god. Alright, I'm eating my words. I think he's doing it. Nimu took the bait. Focus on the main fight here. Scholar's trying to heal through, but the wrap around the horseman, they sneak in. He's sniping the Ridari champion, but that's not an easy snipe. It takes forever. Down to 87 HP. Target fire, shifts away, no ranged armor. Gets them out. Chinkada eating well tonight. Oh my god. That is the fight you're meant to always avoid. What? Mahodo is making me eat those words. This is nothing like the Numenon B game. Numu's been on the receiving end of the cheese heel. He's seen how you can deal with it. Admittedly, in that game, he did go Brown Winery, he didn't go for Hippodrome, but the failure to peel and heal is crazy here. And the runestone gets dropped. Move speed application. Ridari champion isn't here. He's getting ready to ride on the backside. Spreads out the clash. Scholar's just trying to sustain through this. Archers are slowly grinding down the numbers. This is getting uncomfortable. Been dropping runestones? Yeah, it's because he can afford them. Like, this is the thing. Against healing civs, it's meant to be so hard to get the first one. But yeah, he has multitudes. What a sick strat. I'm impressed, man. I mean, this is meant to, in theory, like, if you play perfectly on both sides, it's meant to be very hard. Maybe I've misread it. Maybe I'm like, oh, yes, hard is nowhere near as hard as you think. No, I don't want to do that to him. I just think Mahodo played really well. Really freaking well. I don't think Numidan realized what was happening until the 14 revealed on the Sacred Site. And by then, he kind of panicked. Like, he's already walked infantry up. It's hard to get away. Like, the timing that's different here. Compared to when B destroyed Numidan's Macedonians, the difference here is the Ridari champion. So what probably happened is Numidan panicked the moment he saw them riding in because he knew he couldn't run away from them. Whereas if this had been no Ridari champion, then there's no runestones, so they're too slow, and you just walk away. I think that is what screwed him a bit. Shows you, though, that Hippodrome definitely feels like the better option in these situations. Some of the Spanish bros have been relentless in their pursuit of. Like, most players, like, oh, Grand Warrior is better. Nope. They were always Hippodroming. Damn, dive in. Get snipe on one. Maybe a little bit of an overextension here. Needs to chill. Ghazi raiding are going to find a few worker kills, and they're going deeper. Yeah, early garrison coming out. We'll have to shift away. Numidan says, I'm not dead yet. Not done yet. He might be done soon, though. I think Mahodo's just going to tech and send. He's played this so well. He's played this incredibly well. I've actually got a smile on my face now that we get to see the Varangian's full potential. Because, like, this is meant to be fairly hard to scale towards. Not impossible, because, like, the tier 1, tier 2 Arsenal techs aren't insane on price. And you need gold to do it, so you need silver. Like, you get silver right. But the navigation of it against Delhi has been what's impressive. I tip my hat to you, Mr. Mahodo. This was impressive. I don't know how this is going to play out long term. Like, my instinct is what my original thought is like, give a bit of time, give some adjustments, and I think this is one of the civs where this should not work. I think Ottomans is another, by the way. Ottomans is probably the major one where this will not work. But the results are speaking for themselves, folks. Macedonia is now on their way up with the sippy cups. Has he got the triple farm setup coming in? Doesn't look like it. Usually the best way to start this is that you set up triple farm and then you moisturize them. So that you basically get 160 food from each farm in the first minute of gameplay. And you get free charges. Might be he just instead overcharges the buildings to produce these Ridari. I think he's dead. Like, you don't come back from Ridari spam on this timing. He's already prepping tier 1. Mahodo's cooking. Still, why is this bar... Like, can we fix this bar, please? It's the tiniest bar in the game. Look, it's so small. Fit this on a pixie's forehead. Cup complete. Sippy cups. Sip. Yep, he's glugging. Veterancy in 12 seconds for the Ranjing Guard. No need to run away. Just run forward. Upgrades in. The Ghazi, a complete waste there. Go down. Angry Vikings looking to send it. All right, there's one way Numu can survive this. One way. One hope. You know what I'm going to say. It's what you always say when you screwed up this Delhi and you're about to die. Build an elephant. He's saving for the castle. Archer's trying to buy some time, but he's not falling for it. Mahodo knows. Mahodo goes. Magodo on the move. Hustle learning with 22. It's like free education for everyone. If everyone's busy reading books, who's a man in the walls? He's on his way. Gets back in formation. Mahodo about to send Numidan the way of the dodo. Villagers, what are they doing? It's a scramble, it's a panic. They find the garrison. Few go down. The scholars with the mass heal. It's too late for that, though, Numu. You needed this 5 minutes ago. The chain heal just simply not good enough. The flood of Vikings. A deafening blow. No elephant either. Only Lancers coming that are just going to lose. This is over. You will die. Inevitability calls. Macedonian Varangian strats. Guys, mark my words. The challenge is that first runestone. It should have been harder. But he caught him completely not looking. And floods the field with the Vikings. Damn. I'm just naming this one. Mass Feudal Vikings is coming, be scared. I'm looking forward to picking Mahodo's brain on that one afterwards, because I do wholly believe that, like, against Delhi, that should not work. And I wonder how Numidan feels about it, like, if it was a slip-up on his side. And I may be wrong about it, like, you know, people are wrong all the time. I'm not a pro, and, like, pros are wrong all the time, so if they're wrong all the time, I can be wrong double all the time, right? But, like, my feeling is, like, if you have healer boys and you don't overcommit, it just, like, it's a bit of a whiff because, like, you never get the runestone scaling. But maybe the Hippodrome, like, is the game changer, right? It's the Exodia. All right, so up next, we're going in for Ottoman versus Byzantines on Dry Arabia. Dude, what a game. What a freaking game. You guys ready for more? You know you are. My throat feels a bit weird. We'll see how we are after this one. Don't want to overdo it when we've got like 4 quarterfinals tomorrow as well. All right. Which side are they on? One of the EGC finalist players may be about to experience a huge upset here. He's currently on the verge of elimination in this best of 3. Let's see if he can pull it back. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Numidan with the Byzantines to try and strike back. One of his best civs by far in Age of Empires 4. But Mahodo is looking to push him down and crush his soul. It's Ottoman time. And look at that spawn. Mahodo, the perfect read. He didn't go for the military school beginning. It's a Rax. Oh my god. I think this might be a big upset. I mean, Mahodo, very talented player, granted, but Numidan has been beast mode activated recently. We just watched him almost take down Vortex. It's a 3-2 win for Vortex by the skin of his skinny teeth. I mean, it was not a safe victory. And yet now Mahodo, like this, after Mahodo obviously didn't even make it to that major event, main event. What a great way to start the week this could be for him. Numu, not even aware. He's not checking the base. Mahodo is definitely sacrificing sheep to do this because he had to rotate and check what his opponent's base layout was. He'll make up for it on the tail end, but it's still going to be pricey in terms of the lack of sheep. Not going to arrive. So that's already wow number 1 for Numu. He'll know by the timings, like, okay, the math doesn't add up on this. You've definitely spammed spears. Numu. He has already gathered up the gold. That was on the backside. wonder if there's ever a world in which you do Hippodrome in this game. Unlikely. I think you just straight up play into the Grand Winery in the front. But that's why Mahodo is going for this. Like, expecting that it's going to be Grand Winery gives you huge value with this. I mean, he could actually cram it a bit deeper, but I think he knows that he'll get rushed if he puts it here. So he has to choose to either block the berries or the stone. And the berries is higher value. Byzantines, they make the world go round off of mercs. Yeah, live or die by the mercs, really. Damn. Guys. I don't know if I'd say the biggest upset of the week. I mean, this is impressive. This is the thing, like some people wanted everything to be upgraded to best of fives in the round of 16. Like, this is the funky thing. Like, actually, you get more upsets than BO3s statistically, because like there are players, for example, that will look better in BO3s than BO5s comparatively. Look, I'm sure Mahodo wouldn't mind me saying, I think Numidan looks more consistent in best of fives than he does. And Scarlet Devil has this too. If you guys remember Scarlet Devil, like he, in recent weeks, was able to take down Louis MT 2-0. He was able to take down Wham 2-1. But in a BO5, he then immediately falls flat. So I'll post up. If you just want to pop inside, that'd be great. Maybe just... Nope, okay, you just want to stare at the fine craftsmanship, that's fine as well. It is very finely molded stone, I agree. I mean, and also just the way that they got the perfectly symmetrical windows. I mean, it's incredible, the architecture. Guys, why aren't they getting it? I think he's trying to hide the fact that he's done the outpost, but I don't know if this is observer bug, but I'm pretty sure that's in range. Like, Mahodo is basically doing this because he wants him to come on the berries. It's actually quite smart. Because if he comes out to this berry and you garrison, you'll get a kill. That's cool. Okay, let's see. We'll see if Numidan does have vision. I think he does. Like, he should. And if he doesn't, the Grand Winery should see it. You think that BF3 is more likely to be, if not tipped, than influenced by random force one? Of course, it's less games. Statistically, it just makes sense. And yeah, he definitely saw this. So no shenanigans, we'll just garrison. It's a cool idea, though. If Numidan is like, I don't know, answering the door and signing for an Amazon delivery package, it might have worked. You know, if Numidan had the foresight to build, like, I need a new PC, and he's like, I've ordered a PC specialist one, and then they knock on the door and punt, then yeah, maybe that would have worked. I mean, I'd be distracted by those amazing PCs. Exclamation mark PCs. But Numu sadly made the mistake of not getting it. What a noob. Mahodo now stone. So it's going to be a rush up in the military schools. Drissa was 7. Easy berry raids. Gotta be careful, not too many people there. Gets the 4 on. Sets up for the lumber camp. Gonna be looking to prime himself into mass military schools, I think. And he did do well in the sheep rotation, so this is probably gonna be the sheep point. You could actually be less sheepish and just play out onto the map, onto deer, because you've got back spawn. Most players just feel comfortable with the Anatolian hills. I kind of like the idea of just actually getting imams here. Imams with early Sipahi can actually beat Limitane. Early grows. Yeah, it's kind of cool from Numidan. It's like, okay, I will eventually get those berries back, but in the meantime, let me just get a sliver of olive oil. This is like when you're trying to actually, you know, cook that fine mince that you spend 3 times what you normally would on, but you're out of olive oil, so you're just like, you got the empty bowl, you're just drizzling the teensy tiniest piece of oil on. Like, that'll cook it right. The rest of it is just cooked by its natural fat. We'll be fine. And then he realizes it's not going to work, so instead he then goes and gets himself some, wait for it, vegetable oil. Disgusting. Archery follow-up from maybe. Gotta be happy about that if you're Mahodo. That just enables Sipahi playing more. The weird part actually is he went Archer Spears instead. I guess not weird part, he started with the spears anyway. It's not like he began the age and went, this is my 2-unit comp. He already had this. And you can see he's already keyed up Sipahi passively. Blacksmith to follow, and then probably just going to be seeing him drop the second military school. Because then you can just start stacking passive Sipahi, and then time that really well with maybe like a double stables to pump them hard. Because if you show up with Archer Spears, your opponent's going to assume Archer Spears a lot. And it's not the most insane idea that you try this, considering you've got an outpost. Like, having Archer Spear is going to hold an outpost a lot better initially than the Sipahi would. Let's scout out the second berries. Something level 2 Cistern is another big problem here. He's gathering the extra stone, though. Safe with the fact that he's got archers, which means he's not going to get dove. Does need to be careful about the full-up timing, because technically there's no protection here against what Buhodo is doing. Tricky part, though, is like Ottomans are never going to build like a proxy rack space next to yours because of the production rates in the military schools. So that's at least like an upside for Nimu, is like you don't ever have to worry about some sort of cheesy forward base. I don't think I've ever seen an Ottoman player try a cheesy forward base. I kind of want to see it now, considering you'd have to build your military schools there as well. God, that's weird sounding. Is it weirder that I actually want to see it? Probably. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. Careful of the auto aggro, my friend. It is not your friend. This guy's just over here. Like, someone just, like, beeped him in the Range Rover. Like, that Range Rover wants to fight me? I'm gonna step up to him. Oh, wait, no, there's more than that. It's actually the kid in the back of the Range Rover keeps throwing stuff at you. The little archer's trying to bait in the range. Still, it's going to get harder for them to do that. We have got Lombos now on the way. And he has played the deer, which I'd love to see. Did end up going down to Anatan Hills anyway, which makes it a little bit rougher. Don't know if he was expecting some sort of sneak out by Numu, and that's why he played safe. It's probably more the fact that Mahodo didn't have wheelbarrow. He still doesn't have it, but like at least at this stage, moving out onto deer, it's 9 villagers versus like if he would have done it earlier, it would have been over half his economy. All right, what do you think, guys? One's if you think blue's going to win. Two's if you think green's going to win. It's hero siphon time. Ooh, is Mahodo going to have enough Sipahi? He has got the stables for active production. He already got the meta now as well. I mean, the meta is a really important part of this. And you're going to want to guide the hero siphon in. If you send it in on its own, it's not going to really do anything here. Because Sipahi can just snipe it. Like, if it was spears, sure, the Lombos protect you. But against Sipahi, a hero siphon has less health than a standard ram. Start to guide it in. Just needs to get a little bit closer. Remember, these are ranged rams. That's their big advantage. They're not up in the face as much. Got to be careful with those archers, though. Sometimes they get clipped for extra damage. That Sipahi definitely got clipped. Mahodo's griefing himself right now. He needs to go wider. Let's start to poke in. Spears pay the attention. Note of the burn. The burn. Oh, God. This is not working for Mahodo. Spin line just not being finned fast enough. Even though he's got the steeled arrow, it's already there. The undermesh for Byzantines. 5 Spinmen are about to jump out. Sipahi do get pinched. They're pulling back. Relatively good positioning. Spearmen do get the backstab there. Able to take out the scout and a few of the Lombos. Numu now looking to re-secure with an outpost coming in, but the Sipahi look for the recommit. There's not many spears left here. But the health! This is the price of no Imam point. Seriously, it's the world of difference here. Just envision how much more difficult this fight would have been for Numu if you had these boys being topped up by healers. Recommit anyway. Sipahi going for the one worker kill. Numu says screw it. Might as well commit at this stage. Sipahi rotating around the back. Not going to use the fortitude. But he's going to snipe a few workers, and now he turns on the longbow archers. Pricey exchanges from Mahodo, but it has led to now total lead of 5 after 4 worker kills. Mahodo halfway to castle. I think he may have made this work, actually. Like, it looked a bit dicey if that was meant to be an all-in, but for a castle switch, Numu wasted so much effort to get onto this area. Damn, that's crazy. I do still wonder if, like, looking back on this game, if he could go back and change time, would he have just sacked the walk speed to go Gear and then chosen to go for the Imam point instead? Because, like, if you envision that from this current position, it's kind of insane to think how big he'd be. You could argue he might not have enough food for that, but then again, he always had the berries as a backup worst case scenario. Still, I can't fault it for what it is, man. He's in a really good position. His opponent's only level 3 system. He's nowhere near teching himself. There's no mercenaries either. I don't really think there's much more Mahodo needed out of this. Damn. Alright. Alt history month over. Ottomans back to beating the crap out of Byzantines. Mehmed now on the way in. New level system being set up. In fairness, Nimu doesn't necessarily need to be that far behind in his tech timing. He's almost got 1,000 food income per minute. If he starts saving up now, he shouldn't be in immediate danger. I think Numu is probably quite suspicious at this point. He hasn't seen a huge reblob in his supply, he just handful. Probably getting sniffing in the winds. But something's happening. Odo, now with the ride by. Numu. Actually, that's going to be losses. He should... Wait, did he... What? The accuratory defense! Oh my god. I think that maybe saved 2 workers from death there. Sick usage there by Numidan. Last second, coming in clutch. Still are right in the back though. Veterans is being queued up. And Numidan with a counter offensive will get blocked out. The wall is up. Numidan blocks them in. They're going to have to take a detour through the tree line. He notices it early. This is the importance of taking a scout with your raiders, guys. It's actually so much nicer with Sipahi as well because compared to Horsemen, not as much of a difference in movement speed. Actually, there's another worker kill in the exit. Has forced the army home, actually. Trying to force the fight. Veterancy on the Sipahi is complete. I think you just kind of back off here for Mahodo. You can wait for your veterancies. You've kind of slowed down the tech timing a little bit. Waiting 30 seconds actually gives you like a perfect interval to attack. Obviously don't want to wait too long, because otherwise your opponent is just going to get a naked rush up here. Because the Byzantines, they get their tech really, really fast. Montana now on the way. Numu looking to go big. Be strong. Mahodo, not a single heavily armored unit, by the way. No knights, no men at arms. He's switching them now, but quite delayed. Doesn't take him too long, only 17 seconds per. Zero point, what's going to be? I don't think he's Janissary here, right? No, wait, he does. He goes for it. He doesn't care about the Lombos. He just wants the DPS. It's a panic button, but it's been pressed for Numu. Gun beat spear. It's a sacrificial lamb with DPS. The Lombos have to hang around. He gets the wipe. And now Mahodo is full barrel send. Damn. I mean, this is the thing. Only 10 Longbows. If you have them all straight away, sure, you can snipe the Janissaries, but otherwise, it's just terrible. Actually, I don't think he could have. The 2 ranged armor would have prevented him, right? So this is like brutal. You're never one-hit killing. Now you are in a bind. Mahodo is about to 2-0 upset one of the top 16s, top 12s actually, in Age of Empires 4. That's the best use of Johnny points I've seen all month. Such an optimal timing as well. Understand that Numidon had to send it to him. Spahi now chasing. Veteran Siva Limitan is coming through soon. He's got to just dive past the static emplacements, which makes this difficult. Remember, he's got Men-at-Arms in the mixer now as well, so something tanky. Starts to bait them forward. Janissaries still gunning for it. Numu trying to snipe them down, but I mean, the DPS exchange is making it worthwhile here. Mahodo says there's plenty more where that came from, but you ain't gonna see one iota of it because Numudon is Numudon. Look at this. I mean, it's 32 workers plus the 15 in the TC. He has no economy. It's all idled out. Knight's just gonna keep on hunting. Sapahi wrapped the other side. Mahodo, he ain't holding the door for him for squat. That's a 2-0 distromination and a huge upset at the round of 16. As Numidon, one of the consistent deep runners, gets absolutely annihilated. Mahodo. Manhodo has done it. That's huge. Distrominated. It's destroyed and dominated in one. When destruction or domination isn't good enough on its own. Damn. I was impressive. I mean, like, I don't know if Moto's going to hop in here straight away to, like, do his victory dance. I would say, like, the two things I'd be curious about is, like, if he could go back on that sheep point if he would have went Imam in game 2. And then game 1, I wonder if he feels like it should have worked as well as it did against Delhi. Either way, man, like, the 2-0 victory is a 2-0 victory and a bloody impressive one. Mango just willed for the TC. It knows what it wants. It doesn't want the buildings, it wants the people. Okay? The people make the empire. Isn't that the saying? It's you know, Homer's where the people are. Some Asgardian bullcrap. Oh, man. But, so, what is that? What have we covered then? So, we've seen, so results so far is that we know, so B has, he 2-0 creator. We had Voldemar versus Myriad, which was a 2-0 from Myriad, which was really impressive as well. We just had another technical upset there as well. Mahodo beating Numidon. Anatan versus Lash is tomorrow, later in the day. Dimu MSN, I'm assuming, is going to be in the morning. Kyuyani versus Core, we need to watch. And Vortex versus Deniska, we need to watch. But, like, we've been live for almost 7 hours. So we might get ready to round down now, actually, guys. But damn. That was impressive. So GG's to Mahodo, man. That means he'll be up against either Anno or Lash. Now, that'll be interesting if it ends up being Anno, which statistically is probable there. Then again, maybe a week of upsets. Because I don't know if they scrim together a lot. You named every single series meeting. Oh, sorry, did I miss you there? Yeah, you're there. Lucifer versus Gully. I forgot we didn't do that one yet. So maybe we'll have time for that. Like, I don't think all the round 16 will get cast tomorrow, just because, like, the quarterfinals are meant to be played tomorrow. So presumably, at least 2 of them should be ready by, like, 4 p.m. at the latest. So we'll see. We'll see what we've got time for. But I've got, like, a bunch of emails and crap to follow up on. Mondays, yay. So, what I'll do now, guys, I'm going to end the stream. YouTube, TikTok, Kick, goodbye. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so make sure you tune in. And we should have probably 5-6 series total, I'd imagine, is what we'll aim for. We'll see how quick the day goes. It always depends how long they are. And then we're riding into Thursday finals, etc.